Section 14 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Paton, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Quarrel of the Chiefs by Alfred J. Church. For 9 years and more, the Greeks besieged the city of Troy. Being many in number and having strong and valiant chiefs, they pressed the men of the city very hard, so that these durst not go outside the walls. They might have taken it without further loss, but that there arose a deadly strife between two of the great chiefs, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, who was sovereign lord of all the host, and Achilles, who was the bravest and most valiant man therein. The Greeks, having been away from home many years, were in great want of many things, so it was their custom to leave a part of the army to watch the city, and to send a part to plunder such towns in the country round about as they knew to be friendly to the men of Troy, or as they thought to contain good store of provision or treasure. "Are not all these," they were wont to say, "towns of the barbarians, and therefore lawful prey to men that are Greeks?" Now among the towns with which they dealt in this fashion was Crisa, which was sacred to Apollo, who had a great temple therein and a priest. Fearing the anger of the gods, the Greeks had not harmed the temple or the priest, but they had carried off with other prisoners the priest's daughter, Chryseis by name. These and the rest of the spoil they divided among the kings, of whom there were many in the army, each ruling his own people. Now King Agamemnon, as being sovereign lord, went not with the army at such times, but stayed behind, having charge of the siege, that it should not be neglected. Yet he always received, as was fitting, a share of the spoil. This time the Greeks gave him, with other things, the maiden Chryseis. Next day there came to the camp the priest Chrysis, wishing to ransom his daughter. Much gold he brought, and he had on his head the priest's crown, that men might reverence him the more. He went to all the chiefs, making his prayer that they would take the gold and give him back his daughter. They all spake him fair, and would have done what he wished, except Agamemnon. "Get thee out, greybeard," he cried in great wrath. "Let me not find thee lingering now by the ships, neither coming hither again, or it shall be the worse for thee, for all thy priesthood. And as for thy daughter, I shall carry her away to Argos, when I shall have taken this city of Troy." Then the old man went out hastily in great fear and trouble, and he walked in his sorrow by the shore of the sounding sea, and prayed to his god Apollo. "Hear me, god of the silver bow. If I have built thee a temple, and offered thee the fat of many bullocks and rams, hear me, and avenge me on these Greeks." And Apollo heard him. He was angry that men had so dishonoured his priest, and came down from the top of Olympus where he dwelt. Dreadful was the rattle of his arrows as he advanced, and his presence was as the night coming over the sky. He shot the arrows of death, first at the dogs and the mules, and then at the men, and soon all along the shore rolled the black smoke from the piles of wood on which they burnt the bodies of the dead. On the 10th day, Achilles, who was the bravest and strongest of all the Greeks, called the people to an assembly. When they were gathered together, he stood up among them and spake to Agamemnon. "Surely it were better to return home than that we should all perish here by the plague. Come, let us ask some prophet or priest or dreamer of dreams why it is that Apollo is so wroth with us." Then stood up Calchas, best of seers, who knew what had been and what was to come, and spake. "Achilles, thou biddest me tell the people why Apollo is wroth with them. Lo, I tell thee, but thou must first swear to stand by me, for I know that what I shall say will anger King Agamemnon, and it goes ill with common men when kings are angry." "Speak out, thou wise man," cried Achilles, "for I swear by Apollo that while I live no one shall lay hands on thee, No, not Agamemnon, though he be sovereign lord of the Greeks." Then the prophet took heart and spake. "It is on behalf of his priest that Apollo is wroth, for he came to ransom his daughter. But Agamemnon would not let the maiden go. Now then, he must send her back to Crisa without ransom, and with her 100 beasts for sacrifice, so that the plague may be stayed." Then Agamemnon stood up in a fury, his eyes blazing like fire. "Never," he cried, "hast thou spoken good concerning me, ill prophet that thou art. And now thou tellest me to give up this maiden. I will do it, for I would not that the people should perish. Only take care, ye Greeks, that there be a share of the spoil for me, for it would ill beseem the Lord of all the host that he alone should be without his share." "Nay, my lord Agamemnon," cried Achilles, "thou art too eager for gain. We have no treasures out of which we may make up thy loss, for what we got out of the towns we have either sold or divided, nor would it be fitting that the people should give back what has been given to them. Give up the maiden then without conditions, and when we shall have taken this city of Troy, we will repay thee 3- and 4-fold. "Nay, great Achilles," said Agamemnon, "thou shalt not cheat me thus. If the Greeks will give me such a share as I should have, well and good. But if not, I will take one for myself, whether it be from thee, or from Ajax, or from Ulysses, for my share I will have. But of this hereafter. Now let us see that this maiden be sent back. Let them get ready a ship, and put her therein, and with her 100 victims, and let some chief go with the ship, and see that all things be rightly done." Then cried Achilles, and his face was black as a thunderstorm, "Surely thou art altogether shameless and greedy, and in truth an ill ruler of men. No quarrel have I with the Trojans. They never harried oxen or sheep of mine, but I have been fighting in thy cause and that of thy brother Menelaus. Naught carest thou for that. Thou leavest me to fight, and sittest in thy tent at ease. But when the spoil is divided, thine is always the lion's share. Small indeed is my part, a little thing but dear. And this, forsooth, thou wilt take away. Now am I resolved to go home. Small booty wilt thou get then, methinks." And King Agamemnon answered, "Go, and thy myrmidons with thee. I have other chieftains as good as thou art, and ready as thou art not to pay me due respect. I hate thee with thy savage, bloodthirsty ways. And as for the matter of the spoil, know that I will take thy share, the girl Briseis, and fetch her myself if need be, that all may know that I am sovereign lord here in the hosts of the Greeks." Then Achilles was mad with anger, and he thought in his heart, "Shall I arise and slay this caitiff, or shall I keep down the wrath in my breast?" And as he thought, he laid his hand on his sword hilt, and had half drawn his sword from the scabbard, when lo, the goddess Minerva stood before him. For Juno, who loved both this chieftain and that, had sent her, and caught him by the long locks of his yellow hair. But Achilles marvelled much to feel the mighty grasp, and turned and looked and knew the goddess, but no one else in the assembly might see her. Then his eyes flashed with fire, and he cried, "Art thou come, child of Jupiter, to see the insolence of Agamemnon? Of a truth, I think that he will perish for his folly." But Minerva said, "Nay, but I am come to stay thy wrath. Use bitter words if thou wilt, but put up thy sword in its sheath, and strike him not. Of a truth, I tell thee that for this insolence of today he will bring thee hereafter splendid gifts, 3-fold and 4-fold, for all that he may take away." Then Achilles answered, "I shall abide by thy command, for it is ever better for a man to obey the immortal gods." And as he spake, he laid his heavy hand upon the hilt, and thrust back the sword into the scabbard, and Minerva went her way to Olympus. Then he turned him to King Agamemnon, and spake again, "Drunkard, with the eyes of a dog and the heart of a deer, never fighting in the front of the battle, nor daring to lie in the ambush. 'Tis a puny race thou rulest, or this had been thy last wrong. And as for me, here is this sceptre. Once it was the branch of a tree, but a cunning craftsman bound it with bronze to be the sign of the lordship which Jupiter gives to kings. As surely as it shall never again have bark or leaves or shoot, so surely shall the Greeks one day miss Achilles, when they fall in heaps before the dreadful Hector, and thou shalt eat thy heart to think that thou hast wronged the bravest of thy host. And as he spake, he dashed his sceptre on the ground and sat down, and on the other side Agamemnon sat in furious anger. Then Nestor rose, an old man of 100 years and more, and counselled peace. Let them listen, he said, to his counsel. Great chiefs in the old days, with whom no man now alive would dare to fight, had listened. Let not Agamemnon take away from the bravest of the Greeks the prize of war. Let not Achilles, though he was mightier in battle than all other men, contend with Agamemnon, who was sovereign lord of all the hosts of Greece. But he spake in vain, for Agamemnon answered, Nestor, thou speakest well, and peace is good, but this fellow would lord it over all, and he must be taught that there is one here at least who is better than he. And Achilles said, I were a slave and a coward if I owned thee as my lord. Not so. Play the master over others, but think not to master me. As for the prize which the Greeks gave me, let them do as they will. They gave it, let them take it away. But if thou darest to touch aught that is mine own, that hour thy lifeblood shall redden on my spear. Then the assembly was dismissed. Chryseis was sent to her home with due offerings to the god, the wise Ulysses going with her, and all the people purified themselves, and the plague was stayed. But King Agamemnon would not go back from his purpose, so he called to him the heralds, Talthybius and Eurybates, and said, Heralds, go to the tents of Achilles, and fetch the maiden Chryseis. But if he will not let her go, say that I will come myself with many others to fetch her. So will it be the worse for him. Sorely against their will the heralds went. Along the seashore they walked till they came to the tents of Achilles. There they found him sitting, but stood silent in awe and fear. Achilles spied them and cried aloud, Come near, ye heralds, messengers of gods and men. 'Tis no fault of yours that you are come on such an errand. Then he turned to Patroclus, his dearest friend, and said, Bring the maiden from her tent, and let the heralds lead her away. But let them be witnesses before gods and men, and before this evil-minded king, against the day when he shall have sore need of me to save his host from destruction. Fool that he is, who thinks not of the past, nor of the future, that his people may be safe. Then Patroclus brought forth the maiden from her tent, and gave her to the heralds. And they led her away, but it was sorely against her will that she went. Achilles went apart from his comrades, and sat upon the seashore, falling into a great passion of tears, and stretching out his hands with loud prayer to his mother, who indeed was a goddess of the sea, Thetis by name. She heard him where he sat in the depths by her father, the old god of the sea, and rose, you would have thought it a mist rising, from the waves, and came to where he sat weeping, and stroked him with her hand, and called him by his name. What ails thee, my son? She said. Then he told her the story of his wrong, and when he had ended, he said, Go, I pray thee, to the top of Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter. Often have I heard thee boast how long ago thou didst help him when the other gods would have bound him, fetching Briareus of the 100 hands, who sat by him, so that the gods feared to touch him. Go now and call these things to his mind, and pray him that he help the sons of Troy, and give them victory in the battle, so that the Greeks, as they flee before them, may have joy of this king of theirs, who has done such wrong to the bravest of his host. And his mother answered him, Surely thine is an evil lot, my son. Thy life is short, and it should of right be without tears and full of joy, but now it seems to me to be both short and sad. I will go as thou sayest to Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter, but not now, for he has gone, and the other gods with him, to a 12 days' feast with the pious Ethiopians. But when he comes back, I will entreat and persuade him, and do thou sit still, nor go forth to battle. When the 12 days were past, Thetis went to the top of Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter, and made her prayer to him. He was loath to grant it, for he knew that it would anger his wife Juno, who loved the Greeks and hated the sons of Troy. Yet he could not refuse her, and promised that it should be as she wished. And to make his word the surer, he nodded his awful head, and with the nod all Olympus was shaken. That night Jupiter took counsel with himself how he might best work his will. He called to him a dream, and said, "Dream, go to the tent of Agamemnon, and tell him to set his army in array against Troy, for the gods are now of one mind, and the day of doom is come for the city. So he shall take it, and gain eternal glory for himself." So the dream went to the tent of Agamemnon, and it took the shape of Nestor, the old chief, whom the king honoured more than all beside. Then the false Nestor spake, "Sleepest thou, Agamemnon? It is not for kings to sleep all through the night, for they must take thought for many, and have many cares. Listen now to the words of Jupiter. Set the battle in array against Troy, for the gods are now of one mind, and the day of doom is come for the city, and thou shalt take it, and gain eternal glory for thyself." And Agamemnon believed the dream, and knew not the purpose of Jupiter in bidding him go forth to battle. So he rose from his bed, and donned his tunic, and over it a great cloak, fastened the sandals on his feet, hung from his shoulders his mighty silver-studded sword, and took in his right hand the great sceptre of his house, which was the token of his sovereignty over all the Greeks. Then he went forth, and first took counsel with the chiefs, and afterwards called the people to the assembly. After the assembly, the shrill-voiced heralds called the host to the battle. As is the flare of a great fire when a wood is burning on a hilltop, so was the flash of their arms and their armour as they thronged to the field. And as the countless flocks of wild geese or cranes or swans now wheel and now settle in the great Asian marsh by the stream of Cayster, or as the bees swarm in the spring when the milk pails are full, so thick the Greeks thronged to the battle in the great plain by the banks of the Scamander. Many nations were there, and many chiefs, and the bravest and strongest of all was Ajax, son of Telamon, and the best horses were the horses of Eumelus. But there was none that could compare with Achilles, and the horses of Achilles, bravest man and swiftest steeds. Only Achilles sat apart and would not go to the battle. And on the other side, the sons of Troy and their allies came forth from the gates of the city with the most famous of their chiefs. So the battle was set in array, and the two hosts stood over against each other. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3. Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Fight Between Paris and Menelaus by Alfred J. Church. They were now about to fight when, from the ranks of the Trojans, Paris rushed forth. He had a panther's skin over his shoulders, and a bow and a sword, and in either hand a spear, and he called aloud to the Greeks that they should send forth their bravest to fight with them. When Menelaus saw him, he was glad, for he said that now he should avenge himself on the man who had done him such wrong. So a lion is glad when, being sorely hungered, he finds a stag or a wild goat. He devours it, and will not be driven from it by dogs or hunters. He leapt from his chariot and rushed to meet his enemy, but Paris, having done evil, and being therefore a coward in his heart, was afraid when he saw Menelaus, and fled back into the ranks of his comrades, just as a man steps back in haste when, unawares, he comes upon a snake. Hector saw him and rebuked him. "Fair art thou to look upon, Paris, but nothing worth. Surely the Greeks will scorn us if they think that thou art our bravest warrior, because thou art of stately presence. Thou art a coward, and yet thou darest to go across the sea and carry off the fair Helen. Why dost thou not stand and abide the onset of her husband, and see what manner of man he is? Little would thy harp and thy long locks and thy fair face avail when thou wert lying in the dust. A craven race are the sons of Troy, or they would have stoned thee ere this." Then Paris answered, "Thou speakest well, Hector, and thy rebuke is just. As for thee, thy heart is like iron, ever set on battle. Yet are beauty and love also the gifts of the gods, and not to be despised. But now set Menelaus and me in the midst, and let us fight man to man, for the fair Helen and for all her possessions. And if he prevail over me, let him take her and them, and depart, and the Greeks with him. But ye shall dwell in peace. But if I prevail, they shall depart without her." Then Hector was glad, and going before the Trojan ranks, holding his spear by the middle, he kept them back. The Greeks would have thrown spears and stones at him, only Agamemnon cried aloud and said, "Hold! Hector has somewhat to say to us." Then Hector said, "Hear, Trojans and Greeks, what Paris saith. Let all besides lay their arms upon the ground, and let Menelaus and me fight for the fair Helen and all her wealth, and let him that is the better keep her and them, but the rest shall dwell in peace." Then Menelaus said, "The word pleaseth me well. Let us fight together, and let us make agreement with oath and sacrifice. And because the sons of Priam are men of fraud and violence, let Priam himself come." So they sent a herald to King Priam, but he sat on the wall with the old men. And as they talked, the fair Helen came near, and they said, "What wonder that men should suffer much for such a woman, for indeed she is divinely fair. Yet let her depart in the ships, nor bring a curse on us and our children." But Priam called to her, "Come near, my daughter, tell me about these old friends of thine, for 'tis not thou, 'tis the gods who have brought about all this trouble. But tell me, who is this warrior that I see, so fair and strong? There are others even a head taller than he, but none of such majesty." And Helen answered, "Ah, my father, would that I had died before I left husband and child to follow thy son. But as for this warrior, he is Agamemnon, a good king and brave soldier, and my brother-in-law in the old days." "Happy Agamemnon," said Priam, "to rule over so many. Never saw I such an army gathered together, not even when I went to help the Phrygians when they were assembled on the banks of the Sangarus against the Amazons. But who is this that I see, not so tall as Agamemnon, but of broader shoulders? His arms lie upon the ground, and he is walking through the ranks of his men just as some great ram walks through a flock of sheep." "This," said Helen, "is Ulysses of Ithaca, who is better in craft and counsel than all other men." "'Tis well spoken, lady," said Antenor. "Well I remember Ulysses when he came hither on an embassy about thee with the brave Menelaus. My guests they were, and I knew them well. And I remember how, in the assembly of the Trojans, when both were standing, Menelaus was the taller, but when they sat, Ulysses was the more majestic to behold. And when they rose to speak, Menelaus said few words, but said them wisely and well. And Ulysses, you had thought him a fool, so stiffly he held his sceptre, and so downcast were his eyes. But as soon as he began, oh, the mighty voice and the words thick as the falling snow. Then Priam said, "Who is that stalwart hero, so tall and strong, overtopping all by head and shoulders?" "That," said Helen, "is mighty Ajax, the bulwark of the Greeks. And next to him is Idomeneus. Often has Menelaus had him as his guest in the old days when he came from Crete. As for the other chiefs, I see and could name them all, but I miss my own dear brothers, Castor, tamer of horses, and Pollux, the mighty boxer. Either they came not from Sparta, or, having come, shun the meeting of men for shame of me." She knew not that they were sleeping their last sleep far away in their dear fatherland. And when they had ended talking, the heralds came and told King Priam that the armies called for him. So he went, and Antenor with him. And he on the one side, for the Trojans, and King Agamemnon for the Greeks, made a covenant with sacrifice that Paris and Menelaus should fight together, and that the fair Helen with all her treasures should go with him who should win. Hector and Ulysses marked out a space for the fight, and Hector shook 2 pebbles in a helmet, looking away as he shook them, that he whose pebble leapt forth the first should be the first to throw his spear. And it so befell that the lot of Paris leapt forth first. The 2 warriors armed themselves and came forth into the space, and stood over against each other, brandishing their spears with hate in their eyes. Then Paris threw his spear. It struck the shield of Menelaus, but pierced it not, for the spear point was bent back. Then Menelaus prayed to Jupiter, "Grant, Father Jupiter, that I may avenge myself on Paris, who has done me this wrong. So shall men in after time fear to do wrong to their host." So speaking, he cast his long-shafted spear. It struck the shield of Paris and pierced it through, and passed through the corslet, and through the tunic close to the loin. But Paris shrank aside, and the spear wounded him not. Then Menelaus drew his silver-studded sword, and struck a mighty blow on the top of the helmet of Paris, but the sword broke in 4 pieces in his hand. Then he cried in his wrath, "O Jupiter, most mischief-loving of the gods, my spear I cast in vain, and now my sword is broken." Then he rushed forward and seized Paris by the helmet and dragged him towards the host of the Greeks. And truly he had taken him, but Venus loosed the strap that was beneath his chin, and the helmet came off in his hand. And Menelaus whirled it among the Greeks and charged with another spear in his hand. But Venus snatched Paris away, covering him with a mist, and put him down in his chamber in Troy. Then Menelaus looked for him everywhere, but no one could tell him where he might be. No son of Troy would have hidden him out of kindness, for all hated him as death. Then King Agamemnon said, "Now, ye sons of Troy, it is for you to give back the fair Helen and her wealth, and to pay me besides so much as may be fitting for all my cost and trouble." But it was not the will of the gods that the sons of Troy should do this thing. So Minerva took upon herself the shape of Laodocus, son of Antenor, and went to Pandarus, son of Lycaon, where he stood among his men. Then the false Laodocus said, "Pandarus, darest thou aim an arrow at Menelaus? Truly the Trojans would love thee well, and Paris best of all, if they could see Menelaus slain by an arrow from thy bow. Aim then, but first pray to Apollo, and vow that thou wilt offer 100 beasts when thou returnest to thy city Zelea." Now Pandarus had a bow made of the horns of a wild goat which he had slain. 16 palms long they were, and a cunning workman had made them smooth, and put a tip of gold whereon to fasten the bowstring. And Pandarus strung his bow, his comrades hiding him with their shields. Then he took an arrow from his quiver, and laid it on the bowstring, and drew the string to his breast, till the arrowhead touched the bow, and let fly. Right well aimed was the dart, but it was not the will of heaven that it should slay Menelaus. It struck him indeed, and passed through the belt, and through the corslet, and through the girdle, and pierced the skin. Sore dismayed was King Agamemnon to see the blood. Sore dismayed also was the brave Menelaus, till he spied the barb of the arrow, and knew that the wound was not deep. But Agamemnon cried, "It was in an evil hour for thee, my brother, that I made a covenant with these false sons of Troy. Right well indeed I know that oath and sacrifice are not in vain, but will have vengeance at the last. Troy shall fall, but woe is me if thou shouldst die, Menelaus, for the Greeks will straight go back to their fatherland, and the fair Helen will be left a boast to the sons of Troy, and I shall have great shame when one of them shall say, as he leaps on the tomb of the brave Menelaus, surely the great Agamemnon has avenged himself well, for he brought an army hither, but now is gone back to his home, but left Menelaus here. May the earth swallow me up before that day." "Nay," said Menelaus, "fear not, for the arrow has but grazed the skin." Then King Agamemnon bade fetch the physician. So the herald fetched Machaon the physician, and Machaon came and drew forth the arrow, and when he had wiped away the blood, he put healing drugs upon the wound, which Chiron, the wise healer, had given to his father. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Duel between Hector and Ajax by Alfred J. Church. The Greeks went forward to the battle as the waves that curl themselves and then dash upon the shore, throwing high the foam. In order they went after their chiefs. You had thought them dumb, so silent were they. But the Trojans were like a flock of ewes which wait to be milked, and bleat, hearing the voice of their lambs. So confused a cry went out from their army, for there were men of many tongues gathered there. And on either side the gods urged them on, but chiefly Minerva, the Greeks, and Mars, the sons of Troy. Then, as two streams in flood meet in some chasm, so the armies dashed together, shield on shield, and spear on spear. Now when Minerva saw that the Greeks were perishing by the hand of Hector and his companions, it grieved her sore. So she came down from the heights of Olympus, if happily she might help them. And Apollo met her and said, "Art thou come, Minerva, to help the Greeks whom thou lovest? Well, let us stay the battle for this day. Hereafter they shall fight till the doom of Troy be accomplished." But Minerva answered, "How shall we stay it?" And Apollo said, "We will set on Hector to challenge the bravest of the Greeks to fight with him, man to man." So they two put the matter into the mind of Helenus the seer. Then Helenus went near to Hector. "Listen to me, for I am thy brother. Cause the rest of the sons of Troy and of the Greeks to sit down, and do thou challenge the bravest of the Greeks to fight with thee, man to man. And be sure thou shalt not fall in the battle, for the will of the immortal gods is so." Then Hector greatly rejoiced, and passed to the front of the army, holding his spear by the middle, and kept back the sons of Troy. And King Agamemnon did likewise with his own people. Then Hector spake, "Hear me, sons of Troy, and ye men of Greece. The covenant that we made one with another hath been broken, for Jupiter would have it so, purposing evil to both, till either you shall take our high-walled city, or we shall conquer you by your ships. But let one of you who call yourselves champions of the Greeks come forth and fight with me, man to man. And let it be so that if he vanquish me, he shall spoil me of my arms, but give my body to my people, that they may burn it with fire. And if I vanquish him, I will spoil him of his arms, but give his body to the Greeks, that they may bury him, and raise a great mound above him by the broad salt river of Hellespont. And so men of after days shall see it sailing by, and say, This is the tomb of the bravest of the Greeks, whom Hector slew. So shall my name live forever." But all the Greeks kept silence, fearing to meet him in battle, but shamed to hold back. Then at last Menelaus leapt forward and spake, "Surely now ye are women and not men. Foul shame it were should there be no man to stand up against this Hector. Lo, I will fight with him my own self, for the issues of battle are with the immortal gods." So he spake in his rage rashly, courting death, for Hector was much stronger than he. Then King Agamemnon answered, "Nay, but this is folly, my brother. Seek not in thy anger to fight with one that is stronger than thou. For as for this Hector, even Achilles was loath to meet him. Sit thou down among thy comrades, and the Greeks will find some champion who shall fight with him." And Menelaus hearkened to his brother's words, and sat down. Then Nestor rose in the midst and spake, "Woe is me today for Greece! How would the old Peleus grieve to hear such a tale? Well I remember how he rejoiced when I told him of the house and lineage of all chieftains of the Greeks. And now he would hear that they cower before Hector and are sore afraid when he calls them to the battle. Surely he would pray this day that he might die. Oh, that I were such as I was in the old days when the men of Pylos fought with the Arcadians. I, who was the youngest of all, stood forth, and Minerva gave me glory that day, for I slew their leader, though he was the strongest and tallest among the sons of men. Would that I were such today, right soon would I meet this mighty Hector." Then rose up 9 chiefs of fame. First of all, King Agamemnon, lord of many nations, and next to him Diomed, and Ajax the greater and Ajax the less, and then Idomeneus, and Meriones, and Eurypylus, and Thoas, son of Andremon, and the wise Ulysses. Then Nestor said, "Let us cast lots who shall do battle with the mighty Hector." So they threw the lots into the helmet of King Agamemnon, a lot for each. And the people prayed, "Grant, ye gods, that the lot of Ajax the greater may leap forth, or the lot of Diomed, or the lot of King Agamemnon." Then Nestor shook the lots in the helmet, and the one which they most wished leapt forth. For the herald took it through the ranks and showed it to the chiefs, but none knew it for his own till he came to where Ajax the greater stood among his comrades. But Ajax had marked it with his mark, and put forth his hand for it, and claimed it, right glad at heart. On the ground by his feet he threw it, and said, "Mine is the lot, my friends, and right glad I am, for I think I shall prevail over the mighty Hector. But come, let me don my arms, and pray ye to Jupiter, but silently, lest the Trojans hear, or aloud if ye will, for no fear have we. Not by force or craft shall any one vanquish me, for not such are the men whom Salamis breeds." So he armed himself and moved forwards, smiling with grim face. With mighty strides he came, brandishing his long shafted spear. The Greeks were glad to behold him, but the knees of the Trojans were loosened with fear, and great Hector's heart beat fast. But he trembled not, nor gave place, seeing that he had himself called him to battle. So Ajax came near, holding before the great shield like a wall, which Tychius, best of craftsmen, had made for him. 7 folds of bull's hide it had, and an 1/8 of bronze. Threateningly he spake, "Now shalt thou know, Hector, what manner of men there are yet among our chiefs, though Achilles the lion-hearted is far away, sitting idly in his tent, in great wrath with King Agamemnon. Do thou then begin the battle." "Speak not to me, Jupiter-descended Ajax," said Hector, "as though I were a woman or a child, knowing nothing of war. Well I know all the arts of battle, to ply my shield this way and that, to guide my car through the tumult of steeds, and to stand fighting hand to hand. But I would not smite so stout a foe by stealth, but openly." As he spake, he hurled his long shafted spear, and smote the great shield on the rim of the 8th fold that was of bronze. Through 6 folds it passed, but in the 7th it was stayed. Then Ajax hurled his spear, striking Hector's shield. Through shield it passed, and corslet, and cut the tunic close against the loin. But Hector shrank away and escaped the doom of death. Then, each with a fresh spear, they rushed together like lions or wild boars of the wood. First, Hector smote the middle of the shield of Ajax, but pierced it not, for the spear point was bent back. Then Ajax, with a great bound, drove his spear at Hector's shield and pierced it, forcing him back, and grazing his neck so that the blood welled out. Yet did not Hector cease from the combat. He caught up a great stone from the ground and hurled it at the boss of the 7-fold shield. Loud rang the bronze, but the shield broke not. Then Ajax took a stone heavier by far and threw it with all his might. It broke the shield of Hector and bore him backwards, so that he fell at length with his shield above him. But Apollo raised him up. Then did both draw their swords, but ere they could join in close battle, the heralds came and held their sceptres between them, and Æneas, the herald of Troy, spake. "Fight no more, my sons! Jupiter loves you both, and ye are both mighty warriors, that we all know right well. But now the night bids you cease, and it is well to heed its bidding." Then said Ajax, "Nay, Æneas, but it is for Hector to speak, for he called the bravest of the Greeks to battle, and as he wills it, so will I." And Hector said, "O Ajax, the gods have given thee stature and strength and skill, nor is there any better warrior among the Greeks. Let us cease then from the battle. We may yet meet again, till the gods give the victory to me or thee. And now let us give gifts the one to the other, so that Trojans and Greeks may say, Hector and Ajax met in fierce fight and parted in friendship." So Hector gave to Ajax a silver-studded sword, with the scabbard and the sword belt, and Ajax gave to Hector a buckler splendid with purple. So they parted. Right glad were the sons of Troy when they saw Hector returning safe. Glad also were the Greeks, as they led Ajax rejoicing in his victory to King Agamemnon. Whereupon the king called the chiefs to banquet together, and bade slay an ox of 5 years old, and Ajax he honoured most of all. When the feast was ended, Nestor said, "It were well that we should cease a while from war, and burn the dead, for many in truth are fallen, and we will build a great wall and dig a trench about it, and we will make wide gates that a chariot may pass through, so that our ships may be safe, if the sons of Troy should press us hard." But the next morning came a herald from Troy to the chiefs as they sat in council by the ship of King Agamemnon, and said, "This is the word of Priam and the men of Troy. Paris will give back all the treasures of the fair Helen, and many more besides. But the fair Helen herself he will not give. But if this please you not, grant us a truce, that we may bury our dead." Then Diomed spoke, "Nay, we will not take the fair Helen's self, for a man may know, even though he be a fool, that the doom of Troy is come." And King Agamemnon said, "Herald, thou hast heard the word of the Greeks, but as for the truce, be it as you will." So the next day they burnt their dead, and the Greeks made a wall with gates and dug a trench about it, and when it was finished, even at sunset, they made ready a meal, and lo, there came ships from Lemnos bringing wine, and Greeks bought thereof, some with bronze, and some with iron, and some with shields of ox-hide. All night they feasted right joyously. The sons of Troy also feasted in their city. But the dreadful thunder rolled through the night, for Jupiter was counselling evil against them. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3. Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten. 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Deeds and Death of Patroclus by Alfred J. Church. Patroclus stood by Achilles, weeping bitterly. Then said Achilles, "What ails thee, Patroclus, that thou weepest like a girl-child that runs along by her mother's side, and would be taken up holding her gown, and looking at her with tearful eyes till she lift her in her arms? Hast thou heard evil news from Phthia? Menelaus lives there, they say, and Peleus. Or art thou weeping for the Greeks, because they perish for their folly?" Then said Patroclus, "Be not wroth with me, great Achilles, for indeed the Greeks are in grievous straits, and all their bravest are wounded, and still thou cherishest thy wrath. If thou goest not to the battle, fearing some warning from the gods, let me go, and thy Myrmidons with me, and let me put thy armour on me. So shall the Greeks have breathing space from the war." So he spake, entreating, nor knew that for his own doom he entreated. And Achilles made reply, "It is no warning that I heed, that I keep back from the war. But these men took from me my prize, which I won with my own hands. But let the past be past. I said that I would not rise up till the battle should come nigh to my own ships. But thou mayest put my armour upon thee, and lead my Myrmidons to the fight. For in truth the men of Troy are gathered as a dark cloud about the ships, and the Greeks have scarce standing ground between them and the sea, for they see not the gleam of my helmet, and Diomed is not there with his spear, nor do I hear the voice of Agamemnon, but only the voice of Hector, as he calls the men of Troy to the battle. Go therefore, Patroclus, and drive the fire from the ships, and then come thou back, nor fight any more with the Trojans, lest thou take my glory from me. And go not near, in the delight of battle, to the walls of Troy, lest one of the gods meet thee to thy hurt, and of a truth the keen archer Apollo loves them well." But as they talked, the one to the other, Ajax could hold out no longer. For swords and javelins came thick upon him, and clattered on his helmet, and his shoulder was weary with the great shield which he held, and he breathed heavily and hard, and the great drops of sweat fell upon the ground. Then at last Hector came near and smote his spear with a great sword, so that the head fell off. Then was Ajax sore afraid, and gave way, and the men of Troy set torches to the ship's stern, and a great flame shot up to the sky. And Achilles saw it, and smote his thigh, and spake, "Haste thee, Patroclus, for I see the fire rising from the ships. Put thou on the armour, and I will call my people to the war." So Patroclus put on the armour, corslet and shield and helmet, and bound upon his shoulder the silver-studded sword, and took a mighty spear in his hand. But the great Pelian spear he took not, for that no man but Achilles might wield. Then Automedon yoked the horses to the chariot, Bayard and Piebald, and with them in the side harness Pedasus, and they too were deathless steeds, but he was mortal. Meanwhile Achilles had called the Myrmidons to battle. 50 ships had he brought to Troy, and in each there were 50 men. 5 leaders they had, and the bravest of the 5 was Pisander. Then Achilles said, "Forget not, ye Myrmidons, the bold words that ye spake against the men of Troy during the days of my wrath, making complaint that I kept you from the battle against your will. Now, therefore, you have that which you desired." So the Myrmidons went to the battle in close array, helmet to helmet, and shield to shield, close as the stones with which a builder builds a wall. And in front went Patroclus, and Automedon in the chariot beside him. Then Achilles went to his tent, and took a great cup from the chest which Thetis his mother had given him. Now no man drank of that cup but he only, nor did he pour out of it libations to any of the gods, but only to Jupiter. This first he cleansed with sulphur, and then with water from the spring, and after this he washed his hands, and stood in the midst of the space before his tent, and poured out of it to Jupiter, saying, "O Jupiter, I send my comrade to this battle. Make him strong and bold, and give him glory, and bring him home safe to the ships, and my people with him." So he prayed, and Father Jupiter heard him, and part he granted, and part denied. But now Patroclus with the Myrmidons had come to where the battle was raging about the ship of Protesilaus, and when the men of Troy beheld him, they thought that Achilles had forgotten his wrath, and was come forth to the war. And first Patroclus slew Pyrechmis, who was the chief of the Paeonians, who live on the banks of the broad Axius. Then the men of Troy turned to flee, and many chiefs of fame fell by the spears of the Greeks. So the battle rolled back to the trench, and in the trench many chariots of the Trojans were broken, but the horses of Achilles went across it at a stride, so nimble were they and strong. And the heart of Patroclus was set to slay Hector, but he could not overtake him, so swift were his horses. Then did Patroclus turn his chariot and keep back those that fled, that they should not go to the city, and rushed hither and thither, still slaying as he went. Then did Patroclus forget the word which Achilles had spoken to him, that he should not go near to Troy, for he pursued the men of the city even to the wall. Thrice he mounted on the angle of the wall, and thrice Apollo himself drove him back, pushing his shining shield. But the fourth time the god said, "Go thou back, Patroclus, it is not for thee to take the city of Troy, no, nor for Achilles, who is far better than thou art." So Patroclus went back, fearing the wrath of the archer god. Then Apollo stirred up the spirit of Hector, that he should go against Patroclus. Therefore he went with his brother Cebriones, for driver of his chariot. But when they came near, Patroclus cast a great stone which he had in his hand, and smote Cebriones on the forehead, crushing it in, so that he fell headlong from the chariot. And Patroclus mocked him, saying, "How nimble is this man! How lightly he dives! What spoil he would take of oysters, diving from a ship, even in a stormy sea! Who would have thought that there were such skilful divers in Troy?" Then again the battle waxed hot about the body of Cebriones, and this too at the last the Greeks drew unto themselves, and spoiled it of the arms. And, this being accomplished, Patroclus rushed against the men of Troy. Thrice he rushed, and each time he slew 9 chiefs of fame. But the fourth time Apollo stood before him, and struck him on the head and shoulders, so that his eyes were darkened. And the helmet fell from off his head, so that the horsehair plumes were spoiled with dust. Never before had it touched the ground, for it was the helmet of Achilles, and also the god brake the spear in his hand, and struck the shield from his arms, and loosed his corslet. All amazed he stood. And then Euphorbus, son of Panthous, smote him on the back with his spear, but slew him not. Then Patroclus sought to flee to the ranks of his comrades, but Hector saw him, and thrust at him with his spear, smiting him in the groin, so that he fell. And when the Greeks saw him fall, they sent up a terrible cry. Then Hector stood over him and cried, "Didst thou think to spoil our city, Patroclus, and to carry away our wives and daughters in the ships? But lo, I have slain thee, and the fowls of the air shall eat thy flesh, nor shall the great Achilles help thee at all. Achilles, who bade thee, I trow, strip the tunic from my breast, and thou thoughtest in thy folly to do it." But Patroclus answered, "Thou boastest much, Hector, yet thou didst not slay me, but Apollo, who took from me my arms, for had 20 such as thou met me, I had slain them all. And mark thou this, death and fate are close to thee by the hand of the great Achilles." And Hector answered, but Patroclus was dead already, "Why dost thou prophesy death to me? Maybe the great Achilles himself shall fall by my hand." Then he drew his spear from the wound, and went after Automedon to slay him. But the swift horses of Achilles carried him away. Fierce was the fight about the body of Patroclus, and many heroes fell, both on this side and on that. And first of them all, Euphorbus, who indeed had wounded him. For as he came near to strip the dead man of his arms, Menelaus slew him with his spear. He slew him, but took not his arms, for Hector came through the battle. Nor did Menelaus dare to abide his coming, but went back into the ranks of his own people. Then did Hector strip off the arms of Patroclus, the arms which the great Achilles had given him to wear. He laid hold of the body, and would have dragged it into the host of the Trojans, but Ajax Telamon came forth, and put his broad shield before it, as a lion stands before its cubs when the hunters meet it in the woods, drawing down over its eyes its shaggy brows. And all the while the battle raged about the dead Patroclus. At last Ajax said to Menelaus, now these two had borne themselves more bravely in the fight than all others, see if thou canst find Antilochus, Nestor's son, that he may carry the tidings to Achilles, how that Patroclus is dead. So Menelaus went and found Antilochus on the left of the battle, and said to him, I have ill news for thee. Thou seest that the men of Troy have the victory today, and also Patroclus lies dead. Run therefore to Achilles, and tell him, if haply he may save the body. But as for the arms, Hector has them already. Sore dismayed was Antilochus to hear such tidings, and his eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked. Yet did he give heed to the words of Menelaus, and ran to tell Achilles of what had chanced. Antilochus came near to Achilles, who indeed, seeing that the Greeks fled and the men of Troy pursued, was already sore afraid. And he said, weeping as he spake, I bring ill news. Patroclus lies low. The Greeks fight for his body, but Hector has his arms. Then Achilles took of the dust of the plain in his hands, and poured it on his head, and lay at his length upon the ground, and tore his hair. And all the women wailed, and Antilochus sat weeping. But ever he held the hands of Achilles, lest he should slay himself in his great grief. Then came his mother, hearing his cry, from where she sat in the depths of the sea, and laid her hand on him, and said, Why weepest thou, my son? Hide not the matter from me, but tell me. And Achilles answered, All that Jupiter promised thee for me he hath fulfilled, but what profit have I? For lo, my friend Patroclus is dead, and Hector has the arms which I gave him to wear. And as for me, I care not to live, except I can avenge me upon him. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3. Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Death of Hector by Alfred J. Church. Priam stood on a tower of the wall and saw the people flying before the attacks of Achilles. So he hastened down to the gates and said to the keepers, Keep the wicket gates open, that the people may enter in. So the keepers held the gates open, and the people hastened in, wearied with toil and thirst, and covered with dust. And Achilles followed close upon them. At that hour the Greeks would have taken the city of Troy, but that Apollo saved it, by putting courage into the heart of Antenor's son Agenor, and by standing by him that he should not be slain. Agenor stood thinking within himself, Shall I flee with these others? Achilles will take me and slay me, and I shall die as a coward dies. What if I stand to meet him before the gates? He too is a mortal man, and his flesh may be pierced by the spear. When Achilles came near, he cast his spear, striking the leg below the knee. But the armour was so strong, it turned off the spear. But when Achilles would have slain him, lo, Apollo lifted him up and set him within the city, and that the men of Troy might have space to enter, he took upon him Agenor's shape. The false Agenor fled, and Achilles pursued him. In the meanwhile the men of Troy flocked into the city without stopping to ask who was safe and who was dead. Only Hector remained outside the walls, standing in front of the great Scaean gates. But all the while Achilles was fiercely pursuing the false Agenor, till at last Apollo turned and spake to him. "Why dost thou pursue me, swift-footed Achilles? Hast thou not yet found out that I am a god, and that all thy fury is in vain? All the sons of Troy are safe in their city, and thou art here, far out of the way, seeking to slay me who cannot die." In great wrath, Achilles answered him, "Thou hast done me wrong in so drawing me away from the wall, great archer, most mischief-loving of all the gods. Had it not been for this, many a Trojan more had bitten the ground. Thou hast robbed me of great glory and saved thy favourites. Oh, that I had the power to take vengeance on thee! Thou hadst paid dearly for thy cheat." Then he turned and rushed towards the city, swift as a racehorse whirls a chariot across the plain. Old Priam spied him from the walls, with his glittering armour, bright as that brightest of the stars. Men call it Orion's dog, which shines at vintage time, a baleful light, bringing the fevers of autumn to men. And the old man groaned aloud when he saw him, and stretching out his hands, cried to his son Hector, where he stood before the gates, eager to do battle with this dread warrior. "Wait not for this man, dear son, wait not for him, lest thou die beneath his hand, for indeed he is stronger than thou. Wretch that he is, I would that the gods bear such love to him as I bear. Right soon would the dogs and vultures eat him. Of many brave sons has he bereaved me. 2 I miss today, Polydorus and Lycaon. May be they are yet alive in the host of the Greeks, and I shall buy them back with gold, of which I have yet great store in my house. And if they are dead, sore grief will it be to me and to the mother who bare them. But little will care the other sons of Troy, so that thou fall not beneath the hand of Achilles. Come within the walls, dear child. Come to save the sons and daughters of Troy. Come in pity for me, thy father, for whom in my old age an evil fate is in store, to see sons slain with the sword, and daughters carried into captivity, and babes dashed upon the ground. Ay, and last of all, the dogs which I have reared in my palace will devour me as I lie on the threshold of my home. That a young man should fall in battle and suffer such lot as happens to the slain, this is to be borne. But that such dishonour should be done to the white hair and white beard of the old, mortal eyes can see no fouler sight than this." Thus old Priam spake, but could not turn the heart of his son. And from the wall on the other side of the gate his mother called to him, weeping sore, and said, "Pity me, my son. Think of how in the old days I stilled thy cries. Come within the walls, wait not for this man, nor stand in battle against him. If he slay thee, neither I nor thy wife shall pay thee the least honours of the dead, but far away by the ships of the Greeks the dogs and vultures will devour thee." So father and mother besought their son, but all in vain. He was still minded to abide the coming of Achilles. Just as in the mountains a great snake at its hole abides the coming of a man, fierce glare its eyes, and it coils its tail, so Hector waited for Achilles, and as he waited he thought thus within himself, "Woe is me if I go within the walls. Polydamas will be the first to reproach me, for he advised me to bring back the sons of Troy to the city before the night when Achilles roused himself to war, but I would not listen to him. Would that I had. It had been much better for us. But now I have destroyed the people by my folly. I fear the sons and daughters of Troy what they may say. I fear lest some coward reproach me. Hector trusted in his strength, and lo, he has destroyed the people. Better were it for me either to slay Achilles or to fall by his hand with honour here before the walls. Or stay, Shall I put down my shield, and lay aside my helmet, and lean my spear against the wall, and go to meet the great Achilles, and promise that we will give back the fair Helen, and all the wealth that Paris carried off with her? Ay, and render up all the wealth that there is in the city, that the Greeks may divide it among themselves, binding the sons of Troy with an oath that they keep nothing back. But this is idle talk. He will have no shame or pity, but will slay me while I stand without arms or armour before him. It is not for us to talk as a youth and a maiden talk together. It is better to meet in arms, and see whether the ruler of Olympus will give victory to him or to me. Thus he thought in his heart. Achilles came near, brandishing over his right shoulder the great Pelian spear, and the flash of his arms was as the flame of fire, or as the rising sun. And Hector trembled when he saw him, nor dared to abide his coming. Fast he fled from the gates, and fast Achilles pursued him, as a hawk, fastest of all the birds of air, pursues a dove upon the mountains. Past the watchtower they ran, past the wind-blown fig tree, along the wagon road which went about the walls, and they came to the fair-flowing fountain, where from 2 springs rises the stream of eddying Scamander. Hot is one spring, and a steam ever goes up from it, as from a burning fire. And cold is the other, cold even in the summer heats, as hail or snow or ice. There are fair basins of stone where the wives and fair daughters of Troy were wont to wash their garments, but that was in the old days of peace, before the Greeks came to the land. Past the springs they ran, one flying, the other pursuing. Brave was he that fled, braver he that pursued. It was no sheep for sacrifice, or shield of ox-hide for which they ran, but for the life of Hector, the tamer of horses. Thrice they ran round the city, and all the gods looked on. And Jupiter said, "This is a piteous sight that I behold. My heart is grieved for Hector, Hector who has ever worshipped me with sacrifice, sometimes on the heights of Ida, and sometimes in the citadel of Troy. And now the great Achilles is pursuing him round the city of Priam. Come, ye gods, let us take counsel together. Shall we save him from death, or let him fall beneath the hand of Achilles?" Then Minerva said, "What is this that thou sayest, great sire? To rescue a man whom fate has appointed to die? Do it if it be thy will, but we, the other gods, approve it not." Jupiter answered her, "My heart is unwilling, yet I would do thee pleasure, be it as thou wilt." Then Minerva came down in haste from the top of Olympus, and still Hector fled and Achilles pursued, just as a dog pursues a fawn upon the hills. And ever Hector made for the gates, to get shelter beneath the towers, if haply those that stood upon them might defend him with their spears. And ever Achilles would get before him, and drive him towards the plain. So they ran, one making for the city, and the other driving him to the plain. Just as in a dream, when one seems to fly, and another seems to pursue, and the one cannot escape, and the other cannot overtake, so these two ran together. But as for Hector, Apollo even yet helped him, and gave him strength and nimble knees, else could he not have held out against Achilles, who was swiftest of foot among the sons of men. Now Achilles had beckoned to the Greeks that no man should throw his spear at Hector, lest perchance he should be robbed of his glory. And when the two came in their running for the 4th time to the springs of Scamander, Jupiter held out the great balance of doom, and in one scale he put the fate of Achilles, and in the other the fate of Hector, and lo, the scale of Hector sank down to the realms of death, and Apollo left him. Then Minerva lighted down from the air close to Achilles, and said, "This, great Achilles, is our day of glory, for we shall slay Hector, mighty warrior though he be, for it is his doom to die, and Apollo shall not save him. But stand thou still and take breath, and I will give this man heart to meet thee in battle." So Achilles stood, leaning upon his spear, and Minerva took the shape of Deiphobus, and came near to Hector and said, Achilles presses thee hard, my brother, pursuing thee thus round the city of Priam. Come, let us make a stand and encounter him. Then Hector answered him, Deiphobus, I always loved thee best of all my brothers, but now I love thee yet more, for that thou alone, while all others remained within, hast ventured forth to stand by my side. But the false Deiphobus said, Much did father and mother and all my comrades beseech me to remain, but my heart was sore troubled for thee, and I could not stay. Let us stand and fight this man, not stinting our spears, and see whether he shall carry our spoil to the ships, or we shall slay him here. Then the two chiefs came near to each other, and Hector with a waving plume spake first and said, Thrice, great Achilles, hast thou pursued me round the walls of Troy, and I dared not stand up against thee. But now I fear thee no more. Only let us make this covenant between us. If Jupiter give me the victory, I will do no dishonour to thy body. Thy arms and armour will I take, and give back thy body to the Greeks. And do thou promise to do likewise. But Achilles scowled at him and said, Hector, talk not of covenants to me. Men and lions make no oaths between each other, neither is there any agreement between wolves and sheep. So there shall be no covenant between me and thee. One of us two shall fall, and now is the time for thee to show thyself a warrior. For of a truth Minerva will slay thee by my spear, and thou shalt pay the penalty for all my comrades whom thou hast slain. Then he threw the mighty spear, but Hector saw it coming and avoided it, crouching on the ground, so that the mighty spear flew above his head and fixed itself in the earth. But Minerva snatched it from the ground and gave it back to Achilles, Hector not perceiving. Then Hector spake to Achilles, Thou hast missed thy aim, great Achilles. It was no word of Jupiter that thou spakest, prophesying my doom. But thou soughtest to cheat me, terrifying me by thy words. Thou shalt not drive thy steel into my back, but here into my breast, if the gods will it so. But now look out for my spear. Would it might bury itself in thy flesh. The battle would be easier for the men of Troy were thou only out of the way. And as he spake, he threw his long-shafted spear. True aim he took, for the spear struck the very middle of Achilles' shield. It struck, but pierced it not, but bounded far away, for the shield was not of mortal make. And Hector stood dismayed, for he had not another spear. And when he called to Deiphobus that he should give him another, lo, Deiphobus was gone. Then Hector knew that his end was come, and he said to himself, Now have the gods called me to my doom. I thought that Deiphobus was near, but he is within the walls, and the help which he promised me was but a cheat with which Minerva cheated me. Jupiter and Apollo are with me no more. But if I must die, let me at least die in such a deed as men of after time may hear of. So he spake, and drew the mighty sword that hung by his side. Then, as an eagle rushes through the clouds to pounce on a hare or a lamb, rushed on the great Achilles. But he dealt never a blow, for Achilles charged to meet him, his shield before his breast, his helmet bent forward as he ran, with the long plumes streaming behind, and the gleam of his spear-point was as the gleam of the evening star, which is the fairest of all the stars in heaven. One moment he thought where he should drive it home, for the armour which Hector had won from Patroclus guarded him well. But one spot there was, where by the collarbone the neck joins the shoulder, and nowhere is the stroke of sword or spear more deadly. There he drove in the spear, and the point stood out behind the neck, and Hector fell in the dust. Then Achilles cried aloud, Hector, thou thoughtest in the day when thou didst spoil Patroclus of his arms that thou wouldst be safe from vengeance, taking forsooth no account of me, and lo, thou art fallen before me. But Hector, growing faint, spake to him, Take the ransom, gold and bronze, that my father and mother shall pay thee, and let the sons and daughters of Troy give me burial rites." But Achilles scowled at him and cried, "Dog, seek not to entreat me. No ransom, though it were 10 times told, should buy thee back. No, not though Priam should offer thy weight in gold." Then Hector, who was now at the point to die, spake to him, "I know thee well, what manner of man thou art, that the heart in thy breast is iron only. Only beware lest some vengeance from the gods come upon thee in the day when Paris and Apollo shall slay thee, for all thy valour, by the Scaean gates." So speaking, he died. But Achilles said, "Die, hound! But my fate I meet when Jupiter and the other gods decree." The Greeks came about the dead man, marvelling at his stature and beauty, and one would say to another, "Surely this Hector is less dreadful now than in the day when he would burn our ships with fire." Then Achilles devised a ruthless thing in his heart. He bound the body with thongs of oxhide to the chariot, letting the head drag behind, and thus he dragged Hector to the ships. Priam saw him from the walls, and scarce could his sons keep him back, but that he should go forth and beg the body of his dear son from him who had slain him. And Hecuba his mother also bewailed him. But his wife Andromache knew not as yet of what had befallen him, for she sat in her dwelling wearing a great purple mantle broidered with flowers, and she bade her maidens make ready a bath for Hector when he should come back from the battle, nor knew that he should never need it more. But the voice of wailing from the town came to her, and she rose up hastily in great fear, and dropped the shuttle from her hand, and called to her maidens, "Come with me, ye maidens, that I may see what has befallen, for I heard the voice of Queen Hecuba, and I fear me much that some evil has come to the children of Priam. For it may be that Achilles has run between Hector and the city, and is pursuing him to the plain. For never will Hector abide with the army, but will fight in the front, so bold is he." Then she hasted through the city as if she were mad, and when she came to the wall she stood and looked, and lo, the horses of Achilles were dragging Hector to the ships. Then did darkness come on her, and she fell back fainting, and from her fair head dropped the net and the wreath and the diadem which golden Venus gave her on the day when Hector of the waving plume took her from the house of Aetion to be his wife. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Ransoming of Hector by Alfred J. Church. After a while, at the bidding of Jupiter, Thetis went to Achilles and found him weeping softly for his dead friend, for the strength of his sorrow was now spent, and she said to him, "It is the will of the gods that thou give up the body of Hector and take in exchange the ransom of gold and precious things which his father will give thee for him." And her son answered, "Be it so, if the gods will have it." Then Jupiter sent Iris, who was his messenger, to King Priam, where he sat with his face wrapped in his mantle, and his sons weeping about him, and his daughters wailing through the chambers of his palace. Then Iris spake, "Be of good cheer, Priam. Jupiter has sent me to thee. Go, taking with thee such gifts as may best please the heart of Achilles, and bring back the body of thy dear son Hector. Go without fear of death or harm, and go alone. Only let an aged herald be with thee, to help thee when thou bringest back the body of the dead." Then Priam rose with joy, and bade his sons bring forth his chariot. But first he went to his chamber, and called to Hecuba his wife, and told her of his purpose, nor heeded when she sought to turn him from it, but said, "Seek not to hold me back, nor be a bird of evil omen in my house. If any prophet or seer had bidden me do this thing, I should have held it a deceit. But now have I heard the very voice of the messenger of Jupiter, wherefore I shall go, and if I die, what care I? Let Achilles slay me, so that I embrace once more the body of my son." Then he bade them put into a wagon shawls and mantles that had never been washed, and rugs and cloaks and tunics, 12 of each, and 10 talents of gold, and 2 bright 3-footed cauldrons, and 4 basins, and a cup of great beauty which the Thracians had given him. The old man spared nothing that he had, if only he might buy back his son. None of the Trojans would he suffer to come near him. "Begone," he cried, "ye cowards! Have ye nothing to wail for at home, that ye come to wail with me? Surely an easy prey will ye be to the Greeks, now that Hector is dead." Then he cried with like angry words to his sons Paris and Agathon and Deiphobus and the others. There were 9 of them in all. "Make haste, ye evil brood! Would that ye all had died instead of Hector. Surely an ill-fated father am I. Many a brave son I had, as Mestor and Troilus, and Hector, who was fairer than any of the sons of men. But all these are gone, and only the cowards are left, masters of lying words, and skilful in the dance, and mighty to drink wine. But go, yoke the mules to the wagon." So they yoked the mules to the wagon, but the horses for his chariot Priam with the herald yoked himself. Then Hecuba came near, and bade a woman-servant come and pour water on his hands. And when she had poured, King Priam took a great cup from the hands of his wife, and made a libation to Jupiter, and prayed, "Hear me, Father Jupiter, and grant that Achilles may pity me. And do thou send me now a lucky sign, that I may go with a good heart to the ships of the Greeks." And Jupiter heard him, and sent an eagle, a mighty bird, whose wings spread out on either side as wide as is the door of some spacious chamber in a rich man's house. On his right hand it flew high above the city, and all rejoiced when they saw the sign. Then the old man mounted his chariot in haste, and drove forth from the palace. Before him the mules drew the 4-wheeled wagon, and these the herald Æneas guided. But his chariot the old king drove himself, and all his kinsfolk went with him, weeping as for one who was going to his death. But when they came down from the city to the plain, Priam and the herald went towards the ships of the Greeks, but all the others returned to Troy. Jupiter saw him depart, and said to Mercury, "Mercury, go, guide King Priam to the ships of the Greeks, so that no man see him before he comes to the tents of Achilles." Then Mercury fastened on his feet the fair sandals of gold with which he flies, fast as the wind, over sea and land, and in his hand he took the rod with which he opens and closes, as he wills, the eyes of men. And he flew down and lighted on the plain of Troy, taking on him the likeness of a fair youth. When they had driven past the great tomb of Ilus, they stopped the horses and the mules to let them drink of the river, and darkness came over the land. And then the herald spied Mercury and said, "Consider, my lord, what we shall do. I see a man, and I am sore afraid lest he slay us. Shall we flee on the chariot, or shall we go near and entreat him that he may have pity upon us?" Then the old man was sore troubled, and his hair stood up with fear. But Mercury came near and took him by the hand, and said, "Whither goest thou, old man, with thy horses and mules through the darkness? Hast thou no fear of these fierce Greeks who are close at hand? If anyone should see thee with all this wealth, what then? And thou art not young, nor is thy attendant young, that ye should defend yourselves against an enemy. But I will not harm thee, nor suffer any other, for thou art like my own dear father." "It is well, my son," said the old man. "Surely one of the blessed gods is with me in causing me to meet such a one as thou, so fair and so wise. Happy the parents of such a son." And Mercury said, "Come, tell me true, old man. Are you sending away all these treasures, that they may be kept safe for you far away? Or are all the men of Troy leaving the city, seeing now that Hector, who was their bravest warrior, is dead?" Then Priam answered, Who art thou, my son, and what thy race, that thou speakest so truly about my hapless son? Often, said Mercury, have I seen Hector in the battle, both at other times, and when he drove the Greeks before him at the ships. We indeed stood and watched, and marvelled at him, for Achilles would not suffer us to fight, being angry with King Agamemnon. Now I am a follower of Achilles, coming from Greece in the same ship with him. One of the Myrmidons I am, son of Polyctor, an old man such as thou art. 6 other sons he has, and when we drew lots who should come to the war, it fell to me. But know that, with the morning, the Greeks will set their battle in array against the city, for they are weary of their sojourn, and the kings cannot keep them back. Then said Priam, If thou art an attendant of Achilles, tell me true, is my son yet by the ships, or have the dogs devoured him? And Mercury answered, Nor dogs nor vultures have devoured him, still he lies by the ships of Achilles, and though this is the 12th day since he was slain, no decay has touched him. Nay, though Achilles drags him round the tomb of his dear Patroclus, yet even so does no unseemliness come to him. All fresh he lies, and the blood is washed from him, and all his wounds are closed, and many spear points pierced him. The blessed gods love him well, dead man though he be. This King Priam was well pleased to hear. It is well, he said, for a man to honour the gods, for indeed, as my son never forgot the dwellers on Olympus, so have they not forgotten him, even in death. But do thou take this fair cup, and do kindness to him, and lead me to the tent of Achilles. Nay, answered Mercury, thou speakest this in vain. No gift would I take from thy hand unknown to Achilles, for I honour him much, and fear to rob him, lest some evil happen to me afterwards. But thee I will guide to Argos itself, if thou wilt, whether by land or sea, and no one shall blame my guiding. Then he leapt into the chariot of the king, and caught the reins in his hand, and gave the horses and the mules a strength that was not their own. And when they came to the ditch and the trench that guarded the ships, lo, the guards were busy with their meals. But Mercury made sleep descend upon them, and opened the gates, and brought in Priam with his treasures. And when they came to the tent of Achilles, Mercury lighted down from the chariot, and said, Lo, I am Mercury, whom my father Jupiter hath sent to be thy guide. And now I shall depart, for I would not that Achilles should see me. But go thou in, and clasp his knees, and beseech him by his father and his mother and his child. So shalt thou move his heart with pity. So Mercury departed to Olympus, and King Priam leapt down from the chariot, leaving the herald to care for the horses and the mules, and went to the tent. There he found Achilles sitting. His comrades sat apart, but 2 waited on him, for he had but newly ended his meal, and the table was yet at his hand. But no man saw King Priam till he was close to Achilles, and he caught his knees and kissed his hands, the dreadful murderous hands that had slain so many of his sons. As a man who slays another by mishap flies to some stranger land, to some rich man's home, and all wonder to see him, so Achilles wondered to see King Priam, and his comrades wondered, looking one at another. Then King Priam spake, Think of thy father, godlike Achilles, and pity me. He is old as I am, and it may be his neighbours trouble him, seeing that he has no defender. Yet so long as he knows that thou art alive, it is well with him, for every day he hopes to see his dear son returned from Troy. But as for me, I am altogether wretched. Many a valiant son I had, 19 born to me of one mother, and most of them are dead, and he that was the best of all, who kept our city safe, has been slain by thee. He it is whom I have come to ransom. Have pity on him and on me, thinking of thy father. Never surely was lot so sad as this, to kiss the hands that slew a son. The words so stirred the heart of Achilles that he wept, thinking now of Patroclus, and now of his old father at home, and Priam wept, thinking of his dead Hector. But at last Achilles stood up from his seat and raised King Priam, having pity on his white hair and his white beard, and spake, "How didst thou dare to come to the ships of the Greeks, to the man who slew thy sons? Surely thou must have a heart of iron. But sit thou down. Let our sorrows rest in our hearts, for there is no profit in lamentation. It is the will of the gods that men should suffer woe, but they are themselves free from care. 2 chests are set by the side of Father Jupiter, one of good and one of evil gifts, and he mixes the lot of men, taking out of both. Many noble gifts did the gods give to King Peleus, my father, wealth and bliss beyond that of other men, and kingship over the Myrmidons. Aye, and they gave him a goddess to be his wife. But they gave also this evil, that he had no stock of stalwart children in his house, but one son only. And I cannot help him at all in his old age, for I tarry here far away in Troy. Thou too, old man, hadst wealth and power of old, and lordship over all that lies between Lesbos and Phrygia, and the stream of Hellespont. And to thee the gods have given this ill, that there is ever battle and slaughter about thy city walls. But as for thy son, wail not for him, for thou canst not raise him up." But Priam answered, "Make me not to sit, great Achilles, while Hector lies unhonoured. Let me ransom him, and look upon him with my eyes, and do thou take the gifts, and the gods grant thee to return safe to thy fatherland." But Achilles frowned and said, "Vex me not. I am minded myself to give thee back thy Hector. My mother came from the sea, bearing the bidding of Jupiter, and thou, methinks, hast not come hither without some guidance from the gods. But trouble me no more, lest I do thee some hurt." And King Priam feared and held his peace. Then Achilles hastened from his tent, and 2 comrades with him. First they loosed the horses from the chariot and the mules from the wagon. Then they brought in the herald Æneas, and took the gifts. Only they left of them 2 cloaks and a tunic, wherein they might wrap the dead. And Achilles bade the women wash and anoint the body, but away from the tent, lest perchance Priam should see his son and cry aloud, and so awaken the fury in his heart. But when it was washed and anointed, Achilles himself lifted it in his arms, and put it on the litter, and his comrades lifted the litter on the wagon. And when all was finished, Achilles groaned, and cried to his dead friend, saying, "Be not wroth, Patroclus, if thou shouldst hear in the unknown land that I have ransomed Hector to his father. A noble ransom hath he paid me, and of this too thou shalt have thy share." Then he went back to his tent, and set himself down opposite Priam, and spake, "Thy son is ransomed, old man, and tomorrow shalt thou see him, and take him back to Troy. But now let us eat. Did not Niobe eat when she lost her 12 children, 6 daughters and 6 sons, whom Apollo and Diana slew, because she likened herself to the fair Latona? So let us eat, old man. Tomorrow shalt thou weep for Hector. Many tears, I trow, shall be shed for him." So they ate and drank, and when the meal was ended, Achilles sat and marvelled at King Priam's noble look, and King Priam marvelled at Achilles, so strong he was, and fair. Then Priam said, "Let me sleep, great Achilles. I have not slept since my son fell by thy hand. Now I have eaten and drunk, and my eyes are heavy." So the comrades of Achilles made him a bed outside where no one might see him, should it chance that any of the chiefs should come to the tent of Achilles to take counsel, and should espy him, and tell it to King Agamemnon. But before he slept, King Priam said, "If thou art minded to let me bury Hector, let there be a truce between my people and the Greeks. For 9 days let us mourn for Hector, and on the 10th will we bury him and feast the people, and on the 11th raise a great tomb above him, and on the 12th we will fight again if fight we must." And Achilles answered, "Be it so, I will stay the war for so long." But while Priam slept, there came to him Mercury, the messenger of Jupiter, and said, "Sleepest thou, Priam, among thy foes? Achilles has taken ransom for thy Hector, but thy sons that are left would pay thrice as much for thee, should Agamemnon hear that thou wert among the ships." The old man heard and trembled, and roused the herald, and the two yoked the horses and the mules. So they passed through the army, and no man knew. And when they came to the river, Mercury departed to Olympus, and the morning shone over all the earth. Wailing and weeping, they carried the body to the city. It was Cassandra who first espied them as they came. Her father she saw, and the herald, and then the dead body on the litter, and she cried, "Sons and daughters of Troy, go to meet Hector, if ever ye have met him, with joy, as he came back from the battle." And straightway there was not man or woman left in the city. They met the wagon when it was close to the gates. His wife led the way, and his mother and all the multitude followed. And in truth they would have kept it thus till evening, weeping and wailing. But King Priam spake, "Let us pass. Ye shall have enough of wailing when we have taken him to his home." So they took him to his home, and laid him on his bed. And the minstrels lamented, and the women wailed. Then first of all came Andromache, his wife, and cried, "O my husband, thou hast perished in thy youth, and I am left in widowhood, and our child, thy child and mine, is but an infant. I fear me he will not grow to manhood. Ere that day this city will fall, for thou art gone who wast its defender. Soon will they carry us away, mothers and children, in the ships, and thou, my son, perchance wilt be with us, and serve the stranger in unseemly bondage. Or it may be some Greek will slay thee, seizing thee and dashing thee from the wall. Some Greek whose brother or father or son Hector has slain in the battle. Many a Greek did Hector slay, no gentle hand was his in the fray. Therefore do the people wail for him today. Sore is thy parents' grief, O Hector, but sorest mine. Thou didst stretch no hands of farewell to me from thy bed, nor speak any word of comfort for me to muse on, while I weep night and day. Next spake Hecuba his mother. Dear wast thou, my son, in life to the immortal gods, and dear in death. Achilles dragged thee about the tomb of his dear Patroclus, but could not bring him back. And now thou liest fresh and fair as one whom the god of the silver bow has slain with sudden stroke. And last of all came Helen and cried, Many a year has passed since I came to Troy. Would that I had died before, and never have I heard from thy lips one bitter word. And if ever husband's sister, or sister-in-law, or mother-in-law, for Priam was ever gentle as a father, spake harshly to me, thou wouldst check them with thy grace and gracious words. Therefore I weep for thee, for no one is left to be my friend in all the broad streets of Troy. All shun and hate me now. And all the people wailed reply. Then Priam spake, Go, my people, gather wood for the burial, and fear not any ambush of the Greeks, for Achilles promised that he would stay the war until the 12th day should come. So for 9 days the people gathered much wood, and on the 10th they laid Hector upon the pile, and lit fire beneath it. And when it was burnt, they quenched the embers with wine. Then his brethren and comrades gathered together the white bones, and laid them in a chest of gold, and this they covered with purple robes, and put in a great coffin, and laid upon it stones many and great. And over all they raised a mighty mound. And all the while the watchers watched, lest the Greeks should arise and slay them. Last of all was a great feast held in the palace of King Priam. So they buried Hector, the tamer of horses. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Paton, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Wooden Horse by Grace Bigelow Paton. For 9 long years the Greeks besieged Troy, but for all their plans and manoeuvres the city held out against them. They pillaged and overran the neighbouring towns, but Troy stood fast. Never were brave men pitted against a braver enemy. The lives of many heroes were sacrificed. Hector's, the greatest of the Trojan champions, and the valiant Achilles among them, at whose loss the Greeks almost despaired. Force had failed. Their leader had fallen. They must outwit their enemy. With the aid of Ulysses, they worked out an admirable plan. Down came the tents of the main body of the army. There was clatter and jangle of departure, and the Greeks swept down the slope to the sea and their ships, as though homeward bound. Afloat, they soon sailed out of sight behind a neighbouring island, and came to anchor. The remainder of the army set to work with a will to build a gigantic wooden horse, his sides planked with pine, a huge hollow horse, as full of peak holes as a colander, and with ample room for a band of men to lie hidden within. When it was finished, Ulysses, Menelaus, Pyrrhus, and a company of armed warriors entered the horse by means of a secret door, and the remainder of the Grecian army sailed away. On seeing them depart, the Trojans believed the Greeks had at last lost heart, and with victorious, headlong delight, they burst through the gates and swarmed over the plain into the abandoned camp. Looming down on them stood the great horse. Approaching it first with caution, they soon grew bolder, and youths and maidens joined hands and danced around it. Many urged that it be drawn into the city. Others were afraid and said, "Burn it! Sink it into the sea!" The priest Laocoon begged them to have nothing to do with it. "Are you mad? Have you not learned enough of Grecian fraud to be on your guard against it? For my part, I fear the Greeks even when they offer gifts." With that he threw his great spear at the horse's side, which gave forth a hollow sound. At that moment there was an outcry, as some herdsmen brought before the chiefs a miserable, sullen-looking man, whose hands were bound behind his back. He seemed to be the sole survivor of the Grecian army. With the assurance that his life would be spared if he spoke the truth, he tremblingly told them of his sufferings, that he was Sinon, a Greek, who, because of some grudge of Ulysses, had been condemned to die as a sacrifice to the gods, of his escape, and of his having hidden all night in a weedy lake and until his people were well at sea. All hearts warmed to him. The king ordered his hands unbound and bade him forget the Greeks and be one of us. "But tell me," said the king, "why did you build this great horse?" The treacherous Sinon replied, "That is an offering to Minerva, and made so huge to prevent its being carried into the city, for Calchas the prophet told us that if the Trojans took possession of it, they would surely triumph over the Greeks." Hearing this, the people were overjoyed, and in spite of Laocoon's pleading, began to plan how they might drag the horse into the city. Suddenly a shudder went through the crowd. Out from the surf, tumbling along the beach, appeared 2 immense serpents. Breast to breast, on they came, with heads reared high, hissing jaws and blazing blood-red eyes. Many fled in terror. Some were transfixed and stood with haggard faces as the great creatures swept up to Laocoon and his 2 young sons, enfolded them in their hideous coils, crushed them to death, devoured them, then glided on to the citadel of Minerva and slipped beneath the feet of the goddess. Here was their omen. "The priest Laocoon has been judged according to his deeds," they said, "for he cast his spear against this holy thing, and now the gods have slain him." They at once began making a great opening in the wall. Hoisting levers were adjusted, wheels fastened to the great feet, and after wreathing the horse with green branches and flowers, they began tugging and pushing it over the plain and into the city. The day was given over to merrymaking and feasting. So secure did they feel that the great gates were left unguarded, and that night while they slept deeply, carefree for the first time in 10 years, Sinon the spy unlocked the hidden door of the great horse. Cautiously, Ulysses, Menelaus, and their men crept out, opened the gates of the city, and gave the signal to their army. Silently, the ships drew up and anchored, and an armed multitude poured out into the night. Spears clashed, torches flared, as the Greeks went plunging through the city in a hot frenzy of triumph. King Priam and many of his followers fell by the sword. Houses were ransacked of their jewels, golden bowls taken from the altars. The city was stripped of its treasures and then burned to its foundations. Sinon, with his tale of suffering and false tears, had touched the hearts of the Trojans and accomplished by strategy what 1,000 ships and 10 years' siege had failed to do. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Paton, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Lotus-Eaters by Sir George W. Cox. Among the chiefs of the Greeks who fought before the walls of Troy, there was none who gained for himself a greater glory than Ulysses, the son of Laertes. Brave he was in battle and steadfast in danger, but most of all did the Greeks seek his aid and counsel when great things must be weighed and fixed. In every peril where there was need of the wise heart and the ready tongue, all hastened to Ulysses, and men felt that he did more to throw down the kingdom of Priam than the mightiest chieftains who fought only with sword and spear. Yet in the midst of all his toil and all his great exploits, the heart of Ulysses was far away in rocky Ithaca, where his wife Penelope dwelt with his young son Telemachus. Many a time, as the weary years of the war rolled on, he said within himself, when will the strife be ended, and when shall we spread our sails to the breeze and speed on our way homewards? At last the doom of Paris was accomplished, and the hosts of Agamemnon gave the city of Troy to fire and sword. Then Ulysses hastened to gather his men together, that they might go to their home in Ithaca. And they dragged the ships down to the sea from the trenches where they had so long lain idle. But before they sat down to row the ship out to the deep water, Ulysses spake to them and said, O friends, think now, each one of you, of his home, of his wife, and of his children. 10 times have summer and winter passed over us since we left them with cheerful hearts, thinking that in but a little time we should come back to them, laden with glory and booty. 10 years have they mourned for us at home, and we who set out for Troy in the vigour of our manhood go back now with grey hairs, or bowed down with weary labour. Yet faint not, O friends, neither be dismayed. Think how they wait and long for you still at home, as we go from land to land in our voyage to rocky Ithaca. Let not weariness weigh down your hearts, or things fair and beautiful lead you to seek for rest, till our ships are moored in the haven which we left 10 years ago. With shouts of joy they sat down to their long oars, and when they had rowed the ships out into the open sea, they spread the white sails to the breeze, and watched the alien land as it faded away from their sight in the far distance. For many a day they went towards the land of the setting sun, until a mighty wind from the north drove them to a strange country far out of their course to Ithaca. Fair it was, and peaceful beyond all lands which they had seen. The sun looked down out of the cloudless heaven on fruits and flowers which covered the laughing earth. Far away beyond the lotus plains, the blue hills glimmered in a dreamy haze. The trees bowed their heads in a peaceful slumber, and the lagging waves sank lazily to sleep upon the seashore. The summer breeze breathed its gentle whisper through the air, and the birds sang listlessly of their loves from the waving groves. Then said the men of Ulysses to one another, "Would that our wives and our children were here! Truly Ithaca is but a rough and barren land, and a sore grief it is to leave this happy shore to go home, and there find, if may be, that our children remember us no more." And Ulysses said within himself, "Surely some strange spell is on this fair land. Almost might I long to sit down and sleep on the shore forever. But Penelope waits for me in my home, and I cannot rest till I see her face once more." Then he bade 3 of his men go forth and ask the name of the land and of the men who lived in it. So they went slowly from the beach where the waves sang their lulling song to the sleepy flowers, and they wandered along the winding stream which came from the glimmering hills far away, till deep down in a glen where the sun shed but half its light, they saw men and maidens under the shade of pleasant palm trees. Before them was spread a banquet of rich and rosy fruit, and some were eating, and others lay asleep. The men of Ulysses went up to them and sat down by their side, for they feared them not, as men are wont to fear the people of a strange land. They asked not their name, for they remembered not the bidding of Ulysses, but they drank the dark wine and ate of the rosy fruit which the fair maidens held out to them. "Eat," they said, "O strangers, of the fruit which kills all pain. Surely ye are weary, and your hearts are faint with sorrow, and your eyes are dim as with many tears. Eat of our fruit, and forget your labours, for all who eat of it remember no more weary toil and strife and war." So they ate of the fruit, and then over their senses stole softly a strange and wondrous sleep, so that they saw and heard and spake even while they slumbered. On their ears fell the echo of a dreamy music, and forms of maidens, fair as Venus when she rose from the sea foam, passed before their eyes, and they said one to another, "Here let us sit and feast and dream forever." Long time Ulysses waited on the seashore, and less he marvelled that they came not back, for he felt that over his own heart the strange spell was falling, and he said, "Ah, Penelope, dearer to me than aught else on the wide earth, the gods envy me my love, else they would not seek to beguile me thus in this strange land of dreams and slumber." He rose up as one rises to go forth to battle, and went quickly on the path by which his men had gone before him. Presently he saw them in the deep dell, and the rich fruit of the lotus was in their hand. They called to Ulysses and said, "We have come to the land of the Lotus-Eaters. Sit thou down with us and eat of their fruit, and forget all thy cares forever." But Ulysses answered not, and hastening back he bade the others come with him and bind the 3 men and carry them to the ship. "Heed not the people of the land," he said, "nor touch their rosy fruit. It were a shame for men who have fought at Troy to slumber here like swine fattening for the slaughter." So they hastened and bound the 3 men who sat at the banquet of the Lotus-Eaters, and they heeded not their words as they besought them to taste of the fruit and forget all their misery and trouble. And Ulysses hurried them back to the shore, and made them drag down the ships into the sea and sit down to their long oars. "Hasten, friends, hasten," he said, "from this land of dreams. Hither come the Lotus-Eaters, and their soft voices will beguile our hearts if we tarry longer. They will tempt us to taste of their fruit, and then we shall seek no more to go back again to the land of toiling men." The dash of their oars broke the calm of the still air, and roused the waters from their slumber, as they toiled on their weary way. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Ulysses and the Cyclops by Sir George W. Cox. When the blue hills of the Lotus land had faded away in the far distance, the ships of Ulysses went on merrily with a fresh breeze, and the men thought that they would soon come to rocky Ithaca, where their homes were. But Minerva was angry with Ulysses, and she asked Neptune, the lord of the sea, to send a great storm and scatter his ships. So the wind arose, and the waters of the sea began to heave and swell, and the sky was black with clouds and rain. Many days and many nights the storm raged fiercely, and when it was over, Ulysses could only see 4 or 5 of all the ships which had sailed with him from Troy. The ships were drenched with the waves which had broken over them, and the men were wet and cold and tired, and they were glad indeed when they saw an island far away. So they sat down on the benches and took the great oars and rowed the ships towards the shore. And as they came near, they saw that the island was very beautiful, with cliffs and rocks and bays for ships to take shelter from the sea. They rowed into one of these quiet bays, where the water was always calm, and where there was no need to let down an anchor or to tie the ship by ropes to the seashore, for the ship lay there quite still of itself. At the head of the bay a stream of fresh water trickled down from the cliffs, and ran close to the opening of a large cave, and near the cave some willow trees drooped their branches over the stream which ran down towards the sea. So they made haste to go on shore, and when they had landed, they saw fine large plains on which corn might grow, but no one had taken the trouble to sow the seed, and sloping hills for the grapes to ripen on the vines, but none were planted on them. Ulysses marvelled at the people who lived there, because they had no corn and no vines, and he could see no houses, but only sheep and goats feeding on the hillsides. So he took his bows and arrows, and shot many of the goats, and he and his men lay down on the ground, and had a merry meal. When they had finished, they fell asleep, and did not wake up till the morning showed its rosy light in the eastern sky. Then Ulysses said that he would take some of his men and go to see who lived on the island, while the others remained in the ship close to the seashore. So they set out, and at last they came to the mouth of a great cave, where many sheep and goats were penned up in large folds. They could see no one in the cave or anywhere near it, and they waited a long while, but no one came. They lit a fire and made themselves merry as they ate the cheese and drank the milk which was stored up round the sides of the cave. Suddenly they heard a great noise of heavy feet stamping on the ground. They were so frightened that they ran inside the cave and crouched down at the end of it. Nearer and nearer came the Cyclops, and his tread almost made the earth shake. In he came with many dry logs of wood on his back, and in came all the sheep which he milked every evening. But the rams and the goats stayed outside. But if Ulysses and his men were afraid when they saw Polyphemus the Cyclops come in, they were much more afraid when he took up a great stone, which was almost as big as the mouth of the cave, and set it up against it for a door. Then the men whispered to Ulysses and said, "Did we not beg and pray you not to come into the cave? But you would not listen to us. And now, how are we to get out again? Why, 22 wagons would not be able to take away that huge stone from the mouth of the cave." They were shut in now, and there was no use in thinking of their folly for coming in. So there they lay, crouching in the corner of the cave, and trembling with fear lest Polyphemus should see them. But the Cyclops went on milking the sheep. Then he put the milk into the bowls round the sides of the cave, and lit the fire to cook his meal. As the flames shot up from the burning wood to the roof of the cave, it showed him the forms of Ulysses and his companions, where they lay huddled together in the corner. He cried out to them with a loud voice, "Who are you that dare to come into the cave of Polyphemus? Are you come to rob me of my sheep, or my cheese and milk that I keep here?" Then Ulysses said, "No, we are not come to do you any harm. We are Greeks who have been fighting at Troy to bring back Helen, whom Paris stole away from Sparta. And we went there with the great king Agamemnon, whom everybody knows. We are on our way home to Ithaca, but Neptune sent a great storm because Minerva was angry with me, and almost all our ships have been sunk in the sea or broken to pieces on the rocks." When he had finished speaking, Polyphemus frowned savagely and said, "I know nothing of Agamemnon or Paris or Helen." And he seized 2 of the men and broke their heads against the stones and cooked them for his dinner. That day Polyphemus ate a huge meal and drank several bowls full of milk, and after that he fell fast asleep. As he lay there snoring in his heavy sleep, Ulysses thought how easy it would be to plunge the sword into his breast and kill him. He was just going to do it when he thought of the great stone which Polyphemus had placed at the mouth of the cave, and he knew that if Polyphemus were killed, no one else could move away the stone, and so they would all die shut up in that dismal place. So the hours of the night went wearily on. Neither Ulysses nor his friends could sleep, for they thought of the men whom Polyphemus had eaten, and how they would very likely be eaten up themselves. At last they could tell from the dim light which came in between the top of the stone and the roof of the cave that the morning was come. Soon Polyphemus awoke and milked all the sheep again. When he had done this, he went to the end of the cave and took up 2 more men and killed and ate them. Then he took down the great stone from the mouth of the cave and drove all the cattle out to graze on the soft grass on the hills. And Ulysses began to hope that they might be able to get away before Polyphemus came back. But the Cyclops was not so silly as to let them go. For as soon as the cattle were gone out, he took up the huge stone again as easily as if it had been a pebble, and put it up against the mouth of the cave. And there were Ulysses and his friends shut up again as fast as ever. Then Ulysses began to think more and more how they were to get away, for if they stayed there, they would soon be all killed, if Polyphemus went on eating 4 of them every day. At last, near the sheepfold, he saw a club which Polyphemus was going to use as a walking stick. It was the whole trunk of an olive tree, fresh and green, for he had only just cut it and left it to dry, that he might carry it about when it was fit for use. There it lay like the mast of a ship, which 20 men could hardly have lifted. Ulysses cut off a bit from the end, as much as a man could carry, and told the men to bring it to a very sharp point. And when they had done this, he hardened it in the fire, and then hid it away till Polyphemus should come home. By and by, when the sun was sinking, they heard the terrible tramp of his feet, and felt the earth shake beneath his tread. The great stone was taken away from the mouth of the cave, and in he came, driving the sheep and goats, and the rams also, before him, for this time he let nothing stay outside. He milked the sheep and the goats, as he had done the day before, and then killed 2 more men, and began to eat them for his supper. Then Ulysses went towards him with a bottle full of wine, and said, "Drink this wine, Polyphemus. It will make your supper taste much nicer. I have brought it to you because I want you to do me some kindness in return." So the Cyclops stretched out his hand to take the wine, and he drank it off greedily and asked for more. "Give me more of this honey-sweet wine," he said. "Surely no grapes on this earth could ever give such wine as this. Tell me your name, for I should like to do you a kindness for giving me such wine as this." Then Ulysses said, "O Cyclops, I hope you will not forget to give me what you have promised. My name is Nobody." And Polyphemus said, "Very well. I shall eat up Nobody last of all, when I have eaten up all his companions, and this is the kindness which I mean to do for him." By this time he was so stupid with all he had been eating and drinking that he could say no more, but fell on his back fast asleep, and his heavy snoring sounded through the whole of the cave. Then Ulysses cried to his friends, "Now is the time! Come and help me, and we will punish this Cyclops for all that he has done." So he took the piece of the olive tree which had been made sharp, and put it into the fire, till it almost burst into a flame. And he and 2 of his men went and stood over Polyphemus, and pushed the burning wood into his great eye, as hard and as far down as they could. It was a terrible sight to see, but the Cyclops was so stupid and heavy in sleep that at first he could scarcely stir. Presently he gave a great groan, so that Ulysses and his people started back in a fright, and crouched down at the end of the cave. And then the Cyclops put out his hand, drew the burning wood from his eye, and threw it from him in a rage, and roared out for help to his friends who lived on the hills round about. His roar was as deep and loud as the roar of 20 lions. And the other Cyclops wondered when they heard him shouting out so loud, and they said, "What can be the matter with Polyphemus? We never heard him make such a noise before. Let us go and see if he wants any help." So they went to the cave and stood outside the great stone which shut it in, listening to his terrible bellowings. And when they did not stop, they shouted to him and asked him what was the matter. "Why have you waked us up in the middle of the night with all this noise when we were sleeping comfortably? Is anyone taking away your sheep and goats, or killing you by craft and force?" And Polyphemus said, "Nobody, my friends, is killing me by craft and force." When the others heard this, they were angry and said, "Well then, if nobody is killing you, why do you roar so? If you are ill, you must bear it as best you can, and ask our father Neptune to make you well again." And then they walked off to their beds, and left Polyphemus to make as much noise as he pleased. It was of no use that he went on shouting. No one came to him any more, and Ulysses laughed because he had tricked him so cunningly by calling himself nobody. Polyphemus got up at last, moaning and groaning with the dreadful pain, and groped his way with his hands against the sides of the cave until he came to the door. Then he took down the great stone and sat with his arms stretched out wide, and he said to himself, "Now I shall be sure to catch them, for no one can get out without passing me." But Ulysses was too clever for him yet, for he went quietly and fastened the great rams of Polyphemus together with long bands of willow. He tied them together by threes, and under the stomach of the middle one he tied one of his men, until he had fastened them all up safely. Then he went and caught hold of the largest ram of all, and clung on with his hands to the thick wool underneath his stomach. And so they waited in a great fright, lest after all the giant might catch and kill them. At last the pale light of the morning came into the eastern sky, and very soon the sheep and the goats began to go out of the cave. Polyphemus passed his hands over the backs of all the sheep as they went by, but he did not feel the willow bands, because their wool was long and thick, and he never thought that anyone would be tied up underneath their stomachs. Last of all came the great ram to which Ulysses was clinging. When Polyphemus passed his hand over his back, he stroked him gently and said, "Is there something the matter with you too, as there is with your master? You were always the first to go out of the cave, and now today, for the first time, you are the last. I am sure that horrible nobody is at the bottom of all this. Ah, old ram, perhaps it is that you are sorry for your master, whose eye nobody has put out. I wish you could speak like a man and tell me where he is. If I could but catch him, I would take care that he never got away again, and then I should have some comfort for all the evil which nobody has done me." So he sent the ram on, and when he had gone a little way from the cave, Ulysses got up from under the ram, and went and untied all his friends, and very glad they were to be free once more, although they could not help grieving when they thought of the men whom Polyphemus had killed. But Ulysses told them to make haste and drive as many of the sheep and goats as they could to the ships. So they drove them down to the shore and hurried them into the ships and began to row away, and soon they would have been out of the reach of the Cyclops if Ulysses could only have held his tongue. He was so angry himself that he thought he would like to make Polyphemus still more angry. So he shouted to him, "Cruel Cyclops, did you think that you would not be punished for eating up my friends? Is this the way in which you receive strangers who have been tossed about by many storms upon the sea?" Then Polyphemus was more furious than ever, and he broke off a great rock from the mountain and hurled it at Ulysses. On it came whizzing through the air and fell just in front of his ship, and the water was dashed up all over it, and there was a great heaving of the sea, which almost carried them back to the land. They began to row again with all their might, but still, when they had got about twice as far as they were before, Ulysses could not help shouting out a few more words to Polyphemus. So he said, "If anyone asks you how you lost your eye, remember, mighty Cyclops, to say that you were made blind by Ulysses, the plunderer of cities, the son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca." Terrible indeed was the fury of Polyphemus when he heard this, and he said, "Now I remember how the wise Telemus used to tell me that a man would come here named Ulysses, who would put my eye out. But I thought he would have been some great strong man, almost as big as myself, and this is a miserable little wretch, whom I could almost hold in my hand if I caught him. But stay, and I will show you how I thank you for your kindness, and I will ask my father Neptune to send you a pleasant storm to toss you about upon the dark sea." Then Polyphemus took up a bigger rock than ever and hurled it high into the air with all his might, but this time it fell just behind the ship of Ulysses. Up rose the water and drenched Ulysses and all his people, and almost sank the ship under the sea. But it only sent them further out of the reach of the Cyclops, and though he hurled more rocks after them, they now fell far behind in the sea, and did them no harm. Even when they had rowed a long way, they could still see Polyphemus standing on the high cliff and shaking his hands at them in rage and pain. But no one came to help him for all his shouting, because he had told his friends that nobody was doing him harm. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Circe's Palace by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Part 1. At one time in the course of his weary voyage, Ulysses arrived at an island that looked very green and pleasant, but the name of which was unknown to him. For only a little while before he came thither, he had met with a terrible hurricane, or rather a great many hurricanes at once, which drove his fleet of vessels into a strange part of the sea where neither himself nor any of his mariners had ever sailed. This misfortune was entirely owing to the foolish curiosity of his shipmates, who, while Ulysses lay asleep, had untied some very bulky leathern bags in which they supposed a valuable treasure to be concealed. But in each of these stout bags, King Aeolus, the ruler of the winds, had tied up a tempest and had given it to Ulysses to keep, in order that he might be sure of a favourable passage homeward to Ithaca. And when the strings were loosened, forth rushed the whistling blasts, like air out of a blown bladder, whitening the sea with foam and scattering the vessels nobody could tell whither. Immediately after escaping from this peril, a still greater one had befallen him. Scudding before the hurricane, he reached a place which, as he afterwards found, was called Listrigonia, where some monstrous giants had eaten up many of his companions, and had sunk every one of his vessels, except that in which he himself sailed, by flinging great masses of rock at them from the cliffs along the shore. After going through such troubles as these, you cannot wonder that King Ulysses was glad to moor his tempest-beaten bark in a quiet cove off the green island which I began with telling you about. But he had encountered so many dangers, from giants and one-eyed Cyclops, and monsters of the sea and land, that he could not help dreading some mischief even in this pleasant and seemingly solitary spot. For 2 days, therefore, the poor weather-worn voyagers kept quiet, and either stayed on board of their vessel, or merely crept along under the cliffs that bordered the shore. And, to keep themselves alive, they dug shellfish out of the sand, and sought for any little rill of fresh water that might be running towards the sea. Before the 2 days were spent, they grew very weary of this kind of life, for the followers of King Ulysses, as you will find it important to remember, were great eaters, and pretty sure to grumble if they missed their regular meals, and their irregular ones besides. Their stock of provisions was quite exhausted, and even the shellfish began to get scarce, so that they had now to choose between starving to death or venturing into the interior of the island, where perhaps some huge three-headed dragon or other horrible monster had his den. Such misshapen creatures were very numerous in those days, and nobody ever expected to make a voyage or take a journey without running more or less risk of being devoured by them. But King Ulysses was a bold man as well as a prudent one, and on the 3rd morning he determined to discover what sort of a place the island was, and whether it were possible to obtain a supply of food for the hungry mouths of his companions. So taking a spear in his hand, he clambered to the summit of a cliff, and gazed round about him. At a distance, towards the centre of the island, he beheld the stately towers of what seemed to be a palace, built of snow-white marble, rising in the midst of a grove of lofty trees. The thick branches of these trees stretched across the front of the edifice, and more than half concealed it, although from the portion which he saw, Ulysses judged it to be spacious and exceedingly beautiful, and probably the residence of some great nobleman or prince. A blue smoke went curling up from the chimney, and was almost the pleasantest part of the spectacle to Ulysses, for from the abundance of this smoke it was reasonable to conclude that there was a good fire in the kitchen, and that at dinner time a plentiful banquet would be served up to the inhabitants of the palace, and to whatever guests might happen to drop in. With so agreeable a prospect before him, Ulysses fancied that he could not do better than to go straight to the palace gate, and tell the master of it that there was a crew of poor shipwrecked mariners not far off, who had eaten nothing for a day or two, save a few clams and oysters, and would therefore be thankful for a little food. And the prince or nobleman must be a very stingy curmudgeon, to be sure, if at least when his own dinner was over he would not bid them welcome to the broken victuals from the table. Pleasing himself with this idea, King Ulysses had made a few steps in the direction of the palace, when there was a great twittering and chirping from the branch of a neighbouring tree. A moment afterwards a bird came flying towards him and hovered in the air so as almost to brush his face with its wings. It was a very pretty little bird, with purple wings and body, and yellow legs, and a circle of golden feathers round his neck, and on its head a golden tuft, which looked like a king's crown in miniature. Ulysses tried to catch the bird, but it fluttered nimbly out of his reach, still chirping in a piteous tone, as if it could have told a lamentable story had it only been gifted with human language. And when he attempted to drive it away, the bird flew no farther than the bough of the next tree, and again came fluttering about his head with its doleful chirp as soon as he showed a purpose of going forward. "Have you anything to tell me, little bird?" asked Ulysses, and he was ready to listen attentively to whatever the bird might communicate, for at the siege of Troy and elsewhere he had known such odd things to happen, that he would not have considered it much out of the common run had this little feathered creature talked as plainly as himself. "Peep," said the bird, "peep, peep, peep," and nothing else would it say, but only peep, 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 in a melancholy cadence, and over and over and over again. As often as Ulysses moved forward, however, the bird showed the greatest alarm and did its best to drive him back, with the anxious flutter of its purple wings. Its unaccountable behaviour made him conclude at last that the bird knew of some danger that awaited him, and which must needs be very terrible, beyond all question, since it moved even a little fowl to feel compassion for a human being. So he resolved, for the present, to return to the vessel and tell his companions what he had seen. This appeared to satisfy the bird. As soon as Ulysses turned back, it ran up the trunk of a tree and began to pick insects out of the bark with its long, sharp bill. For it was a kind of woodpecker, you must know, and had to get its living in the same manner as other birds of that species. But every little while, as it pecked at the bark of the tree, the purple bird bethought itself of some secret sorrow and repeated its plaintive note of peep, peep, peep. On his way to the shore, Ulysses had the good luck to kill a large stag by thrusting his spear into its back. Taking it on his shoulders, for he was a remarkably strong man, he lugged it along with him and flung it down before his hungry companions. I have already hinted to you what gormandizers some of the comrades of King Ulysses were. From what is related of them, I reckon that their favourite diet was pork, and that they had lived upon it until a good part of their physical substance was swine's flesh, and their tempers and dispositions were very much akin to the hog. A dish of venison, however, was no unacceptable meal to them, especially after feeding so long on oysters and clams. So, beholding the dead stag, they felt of its ribs in a knowing way, and lost no time in kindling a fire of driftwood to cook it. The rest of the day was spent in feasting, and if these enormous eaters got up from table at sunset, it was only because they could not scrape another morsel off the poor animal's bones. The next morning their appetites were as sharp as ever. They looked at Ulysses as if they expected him to clamber up the cliff again and come back with another fat deer upon his shoulders. Instead of setting out, however, he summoned the whole crew together and told them it was in vain to hope that he could get a stag every day for their dinner, and therefore it was advisable to think of some other mode of satisfying their hunger. "Now," said he, "when I was on the cliff yesterday, I discovered that this island is inhabited. At a considerable distance from the shore stood a marble palace, which appeared to be very spacious, and had a great deal of smoke curling out of one of its chimneys." "Aha!" muttered some of his companions, smacking their lips. "That smoke must have come from the kitchen fire. There was a good dinner on the spit, and no doubt there will be as good a one today. But," continued the wise Ulysses, "you must remember, my good friends, our misadventure in the cavern of one-eyed Polyphemus, the Cyclops. Instead of his ordinary milk diet, did he not eat up 2 of our companions for his supper, and a couple more for breakfast, and 2 at his supper again? Methinks I see him yet, the hideous monster, scanning us with that great red eye in the middle of his forehead, to single out the fattest. And then again, only a few days ago did we not fall into the hands of the king of the Lystrigons, and those other horrible giants, his subjects, who devoured a great many more of us than are now left? To tell you the truth, if we go to yonder palace, there can be no question that we shall make our appearance at the dinner table, but whether seated as guests or served up as food is a point to be seriously considered." "Either way," murmured some of the hungriest of the crew, "it will be better than starvation, particularly if one could be sure of being well fattened beforehand and daintily cooked afterwards." "That is a matter of taste," said King Ulysses, "and for my own part, neither the most careful fattening nor the daintiest of cookery would reconcile me to being dished at last. My proposal is therefore that we divide ourselves into 2 equal parties, and ascertain by drawing lots which of the 2 shall go to the palace, and beg for food and assistance. If these can be obtained, all is well. If not, and if the inhabitants prove as inhospitable as Polyphemus or the Lystrigons, then there will but half of us perish, and the remainder may set sail and escape, As nobody objected to this scheme, Ulysses proceeded to count the whole band and found that there were 46 men, including himself. He then numbered off 22 of them and put Eurylochus, who was one of his chief officers and second only to himself in sagacity, at their head. Ulysses took command of the remaining 22 men in person. Then, taking off his helmet, he put 2 shells into it, on one of which was written "Go," and on the other, "Stay." Another person now held the helmet, while Ulysses and Eurylochus took out each a shell, and the word "Go" was found written on that which Eurylochus had drawn. In this manner it was decided that Ulysses and his 22 men were to remain at the seaside until the other party should have found out what sort of treatment they might expect at the mysterious palace. As there was no help for it, Eurylochus immediately set forth at the head of his 22 followers, who went off in a very melancholy state of mind, leaving their friends in hardly better spirits than themselves. No sooner had they clambered up the cliff than they discerned the tall marble towers of the palace, ascending, as white as snow, out of the lovely green shadow of the trees which surrounded it. A gush of smoke came from a chimney in the rear of the edifice. This vapour rose high in the air, and meeting with a breeze was wafted seaward and made to pass over the heads of the hungry mariners. When people's appetites are keen, they have a very quick scent for anything savoury in the wind. "That smoke comes from the kitchen," cried one of them, turning up his nose as high as he could and snuffing eagerly. "And as sure as I'm a half-starved vagabond, I smell roast meat in it." "Pig! Roast pig!" said another. "Ah, the dainty little porker! My mouth waters for him." "Let us make haste," cried the others, "or we shall be too late for the good cheer."
But scarcely had they made 6 steps from the edge of the cliff when a bird came fluttering to meet them. It was the same pretty little bird with the purple wings and body. It was the same pretty little bird with the purple wings and body, the yellow legs, the golden collar round its neck, and the crown-like tuft upon its head, whose behaviour had so much surprised Ulysses. It hovered about Eurylochus and almost brushed his face with its wings. "Peep, peep, peep," chirped the bird. So plaintively intelligent was the sound that it seemed as if the little creature were going to break its heart with some mighty secret that it had to tell, and only this one poor note to tell it with. "My pretty bird," said Eurylochus, for he was a wary person and let no token of harm escape his notice. "My pretty bird, who sent you hither, and what is the message which you bring?" "Peep, peep, peep," replied the bird, very sorrowfully. Then it flew towards the edge of the cliff and looked round at them, as if exceedingly anxious that they should return whence they came. Eurylochus and a few of the others were inclined to turn back. They could not help suspecting that the purple bird must be aware of something mischievous that would befall them at the palace, and the knowledge of which affected its airy spirit with a human sympathy and sorrow. But the rest of the voyagers, snuffing up the smoke from the palace kitchen, ridiculed the idea of returning to the vessel. One of them, more brutal than his fellows, and the most notorious gormandizer in the whole crew, said such a cruel and wicked thing that I wonder the mere thought did not turn him into a wild beast in shape, as he already was in his nature. "This troublesome and impertinent little fowl," said he, would make a delicate titbit to begin dinner with. Just one plump morsel, melting away between the teeth. If he comes within my reach, I'll catch him and give him to the palace cook to be roasted on a skewer." The words were hardly out of his mouth before the purple bird flew away, crying "Peep, peep, peep," more dolorously than ever. more dolorously than ever. "That bird," remarked Eurylochus, "knows more than we do about what awaits us at the palace." "Come on then," cried his comrades, "and we'll soon know as much as he does." The party accordingly went onward through the green and pleasant wood. Every little while they caught new glimpses of the marble palace, which looked more and more beautiful the nearer they approached it. They soon entered a broad pathway, which seemed to be very neatly kept, and which went winding along, with streaks of sunshine falling across it, and specks of light quivering among the deepest shadows that fell from the lofty trees. It was bordered too with a great many sweet-smelling flowers, such as the mariners had never seen before. So rich and beautiful they were, that if the shrubs grew wild here and were native in the soil, then this island was surely the flower garden of the whole earth. Or, if transplanted from some other clime, it must have been from the happy islands that lay towards the golden sunset. "There has been a great deal of pains foolishly wasted on these flowers," observed one of the company. And I tell you what he said, that you may keep in mind what gormandizers they were. "For my part, if I were the owner of the palace, I would bid my gardener cultivate nothing but savoury pot herbs to make a stuffing for roast meat, or to flavour a stew with." "Well said," cried the others. "But I'll warrant you there's a kitchen garden in the rear of the palace." At one place they came to a crystal spring, and paused to drink at it for want of liquor which they liked better. Looking into its bosom, they beheld their own faces dimly reflected, but so extravagantly distorted by the gush and motion of the water that each one of them appeared to be laughing at himself and all his companions. So ridiculous were these images of themselves, indeed, that they did really laugh aloud, and could hardly be grave again as soon as they wished. And after they had drank, they grew still merrier than before. "It has a twang of the wine cask in it," said one, smacking his lips. "Make haste," cried his fellows. "We'll find the wine cask itself at the palace, and that will be better than 100 crystal fountains." They then quickened their pace, and capered for joy at the thought of the savoury banquet at which they hoped to be guests. But Eurylochus told them that he felt as if he were walking in a dream. "If I am really awake," continued he, "then in my opinion we are on the point of meeting with some stranger adventure than any that befell us in the cave of Polyphemus, or among the gigantic man-eating Lystrigons, or in the windy palace of King Æolus." "Of King Æolus, which stands on a brazen-walled island. This kind of dreamy feeling always comes over me before any wonderful occurrence. If you take my advice, you will turn back." "No, no," answered his comrades, snuffing the air, in which the scent from the palace kitchen was now very perceptible. "We would not turn back, though we were certain that the king of the Lystrigons, as big as a mountain, would sit at the head of the table, and huge Polyphemus, the one-eyed Cyclops, at its foot." At length they came within full sight of the palace, which proved to be very large and lofty, with a great number of airy pinnacles upon its roof. Though it was now midday, and the sun shone brightly over the marble front, yet its snowy whiteness and its fantastic style of architecture made it look unreal. like the frostwork on a window pane, or like the shapes of castles which one sees among the clouds by moonlight. But just then a puff of wind brought down the smoke of the kitchen chimney among them, and caused each man to smell the odour of the dish that he liked best. And after scenting it, he thought everything else moonshine, and nothing real save this palace, and save the banquet that was evidently ready to be served up in it. So they hastened their steps towards the portal, but had not got halfway across the wide lawn when a pack of lions, tigers, and wolves came bounding to meet them. The terrified mariners started back, expecting no better fate than to be torn to pieces and devoured. To their surprise and joy, however, these wild beasts merely capered around them, wagging their tails, offering their heads to be stroked and patted, and behaving just like so many well-bred house dogs when they wish to express their delight at meeting their master or their master's friends. The biggest lion licked the feet of Eurylochus, and every other lion and every wolf and tiger singled out one of his 22 followers, whom the beast fondled as if he loved him better than a beef bone. But for all that, Eurylochus imagined that he saw something fierce and savage in their eyes, nor would he have been surprised at any moment to feel the big lion's terrible claws, or to see each of the tigers make a deadly spring, or each wolf leap at the throat of the man whom he had fondled. Their mildness seemed unreal and a mere freak, but their savage nature was as true as their teeth and claws. Nevertheless, the men went safely across the lawn with the wild beasts frisking about them and doing no manner of harm, although as they mounted the steps of the palace, you might possibly have heard a low growl, particularly from the wolves, as if they thought it a pity after all to let the strangers pass without so much as tasting what they were made of. Eurylochus and his followers now passed under a lofty portal and looked through the open doorway into the interior of the palace. The first thing that they saw was a spacious hall and a fountain in the middle of it, gushing up towards the ceiling out of a marble basin and falling back into it with a continual plash. The water of this fountain, as it spouted upward, was constantly taking new shapes, not very distinctly, but plainly enough for a nimble fancy to recognize what they were. Now it was the shape of a man in a long robe, the fleecy whiteness of which was made out of the fountain's spray. Now it was a lion, or a tiger, or a wolf, or an ass, or, as often as anything else, a hog, wallowing in the marble basin as if it were his sty. It was either magic or some very curious machinery that caused the gushing waterspout to assume all these forms. But before the strangers had time to look closely at this wonderful sight, their attention was drawn off by a very sweet and agreeable sound. A woman's voice was singing melodiously in another room of the palace, and with her voice was mingled the noise of a loom, at which she was probably seated, weaving a rich texture of cloth, and intertwining the high and low sweetness of her voice into a rich tissue of harmony. By and by, the song came to an end, and then all at once there were several feminine voices talking airily and cheerfully, with now and then a merry burst of laughter, such as you may always hear when 3 or 4 young women sit at work together. Just listen to the pleasant voices of those maidens, and that buzz of the loom as the shuttle passes to and fro, said another comrade. What a domestic, household, home-like sound it is. Ah, before that weary siege of Troy, I used to hear the buzzing loom and the women's voices under my own roof. Shall I never hear them again, nor taste those nice little savoury dishes which my dearest wife knew how to serve up? Tsh, we shall fare better here, said another. But how innocently those women are babbling together, without guessing that we overhear them, and mark that richest voice of all, so pleasant and familiar, but which yet seems to have the authority of a mistress among them. Let us show ourselves at once. What harm can the lady of the palace and her maidens do to mariners and warriors like us? Remember, said Eurylochus, that it was a young maiden who beguiled 3 of our friends into the palace of the king of the Lystrigons, who ate up one of them in the twinkling of an eye. No warning or persuasion, however, had any effect on his companions. They went up to a pair of folding doors at the farther end of the hall, and throwing them wide open, passed into the next room. Eurylochus, meanwhile, had stepped behind a pillar. In a short moment, while the folding doors opened and closed again, he caught a glimpse of a very beautiful woman rising from the loom, and coming to meet the poor weather-beaten wanderers with a hospitable smile. And her hand stretched out in welcome. There were 4 other young women who joined their hands and danced merrily forward, making gestures of obeisance to the strangers. They were only less beautiful than the lady who seemed to be their mistress. Yet Eurylochus fancied that one of them had sea-green hair, and that the close-fitting bodice of a second looked like the bark of a tree, and that both the others had something odd in their aspect, although he could not quite determine what it was in the little while that he had to examine them. The folding doors swung quickly back and left him standing behind the pillar in the solitude of the outer hall. There Eurylochus waited until he was quite weary, and listened eagerly to every sound, but without hearing anything that could help him to guess what had become of his friends. Footsteps, it is true, seemed to be passing and repassing in other parts of the palace. Then there was a clatter of silver dishes, or golden ones, which made him imagine a rich feast in a splendid banqueting hall. But by and by he heard a tremendous grunting and squealing, and then a sudden scampering like that of small hard hoofs over a marble floor, while the voices of the mistress and her 4 handmaidens were screaming all together in tones of anger and derision. Eurylochus could not conceive what had happened, unless a drove of swine had broken into the palace, attracted by the smell of the feast. Chancing to cast his eyes at the fountain, he saw that it did not shift its shape as formerly, nor looked either like a long-robed man, or a lion, a tiger, a wolf, or an ass. It looked like nothing but a hog, which lay wallowing in the marble basin and filled it from brim to brim. But we must leave the prudent Eurylochus waiting in the outer hall and follow his friends into the inner secrecy of the palace. As soon as the beautiful woman saw them, she arose from the loom, as I have told you, and came forward smiling and stretching out her hand. She took the hand of the foremost among them and bade him and the whole party welcome. "You have been long expected, my good friends," said she. "I and my maidens are well acquainted with you, although you do not appear to recognize us. Look at this piece of tapestry and judge if your faces must not have been familiar to us." So the voyagers examined the web of cloth which the beautiful woman had been weaving in her loom, and to their vast astonishment they saw their own figures perfectly represented in different coloured threads. It was a lifelike picture of their recent adventures, showing them in the cave of Polyphemus, and how they had put out his one great moon eye, while in another part of the tapestry they were untying the leathern bags, puffed out with contrary winds, and farther on they beheld themselves scampering away from the gigantic king of the Lystrigons, who had caught one of them by the leg. Lastly, there they were, sitting on the desolate shore of this very island, hungry and downcast, and looking ruefully at the bare bones of the stag which they devoured yesterday. This was as far as the work had yet proceeded, but when the beautiful woman should again sit down at her loom, she would probably make a picture of what had since happened to the strangers, and of what was now going to happen. "You see," she said, "that I know all about your troubles, and you cannot doubt that I desire to make you happy for as long a time as you remain with me. For this purpose, my honoured guests, I have ordered a banquet to be prepared. Fish, fowl, and flesh, roasted and in luscious stews, and seasoned, I trust, to all your tastes, are ready to be served up. If your appetites tell you it is dinner time, then come with me to the festal saloon." At this kind invitation, the hungry mariners were quite overjoyed, and one of them, taking upon himself to be spokesman, assured their hospitable hostess that any hour of the day was dinner time with them, whenever they could get flesh to put in the pot and fire to boil it with. So the beautiful woman led the way, and the 4 maidens, one of them had sea-green hair, another a bodice of oak bark, a third sprinkled a shower of water drops from her fingers' ends, and the 4th had some other oddity which I have forgotten. All these followed behind and hurried the guests along until they entered a magnificent saloon. It was built in a perfect oval and lighted from a crystal dome above. Around the walls were ranged 22 thrones, overhung by canopies of crimson and gold, and provided with the softest of cushions, which were tasselled and fringed with gold cord. Each of the strangers was invited to sit down, and there they were, 22 storm-beaten mariners, in worn and tattered garb, sitting on 22 cushioned and canopied thrones, so rich and gorgeous that the proudest monarch had nothing more splendid in his stateliest hall. Then you might have seen the guests nodding, winking with one eye, and leaning from one throne to another to communicate their satisfaction in hoarse whispers. "Our good hostess has made kings of us all," said one. "Ha! Do you smell the feast? I'll engage it will be fit to set before 22 kings." "I hope," said another, "it will be mainly good substantial joints, sirloins, spare ribs, and hinder quarters, without too many kickshaws. If I thought the good lady would not take it amiss, I should call for a fat slice of dried bacon to begin with." Ah, the gluttons and gormandizers! You see how it was with them. In the loftiest seats of dignity, on royal thrones, they could think of nothing but their greedy appetite, which was the portion of their nature that they shared with wolves and swine, so that they resembled those vilest of animals far more than they did kings, if indeed kings were what they ought to be. But the beautiful woman now clapped her hands, and immediately there entered a train of 22 serving men, bringing dishes of the richest food, all hot from the kitchen fire, and sending up such a steam that it hung like a cloud below the crystal dome of the saloon. An equal number of attendants brought great flagons of wine of various kinds, some of which sparkled as it was poured out, and went bubbling down the throat, while of other sorts the purple liquor was so clear that you could see the wrought figures at the bottom of the goblet. While the servants supplied the 22 guests with food and drink, the hostess and her 4 maidens went from one throne to another, exhorting them to eat their fill and to quaff wine abundantly, and thus to recompense themselves at this one banquet for the many days when they had gone without a dinner. But whenever the mariners were not looking at them, which was pretty often, as they looked chiefly into the basins and platters, the beautiful woman and her damsels turned aside and laughed. Even the servants, as they knelt down to present the dishes, might be seen to grin and sneer, while the guests were helping themselves to the offered dainties. and once in a while the strangers seemed to taste something that they did not like. "Here is an odd type of a spice in this dish," said one. "I can't say it quite suits my palate. Down it goes, however." "Send a good draught of wine down your throat," said his comrade on the next throne. "That is the stuff to make this sort of cookery relish well. Though I must needs say the wine has a queer taste too, but the more I drink of it, the better I like the flavour." Whatever little fault they might find with the dishes, they sat at dinner a prodigiously long while, and it would really have made you ashamed to see how they swilled down the liquor and gobbled up the food. They sat on golden thrones, to be sure, but they behaved like pigs in a sty, and if they had had their wits about them, they might have guessed that this was the opinion of their beautiful hostess and her maidens. It brings a blush into my face to reckon up in my own mind what mountains of meat and pudding and what gallons of wine these 22 guzzlers and gormandizers ate and drank. They forgot all about their homes and their wives and children, and all about Ulysses, and everything else except this banquet at which they wanted to keep feasting forever. But at length they began to give over from mere incapacity to hold any more. "That last bit of fat is too much for me," said one. "And I have not room for another morsel," said his next neighbour, heaving a sigh. "What a pity! My appetite is as sharp as ever." In short, they all left off eating and leaned back on their thrones with such a stupid and helpless aspect as made them ridiculous to behold. When their hostess saw this, she laughed aloud, and so did her 4 damsels. So did the 22 serving men that bore the dishes, and their 22 fellows that poured out the wine. And the louder they all laughed, the more stupid and helpless did the 22 gormandizers look. Then the beautiful woman took her stand in the middle of the saloon, and stretching out a slender rod, it had been all the while in her hand, although they never noticed it till this moment, she turned it from one guest to another, until each had felt it pointed at himself. Beautiful as her face was, and though there was a smile on it, it looked just as wicked and mischievous as the ugliest serpent that ever was seen. And fat-witted as the voyagers had made themselves, they began to suspect that they had fallen into the power of an evil-minded enchantress. "Wretches!" cried she, "you have abused a lady's hospitality, and in this princely saloon your behaviour has been suited to a hog-pen. You are already swine in everything but the human form, which you disgrace, and which I myself should be ashamed to keep a moment longer were you to share it with me. But it will require only the slightest exercise of magic to make the exterior conform to the hoggish disposition. Assume your proper shapes, gormandizers, and be gone to the sty." Uttering these last words, she waved her wand, and stamping her foot imperiously, each of the guests was struck aghast at beholding, instead of his comrades in human shape, 21 hogs sitting on the same number of golden thrones. Each man, as he still supposed himself to be, essayed to give a cry of surprise, but found that he could merely grunt, and that, in a word, he was just such another beast as his companions. It looked so intolerably absurd to see hogs on cushioned thrones that they made haste to wallow down upon all fours like other swine. They tried to groan and beg for mercy, but forthwith emitted the most awful grunting and squealing that ever came out of swinish throats. They would have wrung their hands in despair, but, attempting to do so, grew all the more desperate for seeing themselves squatted on their hams and pawing the air with their foretrotters. Dear me, what pendulous ears they had, what little red eyes, half buried in fat, and what long snouts instead of Grecian noses. But brutes as they certainly were, they yet had enough of human nature in them to be shocked at their own hideousness, and, still intending to groan, they uttered a viler grunt and squeal than before. So harsh and ear-piercing it was that you would have fancied a butcher was sticking his knife into each of their throats, or at the very least that somebody was pulling every hog by his funny little twist of a tail. "Begone to your sty!" cried the enchantress, giving them some smart strokes with her wand, and then she turned to the serving men. "Drive out these swine, and throw down some acorns for them to eat." The door of the saloon being flung open, the drove of hogs ran in all directions save the right one, in accordance with their hoggish perversity, but were finally driven into the backyard of the palace. It was a sight to bring tears into one's eyes, and I hope none of you will be cruel enough to laugh at it. To see the poor creatures go snuffling along, picking up here a cabbage leaf and there a turnip top, and rooting their noses in the earth for whatever they could find. In their sty, moreover, they behaved more piggishly than the pigs which had been born so, for they bit and snorted at one another, put their feet in the trough, and gobbled up their victuals in a ridiculous hurry, and when there was nothing more to be had, they made a great pile of themselves among some unclean straw, and fell fast asleep. If they had any human reason left, it was just enough to keep them wondering when they should be slaughtered, and what quality of bacon they should make. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Circe's Palace by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Part 2. Meantime, as I told you before, Eurylochus had waited and waited and waited in the entrance hall of the palace, without being able to comprehend what had befallen his friends. At last, when the swinish uproar resounded through the palace, and when he saw the image of a hog in the marble basin, he thought it best to hasten back to the vessel and inform the wise Ulysses of these marvellous occurrences. So he ran as fast as he could down the steps, and never stopped to draw breath till he reached the shore. "Why do you come alone?" asked King Ulysses as soon as he saw him. "Where are your 22 comrades?" At these questions Eurylochus burst into tears. "Alas," cried he, "I greatly fear that we shall never see one of their faces again." Then he told Ulysses all that had happened, as far as he knew it, and added that he suspected the beautiful woman to be a vile enchantress, and the marble palace, magnificent as it looked, to be only a dismal cavern in reality. As for his companions, he could not imagine what had become of them, unless they had been given to the swine to be devoured alive. At this intelligence all the voyagers were greatly affrighted, but Ulysses lost no time in girding on his sword and hanging his bow and quiver over his shoulders, and taking a spear in his right hand. When his followers saw their wise leader making these preparations, they inquired whither he was going, and earnestly besought him not to leave them. "You are our king," cried they, "and what is more, you are the wisest man in the whole world, and nothing but your wisdom and courage can get us out of this danger. If you desert us and go to the enchanted palace, you will suffer the same fate as our poor companions, and not a soul of us will ever see our dear Ithaca again." "As I am your king," answered Ulysses, "and wiser than any of you, it is therefore the more my duty to see what has befallen our comrades, and whether anything can yet be done to rescue them. Wait for me here until tomorrow. If I do not then return, you must hoist sail and endeavour to find your way to our native land. For my part, I am answerable for the fate of these poor mariners who have stood by my side in battle, and been so often drenched to the skin along with me by the same tempestuous surges. I will either bring them back with me or perish." Had his followers dared, they would have detained him by force, but King Ulysses frowned sternly on them, and shook his spear, and bade them stop him at their peril. Seeing him so determined, they let him go and sat down on the sand, as disconsolate a set of people as could be, waiting and praying for his return. It happened to Ulysses, just as before, that when he had gone a few steps from the edge of the cliff, the purple bird came fluttering towards him, crying, "Peep, peep, peep," and using all the art it could to persuade him to go no farther. "What mean you, little bird?" cried Ulysses. "You are arrayed like a king in purple and gold, and wear a golden crown upon your head. Is it because I too am a king that you desire so earnestly to speak with me? If you can talk in human language, say what you would have me do." "Peep," answered the purple bird very dolorously. "Peep, peep, peep." Certainly there lay some heavy anguish at the little bird's heart, and it was a sorrowful predicament that he could not at least have the consolation of telling what it was. But Ulysses had no time to waste in trying to get at the mystery. He therefore quickened his pace and had gone a good way along the pleasant wood path, when there met him a young man of very brisk and intelligent aspect, and clad in a rather singular garb. He wore a short cloak and a sort of cap that seemed to be furnished with a pair of wings, and from the lightness of his step you would have supposed that there might likewise be wings on his feet. To enable him to walk still better, for he was always on one journey or another, he carried a winged staff, around which two serpents were wriggling and twisting. In short, I have said enough to make you guess that it was Quicksilver, and Ulysses, who knew him of old and had learned a great deal of his wisdom from him, recognized him in a moment. "Whither are you going in such a hurry, wise Ulysses?" asked Quicksilver. "Do you not know that this land is enchanted? The wicked enchantress, whose name is Circe, the sister of King Aeetes, dwells in the marble palace which you see yonder among the trees. By her magic arts she changes every human being into the brute beast or fowl whom he happens most to resemble." "That little bird which met me at the edge of the cliff," exclaimed Ulysses, "was he a human being once?" "Yes," answered Quicksilver. "He was once a king named Ajax, and a pretty good sort of a king too, only rather too proud of his purple robe and his crown and the golden chain about his neck. So he was forced to take the shape of a gaudy feathered bird. The lions and wolves and tigers who will come running to meet you in front of the palace were formerly fierce and cruel men, resembling in their disposition the wild beasts whose forms they now rightfully wear." "And my poor companions," said Ulysses, "have they undergone a similar change through the arts of this wicked Circe?" "You well know what gormandizers they were," replied Quicksilver, and, rogue that he was, he could not help laughing at the joke. "So you will not be surprised to hear that they have all taken the shapes of swine. If Circe had never done anything worse, I really should not think her so very much to blame." "But can I do nothing to help them?" inquired Ulysses. "It will require all your wisdom," said Quicksilver, "and a little of my own into the bargain, to keep your royal and sagacious self from being transformed into a fox. But do as I bid you, and the matter may end better than it has begun." While he was speaking, Quicksilver seemed to be in search of something. He went stooping along the ground, and soon laid his hand on a little plant with a snow-white flower, which he plucked and smelt of. Ulysses had been looking at that very spot only just before, and it appeared to him that the plant had burst into full flower the instant when Quicksilver touched it with his fingers. "Take this flower, King Ulysses," said he. "Guard it as you do your eyesight, for I can assure you it is exceedingly rare and precious, and you might seek the whole earth over without ever finding another like it. Keep it in your hand and smell of it frequently after you enter the palace, and while you are talking with the enchantress, especially when she offers you food or a draught of wine out of her goblet. Be careful to fill your nostrils with the flower's fragrance. Follow these directions, and you may defy her magic arts to change you into a fox." Quicksilver then gave him some further advice how to behave, and bidding him be bold and prudent, again assured him that, powerful as Circe was, he would have a fair prospect of coming safely out of her enchanted palace. After listening attentively, Ulysses thanked his good friend and resumed his way. But he had taken only a few steps when, recollecting some other questions which he wished to ask, he turned round again and beheld nobody on the spot where Quicksilver had stood, for that winged cap of his and those winged shoes, with the help of the winged staff, had carried him quickly out of sight. When Ulysses reached the lawn in front of the palace, the lions and other savage animals came bounding to meet him, and would have fawned upon him and licked his feet, but the wise king struck at them with his long spear, and sternly bade them be gone out of his path, for he knew that they had once been bloodthirsty men, and would now tear him limb from limb instead of fawning upon him, could they do the mischief that was in their hearts. The wild beasts yelped and glared at him, and stood at a distance while he ascended the palace steps. On entering the hall, Ulysses saw the magic fountain in the centre of it. The upgushing water had now again taken the shape of a man in a long white fleecy robe, who appeared to be making gestures of welcome. The king likewise heard the noise of the shuttle in the loom and the sweet melody of the beautiful woman's song, and then the pleasant voices of herself and the four maidens talking together, with peals of merry laughter intermixed. But Ulysses did not waste much time in listening to the laughter or the song. He leaned his spear against one of the pillars of the hall, and then, after loosening his sword in the scabbard, stepped boldly forward and threw the folding doors wide open. The moment she beheld the stately figure standing in the doorway, the beautiful woman rose from the loom and ran to meet him with a glad smile throwing its sunshine over her face, and both her hands extended. "Welcome, brave stranger," cried she. "We were expecting you." And the nymph with the sea-green hair made a curtsy down to the ground, and likewise bade him welcome. So did her sister with the bodice of oaken bark, and she that sprinkled dewdrops from her fingers' ends, and the fourth one with some oddity which I cannot remember. And Circe, as the beautiful enchantress was called, who had deluded so many persons that she did not doubt of being able to delude Ulysses, not imagining how wise he was, again addressed him. "Your companions," said she, "have already been received into my palace, and have enjoyed the hospitable treatment to which the propriety of their behaviour so well entitles them. If such be your pleasure, you shall first take some refreshment, and then join them in the elegant apartments which they now occupy. See, I and my maidens have been weaving their figures into this piece of tapestry." She pointed to the web of beautifully woven cloth in the loom. Circe and the four nymphs must have been very diligently at work since the arrival of the mariners, for a great many yards of tapestry had now been wrought, in addition to what I have before described. In this new part, Ulysses saw his 22 friends represented as sitting on cushioned and canopied thrones, greedily devouring dainties and quaffing deep draughts of wine. The work had not yet gone any further. Oh, no, indeed. The enchantress was far too cunning to let Ulysses see the mischief which her magic arts had since brought upon the gormandizers. "As for you yourself, valiant sir," said Circe, "judging by the dignity of your aspect, I take you to be nothing less than a king. Deign to follow me, and you shall be treated as befits your rank." So Ulysses followed her into the oval saloon, where his 22 comrades had devoured the banquet, which ended so disastrously for themselves. But all this while he had held the snow-white flower in his hand, and had constantly smelt of it while Circe was speaking. And as he crossed the threshold of the saloon, he took good care to inhale several long and deep snuffs of its fragrance. Instead of 22 thrones, which had before been ranged around the wall, there was now only a single throne in the centre of the apartment. But this was surely the most magnificent seat that ever a king or an emperor reposed himself upon, all made of chased gold, studded with precious stones, with a cushion that looked like a soft heap of living roses, and overhung by a canopy of sunlight, which Circe knew how to weave into drapery. The enchantress took Ulysses by the hand and made him sit down upon this dazzling throne. Then, clapping her hands, she summoned the chief butler. "Bring hither," said she, "the goblet that is set apart for kings to drink out of, and fill it with the same delicious wine which my royal brother, King Aeetes, praised so highly when he last visited me with my fair daughter Medea, that good and amiable child. Were she now here, it would delight her to see me offering this wine to my honoured guest." But Ulysses, while the butler was gone for the wine, held the snow-white flower to his nose. "Is it a wholesome wine?" he asked. At this the four maidens tittered, whereupon the enchantress looked round at them with an aspect of severity. "It is the wholesomest juice that ever was squeezed out of the grape," said she. "For instead of disguising a man, as other liquor is apt to do, it brings him to his true self and shows him as he ought to be." The chief butler liked nothing better than to see people turned into swine, or making any kind of a beast of themselves. So he made haste to bring the royal goblet, filled with a liquid as bright as gold, and which kept sparkling upward and throwing a sunny spray over the rim. But delightfully as the wine looked, it was mingled with the most potent enchantments that Circe knew how to concoct. For every drop of the pure grape juice, there were 2 drops of the pure mischief, and the danger of the thing was that the mischief made it taste all the better. The mere smell of the bubbles, which effervesced at the brim, was enough to turn a man's beard into pig's bristles, or to make a lion's claws grow out of his fingers, or a fox's brush behind him. "Drink, my noble guest," said Circe, smiling as she presented him with the goblet. "You will find in this draught a solace for all your troubles." King Ulysses took the goblet with his right hand, while with his left he held the snow-white flower to his nostrils, and drew in so long a breath that his lungs were quite filled with its pure and simple fragrance. Then, drinking off all the wine, he looked the enchantress calmly in the face. "Wretch!" cried Circe, giving him a smart stroke with her wand. "How dare you keep your human shape a moment longer? Take the form of the brute whom you most resemble. If a hog, go join your fellow swine in the sty. If a lion, a wolf, a tiger, go howl with the wild beasts on the lawn. If a fox, go exercise your craft in stealing poultry. Thou hast quaffed off my wine, and canst be man no longer." But such was the virtue of the snow-white flower. Instead of wallowing down from his throne in swinish shape, or taking any other brutal form, Ulysses looked even more manly and king-like than before. He gave the magic goblet a toss, and sent it clashing over the marble floor to the farther end of the saloon. Then, drawing his sword, he seized the enchantress by her beautiful ringlets, and made a gesture as if he meant to strike off her head at one blow. "Wicked Circe!" cried he in a terrible voice. "This sword shall put an end to thy enchantments. Thou shalt die, vile witch, and do no more mischief in the world by tempting human beings into the vices which make beasts of them." The tone and countenance of Ulysses were so awful, and his sword gleamed so brightly, and seemed to have so intolerably keen an edge, that Circe was almost killed by the mere fright, without waiting for a blow. The chief butler scrambled out of the saloon, picking up the golden goblet as he went, and the enchantress and the 4 maidens fell on their knees, wringing their hands and screaming for mercy. "Spare me!" cried Circe. "Spare me, royal and wise Ulysses! For now I know that thou art he of whom Quicksilver forewarned me, the most prudent of mortals, against whom no enchantments can prevail. Thou only couldst have conquered Circe. Spare me, wisest of men. I will show thee true hospitality, and even give myself to be thy slave, and this magnificent palace to be henceforth thy home." The 4 nymphs, meanwhile, were making a most piteous ado, and especially the ocean nymph with the sea-green hair, wept a great deal of salt water, and the fountain nymph, besides scattering dewdrops from her fingers' ends, nearly melted away into tears. But Ulysses would not be pacified until Circe had taken a solemn oath to change back his companions, and as many others as he should direct, from their present forms of beast or bird into their former shapes of men. "On these conditions," said he, "I consent to spare your life. Otherwise you must die upon the spot." With a drawn sword hanging over her, the enchantress would readily have consented to do as much good as she had hitherto done mischief, however little she might like such employment. She therefore led Ulysses out of the back entrance of the palace and showed him the swine in their sty. There were about 50 of these unclean beasts in the whole herd, and though the greater part were hogs by birth and education, there was wonderfully little difference to be seen betwixt them and their new brethren, who had so recently worn the human shape. To speak critically, indeed, the latter rather carried the thing to excess, and seemed to make it a point to wallow in the miriest part of the sty, and otherwise to outdo the original swine in their own natural vocation. When men once turn to brutes, the trifle of man's wit that remains in them adds tenfold to their brutality. The comrades of Ulysses, however, had not quite lost the remembrance of having formerly stood erect. When he approached the sty, 22 enormous swine separated themselves from the herd and scampered towards him, with such a chorus of horrible squealing as made him clap both hands to his ears. And yet they did not seem to know what they wanted, nor whether they were merely hungry or miserable from some other cause. It was curious, in the midst of their distress, to observe them thrusting their noses into the mire in quest of something to eat. The nymph with the bodice of oaken bark, she was the hamadryad of an oak, threw a handful of acorns among them, and the 22 hogs scrambled and fought for the prize, as if they had tasted not so much as a noggin of sour milk for a 12-month. "These must certainly be my comrades," said Ulysses. "I recognize their dispositions. They are hardly worth the trouble of changing them into the human form again. Nevertheless, we will have it done, lest their bad example should corrupt the other hogs. Let them take their original shapes, therefore, Dame Circe, if your skill is equal to the task. It will require greater magic, I trow, than it did to make swine of them." So Circe waved her wand again and repeated a few magic words, at the sound of which the 22 hogs pricked up their pendulous ears. It was a wonder to behold how their snouts grew shorter and shorter, and their mouths, which they seemed to be sorry for because they could not gobble so expeditiously, smaller and smaller, and how one and another began to stand upon his hind legs and scratch his nose with his foretrotters. At first the spectators hardly knew whether to call them hogs or men, but by and by came to the conclusion that they rather resembled the latter. Finally, there stood the 22 comrades of Ulysses, looking pretty much the same as when they left the vessel. You must not imagine, however, that the swinish quality had entirely gone out of them. When once it fastens itself into a person's character, it is very difficult getting rid of it. This was proved by the hamadryad, who, being exceedingly fond of mischief, threw another handful of acorns before the 22 newly restored people, whereupon down they wallowed in a moment and gobbled them up in a very shameful way. Then, recollecting themselves, they scrambled to their feet and looked more than commonly foolish. "Thanks, noble Ulysses," they cried. "From brute beasts, you have restored us to the condition of men again." "Do not put yourselves to the trouble of thanking me," said the wise king. "I fear I have done but little for you." To say the truth, there was a suspicious kind of a grunt in their voices, and for a long time afterwards they spoke gruffly and were apt to set up a squeal. "It must depend upon your own future behaviour," added Ulysses, "whether you do not find your way back to the sty." At this moment the note of a bird sounded from the branch of a neighbouring tree. "Peep, peep, peep," It was the purple bird, who all this while had been sitting over their heads, watching what was going forward, and hoping that Ulysses would remember how he had done his utmost to keep him and his followers out of harm's way. Ulysses ordered Circe instantly to make a king of this good little fowl, and leave him exactly as she found him. Hardly were the words spoken, and before the bird had time to utter another "Pee-wee," King Picus leaped down from the bough of the tree, as majestic a sovereign as any in the world, dressed in a long purple robe and gorgeous yellow stockings, with a splendidly wrought collar about his neck, and a golden crown upon his head. He and King Ulysses exchanged with one another the courtesies which belonged to their elevated rank. But from that time forth, King Picus was no longer proud of his crown and his trappings of royalty, nor of the fact of his being a king. He felt himself merely the upper servant of his people, and that it must be his lifelong labour to make them better and happier. As for the lions, tigers, and wolves, though Circe would have restored them to their former shapes at his slightest word, Ulysses thought it advisable that they should remain as they now were, and thus give warning of their cruel dispositions, instead of going about under the guise of men, and pretending to human sympathies, while their hearts had the bloodthirstiness of wild beasts. So he let them howl as much as they liked, but never troubled his head about them. And when everything was settled according to his pleasure, he sent to summon the remainder of his comrades whom he had left at the seashore. These being arrived, with the prudent Eurylochus at their head, they all made themselves comfortable in Circe's enchanted palace, until quite rested and refreshed from the toils and hardships of their voyage. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Ulysses and the Sirens, by Sir George W. Cox. When Ulysses and his men had left the island of the Lady Circe, a fresh breeze carried them merrily for several days over the sea. But after that the wind sank down, and there was a calm. The sails flapped against the mast, and they had to take them down and to row the ship on with their long oars. The sun was shining hot and fierce, and the men were very tired. There was not even a ripple upon the sea, and not a breath of air to cool their burning faces. Ulysses remembered how the Lady Circe had told him that he would have to pass near the Sirens' island, where the sea was always calm, and how she had said that he must take care not to listen to the Sirens' song, if he did not wish his ship to be dashed to pieces on the rocks. For all day long the Sirens lay on the seashore, or swam about in the calm water, singing so sweetly that no one who heard them could ever pass on without going to them, and whoever went to them was killed upon the rocks. For the Sirens were very beautiful and cruel, and they sang their soft, enticing song to draw the sailors into the shallow water, that their ships might be broken on the terrible reefs which lay hidden beneath the calm sea. When Circe told Ulysses of the Sirens' rocks, she said that he must fill his sailors' ears with wax, that they might not hear the song and be drawn in upon those terrible reefs. So as the sun shone down fiercely on their heads, Ulysses thought they must be coming near to the island of the Sirens, and he took a large lump of wax and pressed it in his fingers till the hot sun made it soft and sticky. Then he called the men and told them he must fill their ears with wax, so they would not hear the song of the beautiful and cruel Sirens. But Ulysses was a very strange man, and liked to hear and see everything, so he said that he must hear the song himself, and that they must tie him to the mast, for fear he should leap into the sea to swim to the Sirens' land. Then he filled the sailors' ears with wax, so that they could hear nothing, and they took a large rope and put it 2 or 3 times round the arms and waist of Ulysses, and then they sat down again on their benches
and began to row the ship on as quickly as they could. Presently, through the breathless air and over the still and sleeping sea, there came a sound so sweet and soothing that Ulysses thought that he could no longer be living on the earth. Softer and sweeter it swelled upon the ear, and it seemed to speak to him of rest and peace, although he could hear no words. And he felt as if he could give up everything, if only he might hear those sweet sounds forever. So he made signs to the sailors to row on quicker, but presently the song rose in the sultry air, more sweet and gentle and enticing, and it seemed to say, "O tired and weary sailors, why do you toil so hard to row your ship under this fierce hot sun? Come to us and sit among these cool rocks. Come and rest, come and rest." But he did not yet hear the words, for they were still too far from the Sirens' rocks. Still nearer and nearer the sailors rowed, and now he heard the words of their song, and he knew that they were speaking to himself, for they said, "O Ulysses, man of many toils and long wanderings, great glory of the Greeks, come to us and listen to our song. Everyone who passes over the sea near our island stays to hear it, and forgets all his labour and all his trouble, and then goes away peaceful and happy. Come and rest, Ulysses, come and rest. We know all the great deeds you have done at Troy, and how you have been tossed by many storms, and suffered many sorrows sailing on the wide sea. But here the sea is always calm, and the sun cannot scorch you in the cool and pleasant caves where you shall hear us sing." Then Ulysses cried out to the sailors, "Let me go! Let me go! They are calling me! Do you not hear?" And he struggled with all his might to break the cords that bound him. But when they saw him trying to get free, they went and tied stronger cords round his arms and waist, and rowed on quicker than ever. And still Ulysses prayed them to set him free, that he might leap into the sea and swim to the Sirens' caves. "I cannot stay," he said. "They are calling me by my name. Their song rises sweeter and clearer than ever. Let us go, let us go." And again he heard them singing, "O man of many toils, we are waiting for you, and will sing you to sleep, and charm all your cares away forever." But quicker and quicker the sailors rowed on, till at last they had passed the island. And the Sirens saw that Ulysses was going away, but yet again they sang, "Come back, Ulysses, come back and rest in our cool green caves, O man of many griefs and wanderings." But the sound of their sweet song was now faint before it reached the ship of Ulysses, and he could only just hear them say, "Will you leave us? Will you leave us? Ah, Ulysses, you do not know what you are losing. Come to our cool green caves. We are waiting, we are waiting." But the power of the Sirens' song grew weaker as the ship went further away, and Ulysses began to think how foolish and silly he had been. He could not hear any more the words of the song as they called him by his name. But still he half wished to go back to the Sirens' land, while yet he heard the sound of their singing as it came faint and weak through the hot and breathless air. Soon it was all ended. The sky was still. The waves were all asleep. The clouds looked down drowsily on the water, and Ulysses thought that he could die. He was so tired and spent with struggling. So when the sailors saw that Ulysses did not struggle any more, they went and set him free, and took the wax out of their ears. And Ulysses said, "O friends, it is better not to hear the Sirens' song, for if but 2 or 3 of us had heard it, we should have gone to them, and our ship would have been sunk in their green caves." And they said, "It is indeed better not to hear it. You were so busy listening to their song that you could not see what we saw. All the way as we passed by the island, logs of wood and bits of masts were floating on the water, and these must have been pieces from ships which have been broken on the rocks, because the sailors heard the Sirens' song." End of section 25. Section 26
of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Nausicaa rescues Ulysses by Alfred J. Church. The king of Phaeacia was Alcinous, and he had 5 sons and 1 daughter, Nausicaa. To her, where she slept with her 2 maidens by her, the goddess Minerva went, taking the shape of her friend, the daughter of Dumas, and said, "Why hath thy mother so idle a daughter, Nausicaa? Lo, thy garments lie unwashed, and thy wedding must be near, seeing that many nobles in the land are suitors to thee. Ask then thy father that he give thee the waggon with the mules, for the laundries are far from the city, and I will go with thee." And when the morning was come, Nausicaa awoke, marvelling at the dream, and went seeking her parents. Her mother she found busy with her maidens at the loom, and her father she met as he was going to the council with the chiefs of the land. Then she said, "Give me, father, the waggon with the mules, that I may take the garments to the river to wash them. Thou shouldst always have clean robes when thou goest to the council. And there are my 5 brothers also, who love to have newly washed garments at the dance." But of her own marriage she said nothing. And her father, knowing her thoughts, said, "It is well, the men shall harness the waggon for thee." So they put the clothing into the waggon, and her mother put also food and wine and olive oil also, wherewith she and her maidens might anoint themselves after the bath. So they climbed into the waggon and went to the river, and there they washed the clothing and spread it out to dry on the rocks by the sea. And after that they had bathed and anointed themselves, they sat down to eat and drink by the riverside. And after the meal they played at ball, singing as they played, and Nausicaa led the song. But when they had nearly ended their play, the princess, throwing the ball to one of her maidens, cast it so wide that it fell into the river, whereupon they all cried aloud, and Ulysses awoke. And he said to himself, "What is this land to which I have come? Are they that dwell therein fierce or kind to strangers? Just now I seem to hear the voice of nymphs, or am I near the dwellings of men?" Then he twisted leaves about his loins, and rose up and went towards the maidens, who indeed were frighted to see him, for he was wild of aspect, and fled hither and thither. But Nausicaa stood and fled not. Then Ulysses thought within himself, should he go near and clasp her knees? Or, lest haply this should anger her, should he stand and speak? And this he did, saying, "I am thy suppliant, O Queen. Whether thou art a goddess I know not. But if thou art a mortal, happy thy father and mother, and happy thy brothers, and happiest of all he who shall win thee in marriage. Never have I seen man or woman so fair. Thou art like a young palm tree that but lately I saw in Delos, springing by the temple of the god. But as for me, I have been cast on this shore, having come from the island of Ogygia. Pity me then, and lead me to the city, and give me something, a wrapper of this linen maybe, to put about me. So may the gods give thee all blessings." And Nausicaa made answer, "Thou seemest, stranger, to be neither evil nor foolish, and as for thy plight, the gods give good fortune or bad as they will. Thou shalt not lack clothing or food, or anything that a suppliant should have, and I will take thee to the city. Know also that this land is Phaeacia, and that I am daughter to Alcinous, who is king thereof." Then she called to her maidens, "What mean ye to flee when ye see a man? No enemy comes hither to harm us, for we are dear to the gods. But if one cometh here overborne by trouble, it is well to succour him. Give this man therefore food and drink, and let him wash himself in the river, where there is shelter from the wind." So they brought him down to the river, and gave him a tunic and a cloak to clothe himself, and also olive oil in a flask of gold. Then at his bidding they departed a little space, and he washed the salt from his skin and out of his hair, and anointed himself, and put on the clothing. And Minerva made him taller and fairer to see, and caused the hair to be thick on his head, in colour as a hyacinth. Then he sat down on the seashore, right beautiful to behold, and the maiden said, "Not without some bidding of the gods comes this man to our land. Before, indeed, I deemed him uncomely, but now he seems like to the gods. I should be well content to have such a man for a husband, and maybe he might be willing to abide in this land. Give him, ye maidens, food and drink." So they gave him, and he ate ravenously, having fasted long. Then Nausicaa bade yoke the mules, and said to Ulysses, "Follow thou with the maidens, and I will lead the way in the wagon, for I would not that the people should speak lightly of me. I doubt not that were thou with me, some one of the baser sort would say, 'Who is this stranger, tall and fair, that cometh with Nausicaa? Will he be her husband? Perchance it is some god or a man from far away, for of us men of Phaeacia she thinks scorn.' It would be shame that such words should be spoken. Do thou then follow behind, and when we are come to the city, tarry in a poplar grove that thou shalt see, 'tis the grove of Minerva, till I shall have come to my father's house. Then follow, and for the house, that anyone, even a child, can show thee, for the other Phaeacians dwell not in such. And when thou art come within the doors, pass quickly through the hall to where my mother sits. Close to the hearth is her seat, and my father's hard by, where he sits with the wine cup in his hand, as a god. Pass him by, and lay hold of her knees, and pray her that she give thee safe return to thy country." It was evening when they came to the city, and Nausicaa drove the wagon to the palace. Her brothers came out to her, and loosed the mules, and carried in the clothing. Then she went to her chamber, where Eurymedusa, who was her nurse, lighted a fire and prepared a meal. Meanwhile Ulysses came from the grove, and lest anyone should see him, Minerva spread a mist about him. And when he had now reached the city, she took the shape of a young maiden carrying a pitcher, and met him. Then Ulysses asked her, "My child, canst thou tell me where dwells Alcinous? For I am a stranger in this place." And she answered, "I will show thee, for indeed he dwells nigh to my own father. But be thou silent, for we Phaeacians love not strangers overmuch." Then she led him to the palace. A wondrous place it was, with walls of brass and doors of gold, hanging on posts of silver. And on either side of the door were dogs of gold and silver, the work of Vulcan. And against the wall, all along from the threshold to the inner chamber, were set seats on which sat the chiefs of the Phaeacians, feasting. And youths, wrought in gold, stood holding torches in their hands to give light in the darkness. 50 women were in the house grinding corn and weaving robes, for the women of the land are no less skilled to weave than are the men to sail the sea. And round about the house were gardens beautiful, with orchards of fig and apple and pear and pomegranate and olive. Drought hurts them not, nor frost, and harvest comes after harvest without ceasing. Also there was a vineyard, and some of the grapes were parching in the sun, and some were being gathered, and some again were but just turning red. And there were beds of all manner of flowers, and in the midst of all were 2 fountains which never failed. These things Ulysses regarded for a space, and then passed into the hall. Quickly he passed and put his hands on the knees of Arete, and said, and as he spake, the mist cleared from about him, and all that were in the hall beheld him. "I am a suppliant to thee, and to thy husband and to thy guests. The gods bless thee and them, and grant you to live in peace, and that your children should come peacefully after you. Only do you send me home to my native country." And he sat down in the ashes of the hearth. Then for a space all were silent, but at the last spake Æneas, who was the oldest man in the land. "King Alcinous, this ill becomes you that this man should sit in the ashes of the hearth. Raise him and bid him sit upon a seat, and let us pour out to Father Jupiter, who is the friend of suppliants, and let the keeper of the house give him meat and drink." And Alcinous did so, bidding his eldest born, Laodamas, rise from his seat. And an attendant poured water on his hands, and the keeper of the house gave him meat and drink. Then when all had poured out to Father Jupiter, King Alcinous said that they would take counsel on the morrow about sending this stranger to his home. And they answered that it should be so, and each went to his home. Only Ulysses was left in the hall, and Alcinous and Arete with him. And Arete saw his cloak and tunic that she and her maidens had made them, and said, "Whence art thou, stranger, and who gave thee these garments?" So Ulysses told her how he had come from the island of Calypso, and what he had suffered, and how Nausicaa had found him on the shore and had guided him to the city. But Alcinous blamed the maiden that she had not herself brought him to the house. "For thou wast her suppliant," he said. "Nay," said Ulysses, "she would have brought me, but I would not, fearing thy wrath." For he would not have the maiden blamed. Then said Alcinous, "I am not one to be angered for such cause. Gladly would I have such a one as thou art to be my son-in-law, and I would give him house and wealth. But no one would I stay against his will. And as for sending thee to thy home, that is easy, for thou shalt sleep, and they shall take thee meanwhile." And after this they slept, and the next day the king called the chiefs to an assembly and told them of his purpose, that he would send this stranger to his home, for that it was their wont to show such kindness to such as needed it. And he bade 52 of the younger men make ready a ship, and that the elders should come to his house and bring Demodocus, the minstrel, with them, for he was minded to make a great feast for this stranger before he departed. So the youths made ready the ship, and afterwards there were gathered together a great multitude, so that the palace was filled from the one end to the other. And Alcinous slew for them 12 sheep and 8 swine and 2 oxen. And when they had feasted to the full, the minstrel sang to them of how Achilles and Ulysses had striven together with fierce words at a feast, and how King Agamemnon was glad, seeing that so the prophecy of Apollo was fulfilled, saying that when valour and counsel should fall out, the end of Troy should come. But when Ulysses heard the song, he wept, holding his mantle before his face. This Alcinous perceived, and said to the chiefs, "Now that we have feasted and delighted ourselves with song, let us go forth, that the stranger may see that we are skilful in boxing and wrestling and running." So they went forth, a herald leading Demodocus by the hand, for the minstrel was blind. Then stood up many Phaeacian youths, and the fairest and strongest of them all was Laodamas, eldest son to the king, and after them Euryalus. And next they ran a race, and Clytoneus was the swiftest, and among the wrestlers Euryalus was the best, and of the boxers Laodamas. And in throwing the quoit Elatrius excelled, and in leaping at the bar Amphialus. Then Laodamas said to Ulysses, "Father, wilt thou not try thy skill in some game, and put away the trouble from thy heart?" But Ulysses answered, "Why askest thou this? I think of my troubles rather than of sport, and sit among you, caring only that I may see again my home." Then said Euryalus, "And in very truth, stranger, thou hast not the look of a wrestler or boxer. Rather would one judge thee to be some trader, who sails over the sea for gain." "Nay," answered Ulysses, "this is ill said. So true is it that the gods give not all gifts to all men, beauty to one, and sweet speech to another. Fair of form art thou, no god could better thee, but thou speakest idle words. I am not unskilled in these things, but stood among the first in the old days. But since have I suffered much in battle and shipwreck. Yet will I make trial of my strength, for thy words have angered me." Whereupon he took a quoit, heavier far than such as the Phaeacians were wont to throw, and sent it with a whirl. It hurtled through the air, so that the brave Phaeacians crouched to the ground in fear, and it fell far beyond all the rest. Then said Ulysses, "Come now, I will contend in wrestling or boxing, or even in the race, with any man in Phaeacia, save Laodamas only, for he is my friend. I can shoot with the bow, and only Philoctetes could surpass me, and I can cast a spear as far as other men can shoot an arrow. But as for the race, it may be that someone might outrun me, for I have suffered much on the sea." But they all were silent, till the king stood up and said, "Thou hast spoken well, but we men of Phaeacia are not mighty to wrestle or to box. Only we are swift of foot, and skilful to sail upon the sea. And we love feasts, and dances, and the harp, and gay clothing, and the bath. In these things no man may surpass us." Then the king bade Demodocus the minstrel sing again, and when he had done so, the king's 2 sons, Aleus and Laodamas, danced together, and afterwards they played with the ball, throwing it into the air, cloud high, and catching it right skilfully. And afterwards the king said, "Let us each give this stranger a mantle and a tunic and a talent of gold, and let Euryalus make his peace with words and with a gift." And they all said that it should be so. Also Euryalus gave Ulysses a sword with a hilt of silver and a scabbard of ivory, and after this Ulysses went to the bath, and then they all sat down to the feast. But as he went to the hall, Nausicaa, fair as a goddess, met him and said, "Hail, stranger! Thou wilt remember me in thy native country, for thou owest me thanks for thy life." And he answered, "Every day in my native country will I remember thee, for indeed, fair maiden, thou didst save my life." And when they were set down to the feast, Ulysses sent a portion of the meat which the king had caused to be set before him to the minstrel Demodocus, with a message that he should sing to them of the horse of wood which Epeius made, Minerva helping him, and how Ulysses brought it into Troy, full of men of war who should destroy the city. Then the minstrel sang how that some of the Greeks sailed away, having set fire to their tents, and some hid themselves in the horse with Ulysses, and how the men of Troy sat around taking counsel what they should do with it. And some judged that they should rip it open, and some that they should throw it from the hilltop, and others again that they should leave it to be a peace offering to the gods, and how the Greeks issued forth from their lurking place and spoiled the city, and how Ulysses and Menelaus went to the house of Deiphobus. So he sang, and Ulysses wept to hear the tale. And when Alcinous perceived that he wept, he bade Demodocus cease from his song, for some that were there liked it not. And to Ulysses he said that he should tell them who was his father and his mother, and from what land he came, and what was his name. All these things Ulysses told them, and all that he had done and suffered, down to the time when the princess Nausicaa found him on the river shore. And when he had ended, King Alcinous bade that the princess should give Ulysses yet other gifts, and after that they went each man to his house to sleep. The next day King Alcinous put all the gifts into the ship, and when the evening was come, Ulysses bade farewell to the king and to the queen, and departed. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Ulysses and the Swineherd by Alfred J. Church. Now Ulysses slept while the ship was sailing to Ithaca, and when it was come to the shore, he yet slept. Wherefore the men lifted him out, and put him on the shore with all his goods, and so left him. After a while he awoke, and knew not the land, for there was a great mist about him, Minerva having contrived that it should be so, for good ends, as will be seen. Very wroth was he with the men of Phaeacia, thinking that they had cheated him, nor did it comfort him when he counted his goods to find that of these he had lost nothing. But as he walked by the sea, lamenting his fate, Minerva met him, having the shape of a young shepherd. And Ulysses, when he saw him, was glad, and asked him how men called the country wherein he was. And the false shepherd said, Thou art foolish, or maybe hast come from very far not to know this country. Rocky it is, not fit for horses, nor is it very broad, but it is fertile land and full of wine, nor does it want for rain, and a good pasture it is for oxen and goats, and men call it Ithaca. Even in Troy, which is very far, they say, from this land of Greece, men have heard of Ithaca. This Ulysses was right glad to hear, yet he was not minded to say who he was, but rather to make up a tale. So he said, Yes, of a truth I heard of this Ithaca in Crete, from which I am newly come with all this wealth, leaving also as much behind for my children. I made covenant with certain Phaeacians that they should take me to Pylos or to Elis, which thing indeed they were minded to do, only the wind drove them hither, and while I slept they put me upon the shore and departed to Sidon. This pleased Minerva much, and she changed her shape, becoming like a woman, tall and fair, and said to Ulysses, Right cunning would he be who would cheat thee. Even now in thy native country ceasest thou not from cunning words and deceits. But let these things be, for thou art the wisest of mortal men, and I excel among the gods in counsel. I am Minerva, daughter of Jupiter, who am ever wont to stand by thee and help thee. And now we will hide these possessions of thine, and thou must be silent, nor tell to anyone who thou art, and endure many things, so that thou mayest come to thine own again. But still Ulysses doubted, and would have the goddess tell him whether of a truth he had come back to his native land. And she, commending his prudence, scattered the mist that was about him. Then Ulysses knew the land, and kissed the ground, and prayed to the nymphs that they would be favourable to him. And after this, Minerva guiding him, he hid away his possessions in a cave, and put a great stone on the mouth. Then the two took counsel together, and Minerva said, Think, man of many devices, how thou wilt lay hands on these men, suitors of thy wife, who for 3 years have sat in thy house devouring thy substance. She hath answered them craftily, making many promises, but still hoping for thy coming. Then Ulysses said, Truly I had perished, even as Agamemnon perished, but for thee. But do thou help me, as of old in Troy, for with thee at my side I would fight with 300 men. Then said Minerva, Lo, I will cause that no man shall know thee. The suitors shall take no account of thee, neither shall thy wife nor thy son know thee. But go to the swineherd Æneas, where he dwells by the mountain of Arethusa, for he is faithful to thee and to thy house. And I will hasten to Sparta, to the house of Menelaus, to fetch Telemachus thy son, for he went thither seeking news of thee. Then Minerva changed him into the shape of a beggar man. She caused his skin to wither, and his hair to fall off, and his eyes to grow dim, and put on him filthy rags, with a great stag's hide about his shoulders, and in his hand a staff, and a wallet on his shoulder fastened by a rope. Then she departed, and Ulysses went to the house of Æneas, the swineherd. A great courtyard there was, and 12 sties for the sows, and 4 watchdogs, big as wild beasts, for such did the swineherd breed. He himself was shaping sandals, and of his men 3 were with the swine in the fields, and 1 was driving a fat beast to the city, to be meat for the suitors. When Ulysses came near, the dogs ran upon him, but the swineherd ran forth and drove away the dogs, and brought the old man in, and gave him a seat of brushwood with a great goatskin over it. The two talked of matters in Ithaca, and Æneas told how the suitors of the queen were devouring the substance of Ulysses. Then the false beggar asked him of the king, saying that perchance, having travelled far, he might know such a one. But Æneas said, Nay, old man, thus do all wayfarers talk, yet we hear no truth from them. Not a vagabond fellow comes to this island, but our queen must see him, and ask him many things, weeping the while. And thou, I doubt not, for a cloak or a tunic, would tell a wondrous tale. But Ulysses, I know, is dead, and either the fowls of the air devour him, or the fishes of the sea." And when the false beggar would have comforted him, saying he knew of a truth that Ulysses would yet return, he hearkened not. Moreover, he prophesied evil for Telemachus also, who had gone to seek news of his father, but would surely be slain by the suitors, who were even now lying in wait for him as he should return. And after this he asked the stranger who he was and whence he had come. Then Ulysses answered him craftily, inventing another story. After this they talked much, and when the swineherd's men were returned, they all feasted together. And the night being cold, and there being much rain, Ulysses was minded to see whether one would lend him a cloak, wherefore he told this tale. Once upon a time there was laid an ambush near to the city of Troy, and Menelaus and Ulysses and I were the leaders of it. In the reeds we sat, and the night was cold, and the snow lay upon our shields. Now all the others had cloaks, but I had left mine behind at the ships. So when the night was 3 parts spent, I spake to Ulysses, "Here am I without a cloak. Soon, methinks, shall I perish with the cold." Soon did he bethink him of a remedy, for he was ever ready with counsel. Therefore to me he said, "Hush, lest someone hear thee." And to the others, "I have been warned in a dream. We are very far from the ships and in peril. Wherefore let someone run to the ships to King Agamemnon, that he send more men to help." Then Thoas, son of Andremon, rose up and ran, casting off his cloak, and this I took, and slept warmly therein. Were I this night such as then I was, I should not lack such kindness even now. Then said Eumaeus, "This is well spoken, old man. Thou shalt have a cloak to cover thee. But in the morning thou must put on thy own rags again. Yet perchance, when the son of Ulysses shall come, he will give thee new garments." After this they slept, but Eumaeus tarried without, keeping watch over the swine. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Return of Telemachus by Alfred J. Church. Now all this time Telemachus tarried in Sparta with King Menelaus. To him went Minerva, and warned him that he should return to his home. Also she warned him that the suitors had laid an ambush to slay him in the strait between Samos and Ithaca, and that he should keep clear of the island. And as soon as ever he came near to Ithaca, he should land and go to the swineherd Eumaeus, and send him to his mother with tidings of his being safely arrived. Then they departed, and when they were come to Ithaca, Telemachus bade the men take the ship to the city, saying that he was minded to see his farms, but that in the evening he would come to the city. But Telemachus went to the dwelling of the swineherd Eumaeus. And Ulysses heard the steps of a man, and, as the dogs barked not, said to Eumaeus, "Lo, there comes some comrade or friend, for the dogs bark not." And as he spake, Telemachus stood in the doorway, and the swineherd let fall from his hand the bowl in which he was mixing wine, and ran to him and kissed his head and his eyes and his hands. As a father kisses his only son coming back to him from a far country after 10 years, so did the swineherd kiss Telemachus. And when Telemachus came in, the false beggar rose and would have given place to him, but Telemachus suffered him not. And when they had eaten and drunk, Telemachus asked of the swineherd who this stranger might be. Then the swineherd told him as he had heard, and afterwards said, "I hand him to thee. He is thy suppliant. Do as thou wilt." But Telemachus answered, "Nay, Eumaeus, for am I master in thy house? Do not the suitors devour it? I will give this stranger indeed food and clothing and a sword, and will send him whithersoever he will. But I would not that he should go among the suitors, so haughty are they and violent." Then said Ulysses, "But why dost thou bear with these men? Do the people hate thee, that thou canst not avenge thyself on them? And hast thou not kinsmen to help thee? As for me, I would rather die than see such shameful things done in house of mine." And Telemachus answered, "My people hate me not, but as for kinsmen, I have none, for Ulysses had no other son but me. Therefore do these men spoil my substance, and it may be will take my life also. These things, however, the gods will order. But do thou, Eumaeus, go to Penelope, and tell her that I am returned, but let no man know thereof, for there are that counsel evil against me. But I will stay here meanwhile." So Eumaeus departed. But when he had gone, Minerva came, like a woman tall and fair. But Telemachus saw her not, for it is not given to all to see the immortal gods. But Ulysses saw her, and the dogs saw her, and whimpered for fear. She signed to Ulysses, and he went forth, and she said, "Hide not the matter from thy son, but plan with him how ye may slay the suitors, and lo, I am with you." Then she made his garments white and fair, and his body lusty and strong, and his face swarthy, and his cheeks full, and his beard black. And when he was returned to the house, Telemachus marvelled to see him, and said, "Thou art not what thou wast. Surely thou art some god from heaven." But Ulysses made reply, "No god am I, only thy father, whom thou hast so desired to see." And when Telemachus yet doubted, Ulysses told him how Minerva had so changed him. Then Telemachus threw his arms about him, weeping, and both wept together for a while. And afterwards Telemachus asked him of his coming back. And Ulysses, when he had told him of this, asked him how many were the suitors, and whether they too could fight with them alone. Then said Telemachus, "Thou art, I know, a great warrior, my father, and a wise. But this thing we cannot do, for these men are not 10, no, nor twice 10, but from Dulichium come 50 and 2, and from Samos 24, and from Zacynthus 20, and from Ithaca 12. And they have Medon the herald, and a minstrel also, and attendants." Then said Ulysses, "Go thou home in the morning, and mingle with the suitors, and I will come as an old beggar. And if they treat me shamefully, endure it, yea, if they drag me to the door. Heed this also, when I give thee the token, take all the arms from the dwelling, and hide them in thy chamber. And when they shall ask thee why thou doest thus, say thou takest them out of the smoke, for they are not such as Ulysses left behind him when he went to Troy, but that the smoke had soiled them. But keep 2 swords and 2 spears and 2 shields. These shall be for thee and me. Only let no one know of my coming back, not Laertes, nor the swineherd, no, nor Penelope herself." After a while the swineherd came back from the city, having carried his tidings to the queen, and this she also had heard from the sailors of the ships. And the suitors were in great wrath and fear, because their purpose had failed, and also because Penelope the queen knew what they had been minded to do, and hated them because of it. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Ulysses in his home, by Alfred J. Church. The next day Telemachus went to the city. Before he went, he said to Eumaeus that he should bring the beggar man to the city, for that it was better to beg in the city than in the country. The false beggar also said that he wished this. And Telemachus went to the palace and greeted the nurse Euryclea, and his mother Penelope, who was right glad to see him, but to whom he told naught of what had happened. Now in the meanwhile Eumaeus and the false beggar were coming to the city, and when they were now near to it, by the fountain which Ithacus and his brethren had made, where was also an altar of the nymphs, Melanthius the goatherd met them, and spake evil to Eumaeus, rebuking him that he brought this beggar to the city. And he came near, and smote Ulysses with his foot on the thigh, but moved him not from the path. And Ulysses thought a while, should he smite him with his club, and slay him, or dash him on the ground? But it seemed to him better to endure. So they went on to the palace, and at the door of the court there lay the dog Argus, whom in the old days Ulysses had reared with his own hand. But ere the dog grew to his full, Ulysses had sailed to Troy, and while he was strong, men used him in the chase, hunting wild goats and roe deer and hares. But now he was old, and lay neglected in a corner. Well he knew his master, and though he could not come near him, he wagged his tail and drooped his ears. And Ulysses, when he saw him, wiped away a tear, and said, "Surely this is strange, Eumaeus, that such a dog, being of so fine a breed, should lie here uncared for." And Eumaeus made reply, "He belongeth to a master who died far away. For indeed, when Ulysses had him of old, he was the strongest and swiftest of dogs. But now my dear lord has perished far away, and the careless women tend him not." And as he spake, the dog Argus died. 20 years had he waited, and he saw his master at the last. After this the two entered the hall, and Telemachus, when he saw them, took from the basket bread and meat, as much as his hands could hold, and bade carry them to the beggar, and also to tell him that he might go round among the suitors, asking alms. So he went, stretching out his hand, as though he were wont to beg, and some gave, having compassion upon him, and marvelling at him, and some asked who he was. But of all, Antinous was the most shameless. For when Ulysses came to him, and told him how he had had much riches and power in former days, and how he had gone to Egypt, and had been sold a slave into Cyprus, Antinous mocked him, saying, "Get thee from my table, or thou shalt find a worse Egypt and a harder Cyprus than before." Then Ulysses said, "Surely thy soul is evil, though thy body is fair. For though thou sittest at another man's feast, yet wilt thou give me nothing." But Antinous, in great wrath, took the stool on which he sat, and cast it at him, smiting his right shoulder. Ulysses stirred not, but stood as a rock. But in his heart he thought on revenge. So he went and sat down at the door, and being there, he said, "Hear me, suitors of the queen. There is no wrath if a man be smitten, fighting for that which is his own. But Antinous has smitten me because I am poor. May the curse of the hungry light on him therefore, ere he come to his marriage day." And the other suitors blamed him that he had dealt so cruelly with this stranger, and the queen was wroth when she heard it, as she sat in the upper chamber with her maidens about her. But as the day passed on, there came a beggar from the city, huge of bulk, mighty to eat and drink, but his strength was not according to his size. Æneas was his name, but the young men called him Eros, because he was their messenger, after Eris, the messenger of Jupiter. He spake to Ulysses, "Give space, old man, lest I drag thee forth. The young men would even now have it so, but I think it shame to strike such a one as thee." Then said Ulysses, "There is room for thee and for me. Get what thou canst, for I do not grudge thee aught. But beware lest thou anger me, lest I harm thee, old though I am." But Eros would not hear words of peace, and still challenged him to fight. When Antinous saw this, he was glad, and said, "This is the goodliest sport that I have seen in this house. These two beggars would fight. Let us haste and match them." And the saying pleased them. And Antinous spake again, "Hear me, ye suitors of the queen. We have put aside these paunches of the goats for our supper. Let us agree that whosoever of these two shall win, have choice of these, that which pleaseth him best, and shall hereafter eat with us, and that no one else shall sit in his place." Then said Ulysses, "It is hard for an old man to fight with a young, yet will I do it. Only do ye swear to me that no one shall strike me a foul blow while I fight with this man." Then Telemachus said that this should be so, and they all consented to his words. Then Ulysses girded himself for the fight. All that were there saw his thighs, how great and strong they were, and his shoulders, how broad, and his arms, how mighty. And they said one to another, "There will be little of Eros left, so stalwart seems this beggar man." Eros would have slunk out of sight, but they compelled him to come forth. Then said the prince Antinous, "How is this, thou braggart, that thou fearest this old man, all woebegone as he is? Hearken thou to this. If this man prevails against thee, thou shalt be cast into a ship and taken to the land of King Æneas, who will cut off thy ears and thy nose." So the two came together, and Ulysses thought whether he should strike the fellow and slay him out of hand, or fell him to the ground, and this last seemed the better of the two. So when Eros had dealt his blow, he smote him on the jaw, so that he fell howling on the ground. Then all the suitors laughed aloud, but Ulysses dragged him out of the hall, and propped him by the wall of the courtyard, putting a staff in his hand, and saying, "Sit there, and keep dogs and swine from the door, but dare not hereafter to lord it over men, lest some worse thing befall thee." Then Antinous gave him a great paunch, and Amphinomus gave 2 loaves, and pledged him in a cup, saying, "Good luck to thee, father, hereafter, though now thou seemest to have evil fortune." And Ulysses made reply, "O Amphinomus, thou hast much wisdom, methinks, and thy father, I know, is wise. Take heed, therefore. There is not feebler upon earth than man, for in the days of his prosperity he thinketh nothing of trouble, but when the gods send evil to him, there is no help in him. I also trusted once in myself and my kinsmen, and now behold me what I am. Let no man therefore do violence and wrong, for Jupiter shall punish such deeds at the last. These suitors of the queen are working evil to him who is absent. Yet will he return some day and slay his enemies. Fly thou therefore while yet there is time, nor meet him when he comes." So he spake with kindly thought. That evening, the suitors having departed to their own dwellings, Ulysses and Telemachus took the arms from the hall, as they had planned to do. And while they did so, Telemachus said, "See, my father, this marvellous brightness that is on the pillars and the ceiling. Surely some god is with us." And Ulysses made reply, "I know it. Be silent. And now go to thy chamber and sleep, and leave me here, for I have somewhat to say to thy mother and her maidens." When the queen and her maidens came into the hall, for it was their work to cleanse it and make it ready for the morrow, Penelope asked him of his family and his country. At first he made as though he would not answer, fearing lest he should trouble her with the story of that which he had suffered. But afterwards, for she urged him, telling him what she herself had suffered, her husband being lost and her suitors troubling her without ceasing, he made up a tale that should satisfy her. He told her that he was a man of Crete, a brother of King Idomeneus, and how he had given hospitality to Ulysses when he was sailing to Troy with the sons of Atreus. And when the queen, seeking to know whether he spake the truth, asked him of Ulysses what manner of man he was, and with what clothing he was clothed, he answered her rightly, saying, I remember me that he had a mantle, twofold, woolen, of sea purple, clasped with a brooch of gold, whereon was a dog that held a fawn by the throat. Marvellously wrought they were, so hard held the one, so strove the other to be free. Also he had a tunic, white and smooth, which the women much admired. But whether some one had given him these things, I know not, for indeed many gave him gifts. Also he had a herald with him, one Eurybates, older than him, dark-skinned, round in the shoulders, with curly hair. And Penelope, knowing these things to be true, wept aloud, crying that she should see her husband no more. The false beggar comforted her, saying that Ulysses was in the land of Thesprotians, having much wealth with him, only that he had lost his ships and comrades, yet nevertheless would speedily return. Then Penelope bade her servants make ready a bed for the stranger of soft mats and blankets, and prepare a bath for him. But the mats and blankets he would not have, saying that he would sleep as before. Wherefore the queen bade Euryclea, the keeper of the house, do this thing for him, saying that he had been the comrade of her lord, and was marvellously like to him in feet and hands. And this the old woman was right willing to do, for love of her master. For never, she said, of all strangers that had come to the land, had come one so like to him. When she had prepared the bath for his feet, Ulysses sat by the fire, but as far in the shadow as he could, lest the old woman should see a great scar that was upon his leg, and know him thereby. By the scar the old nurse knew that it was Ulysses himself, and said, O Ulysses, O my child, to think that I knew thee not. And she looked towards the queen, meaning to tell the thing to her. But Ulysses laid his hand on her throat. Mother, wouldst thou kill me? I am returned after 20 years, and none must know till I shall be ready to take vengeance. And the old woman held her peace. And after this Penelope talked with him again, telling him her dreams, how she had seen a flock of geese in the palace, and how that an eagle had slain them. And when she mourned for these geese, lo, a voice said, These geese are thy suitors, and the eagle thy husband. And Ulysses said that the dream was well. Then she said that on the morrow she must make her choice, for she had promised to bring forth the great bow that was Ulysses, and whosoever should draw it most easily, and shoot an arrow best at a mark, should be her husband. And Ulysses made answer to her, It is well, lady. Put not off this trial of the bow, for before one of them shall draw the string, the great Ulysses shall come and duly shoot at the mark that shall be set. After this Penelope slept, but Ulysses watched. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Trial of the Bow by Alfred J. Church. The next day many things cheered Ulysses for that which he had to do. The first, the goddess Minerva had told him that she would stand at his side, and next he heard the thunder of Jupiter in a clear sky, and at last it chanced that a woman who sat at the mill grinding corn, being sore weary of her task and hating the suitors, said, Grant, Father Jupiter, that this be the last meal which these men shall eat in the house of Ulysses. After a while the suitors came and sat down, as was their wont, to the feast, and the servants bare to Ulysses, as Telemachus had bidden, a full share with the others. When Ctesippus, a prince of Samos, saw this, he said, Is it well that this fellow should fare even as we? Look now at the gift that I shall give him. Whereupon he took a bullock's foot out of the basket wherein it lay, and cast it at Ulysses. But he moved his head to the left and shunned it, and it flew on, marking the wall. And Telemachus cried in great wrath, It is well for thee, Ctesippus, that thou didst not strike this stranger. For surely, hadst thou done this thing, my spear had pierced thee through, and thy father had made good cheer, not for thy marriage, but for thy burial. Then said Agelaus, This is well said. Telemachus should not be wronged, no, nor this stranger. But on the other hand, he must bid his mother choose out of the suitors whom she will, and marry him, nor waste our time any more. And Telemachus said, It is well, she may marry whom she will, but from my house I will never send her against her will. And the suitors laughed and scoffed at Telemachus, but he heeded them not, and sat waiting till his father should give the sign. After this, Penelope went to fetch the great bow of Ulysses. From the peg on which it hung, she took it with its sheath, and sitting down, she laid it on her knees and wept over it, and after this rose up and went to where the suitors sat feasting in the hall. The bow she brought, and also the quiver full of arrows, and standing by the pillar of the dome, spake thus, Ye suitors who devour this house, making pretence that ye wish to wed me, lo, here is a proof of your skill. Here is the bow of the great Ulysses. Whoso shall bend it easiest in his hands, and shoot an arrow most easily through the health holes of the 12 axes that Telemachus shall set up, him will I follow, leaving this house, which I shall remember only in my dreams. Then she bade Æneas bear the bow and the arrows to the suitors. And the good swineherd wept to see his master's bow. And Philetius, the herdsman of the kine, wept also, for he was a good man, and loved the house of Ulysses. Then Telemachus planted in due order the axes wherein were the helve holes. Then first Leodes the priest, who alone among the suitors hated their evil ways, made trial of the bow, but he moved it not. It wearied his hands, for they were tender and unwont to toil. And he said, I cannot bend this bow, let some other try. Antinous was wroth to hear such words, and bade Melanthius bring forth from the stores a roll of fat, that they might anoint the string and soften it. So they softened the string with fat, but could not bend it. And they tried all of them in vain, till only Antinous and Eurymachus were left, who indeed were the bravest and the strongest of them all. Now the swineherd and the herdsman of the kine had gone out of the yard, and Ulysses came behind them and said, What would ye do if Ulysses were to come back to his home? Would ye fight for him or for the suitors? And both said that they would fight for him. And Ulysses said, It is even I who am come back in the 20th year, and ye I know are glad at heart that I am come, nor know I of any one besides. And if ye will help me as brave men today, wives shall ye have, and possessions and houses near to mine own, and ye shall be brothers and comrades to Telemachus. And for a sign, behold this scar which the wild boar made when I hunted with my father Autolycus. Then they wept for joy and kissed Ulysses, and he also kissed them. And he said to Æneas that he should bring the bow to him when the suitors had tried their fortune, also that he should bid the women keep within doors, not stir out if they should hear the noise of battle. And Philetius he bade lock the doors of the hall and fasten them with a rope. After this he came back to the hall, and Eurymachus had the bow in his hands, and sought to warm it at the fire. Then he essayed to draw it, but could not. And he groaned aloud, saying, Woe is me, not for loss of this marriage only, for there are other women to be wooed in Greece, but that we are so much weaker than the great Ulysses. This is indeed a shame to tell. Then said Antinous, Not so. Today is a holy day of the god of archers. Therefore we could not draw the bow. But tomorrow we will try once more, after due sacrifice to Apollo. And this saying pleased them all. But Ulysses said,
"Let me try this bow, for I would fain know whether I have such strength as I had in former days." At this all the suitors were wroth, and chiefly Antinous. But Penelope said that it should be so, and promised the man great gifts if he could draw his bow. But Telemachus spake thus: "Mother, the bow is mine to give or to refuse, and no man shall say me nay if I will that this stranger make trial of it. But do thou go to thy chamber with thy maidens, and let men take thought for these things." This he said, for he would have her depart from the hall, knowing what would happen therein. She marvelled to hear him speak with such authority, and answered not, but departed. And when Eumaeus would have carried the bow to Ulysses, the suitors spake roughly to him, but Telemachus constrained him to go. Therefore he took the bow and gave it to his master. Then went he to Euryclea, and bade her shut the door of the women's chambers, and keep them within, whatsoever they might hear. Philetius shut the doors of the hall, and fastened with a rope. Then Ulysses handled the great bow, trying it. When he found it to be without flaw, just as a minstrel fastens a string upon his harp and strains it to the pitch, so he strung the bow without toil. And holding the string in his right hand, he tried its tone, and the tone was sweet as the voice of a swallow. Then he took an arrow from the quiver, and laid the notch upon the string, and drew it, sitting as he was. And the arrow passed through every ring, and stood in the wall beyond. Then he said to Telemachus, "There is yet a feast to be held, before the sun go down." And he nodded the sign to Telemachus. And forthwith the young man stood by him, armed with spear and helmet and shield. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Vengeance of Ulysses, by Alfred J. Church. Then spake he to the suitors, "This labour has been accomplished. Let me try at yet another mark." And he aimed his arrow at Antinous. The man was just raising a cup to his lips, thinking not of death, for who thought that any man, though mightiest of mortals, would venture on such a deed, being one among many? Right through the neck passed the arrowhead, and he dropped the cup and fell from the table. The suitors, when they saw him fall, leapt from their seats. But when they looked, there was neither spear nor shield upon the wall, and they knew not whether it was by chance or of set purpose that the stranger had smitten him. Ulysses then declared who he was, saying, "Dogs, ye thought that I would never come back. Therefore have ye devoured my house, and made suit to my wife, while I yet lived, and feared not the gods, nor regarded men. Therefore a sudden destruction is come upon you all." Then when all the others trembled for fear, Eurymachus said, "If thou be indeed Ulysses of Ithaca, thou hast said well. Foul wrong has been done to thee in the house and in the field. But lo, he who was the mover of it all lies here, even Antinous. Nor was it so much this marriage that he sought, as to be king of this land, having destroyed thy house. But we will pay thee back for all that we have devoured, even 20 times as much." But Ulysses said, "Speak not of paying back. My hands shall not cease from slaying till I have taken vengeance on you all." Then said Eurymachus to his comrades, "This man will not stay his hands. He will smite us all with his arrows where he stands. Let us win the door and raise a cry in the city, then will this archer have shot his last." And he rushed on with his two-edged knife in his hand. But as he rushed, Ulysses smote him on the breast with an arrow, and he fell forwards. And when Amphinomus came on, Telemachus slew him with his spear, but drew not the spear from the body, lest some one should smite him unawares. Then he ran to his father and said, "Shall I fetch arms for us and our helpers?" "Yes," said he, "and tarry not, lest my arrows be spent." So he fetched from the armoury 4 shields and 4 helmets and 8 spears. And he and the servants, Æneas and Philetius, armed themselves. Ulysses also, when his arrows were spent, donned helmet and shield, and took a mighty spear in each hand. Menelaus, the goatherd, crept up to the armoury, and brought down therefrom 12 helmets and shields and spears. And when Ulysses saw that the suitors were arming themselves, he feared greatly, and said to his son, "There is treachery here. It is one of the women, or it may be Menelaus the goatherd." And Telemachus said, "The fault is mine, my father, for I left the door of the chamber unfastened." Soon Æneas spied Menelaus stealing up to the chamber again, and followed him, and Philetius with him. There they caught him, as he took a helmet in one hand and a shield in the other, and bound his feet and hands. Then these two went back to the hall, and there also came Minerva, having the shape of Mentor. Still, for she would yet further try the courage of Ulysses and his son, she helped them not as yet, but changing her shape, sat on the roof beam, like unto a swallow. And then cried Agelaus, "Friends, Mentor is gone, and helps them not. Let us not cast our spears at random, but let 6 come on together, if perchance we may prevail against them." Then they cast their spears, but Minerva turned them aside, one to the pillar, and another to the door, and another to the wall. But Ulysses and Telemachus and the 2 herdsmen slew each his man, and yet again they did so, and again. And all the while Minerva waved her flaming shield from above, and the suitors fell, as birds are scattered and torn by eagles. Then Leodes the priest made supplication to Ulysses, saying, "I never wrought evil in this house, and would have kept others from it, but they would not. Naught have I done, save serve at the altar. Wherefore slay me not?" And Ulysses made reply, "That thou hast served at the altar of these men is enough, and also that thou wouldst wed my wife." So he slew him. But Phemius the minstrel he spared, for he had sung among the suitors in the hall of compulsion, and not of goodwill. And also Medon the herald, bidding them go into the yard. There they sat holding by the altar, and looking fearfully every way, for yet they feared that they should die. And now Ulysses bade cleanse the hall, and wash the benches and the tables with water, and purify them with sulphur. And when this was done, that Euryclea the nurse should go to Penelope, and tell her that her husband was indeed returned. So Euryclea went to her chamber, and found the queen newly awoke from slumber, and told her that her husband was returned, and how he had slain the suitors, and how she had known him by the scar where the wild boar had wounded him. And yet the queen doubted, and said, "Let me go down and see my son, and these men that are slain, and the man who slew them." So she went, and sat in the twilight by the other wall, and Ulysses sat by the pillar with eyes cast down, waiting till his wife should speak to him. She was sore perplexed, for now she seemed to know him, and now she knew him not, for he had not suffered that the women should put new robes upon him. And Telemachus said, "Mother, sittest thou apart from my father, and speakest not to him? Surely thy heart is harder than a stone." But Ulysses said, "Let be, Telemachus. Thy mother will know that which is true in good time. But now let us hide this slaughter for a while, lest the friends of these men seek vengeance against us. Wherefore, let there be music and dancing in the hall, so that men shall say, This is the wedding of the queen, and there is joy in the palace, and know not of the truth." So the minstrel played, and women danced. And meanwhile Ulysses went to the bath, and clothed himself in bright apparel, and came back to the hall, and Minerva made him fair and young to see. Then he sat him down as before, near his wife, and said, "Surely, O lady, the gods have made thee harder of heart than all women besides. Would other wife have kept away from her husband, coming back now after 20 years?" And when she doubted yet, he spake again. Hear thou this, Penelope, and know that it is I myself, and not another. Dost thou remember how I built up the bed in our chamber? In the court there grew an olive tree, stout as a pillar, and round it I built a chamber of stone, and spanned the chamber with a roof, and I hung also a door, and then I cut off the leaves of the olive, and planed the trunk to be smooth and round, and the bed I inlaid with ivory and silver and gold, and stretched upon it an ox hide that was ornamented with silver. Then Penelope knew that he was her husband indeed, and ran to him, and threw her arms about him, and kissed him, saying, Pardon me, my lord, if I was slow to know thee, for I feared, so many wiles have men, that some one would deceive me, saying that he was my husband. But now I know this, that thou art he, and not another. And they wept over each other, and kissed each other. So did Ulysses come back to his home after 20 years. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Wanderings of Æneas, from Virgil. The remnant of the defeated army seeks a new home, by Thomas Bulfinch and Alfred J. Church. We have followed one of the Grecian heroes, Ulysses, in his wanderings on his return home from Troy, and now we propose to share the fortunes of the remnant of the conquered people under their chief Æneas, in their search for a new home after the ruin of their native city. On that fatal night, when the wooden horse disgorged its contents of armed men, and the capture and conflagration of the city were the result, Æneas beheld these things, but could not help them, being one against many. But when he saw King Priam lying dead before him, and Troy in flames, he bethought him of his father Anchises, and his wife Creusa, and of his little son Ascanius, and how he had left them without defence at home. But as he turned to seek them, the night being now, by reason of many fires, as clear as the day, he espied Helen sitting in the temple of Vesta, where she had sought sanctuary. For she feared the men of Troy, to whom she had brought ruin and destruction, and not less her own husband, whom she had deceived. Then was his wrath kindled, and he spake to himself, Shall this evil woman return safe to Sparta? Shall she see again her home and her children, with Trojan women to be her handmaidens? Shall Troy be burnt, and King Priam be slain, and she take no harm? Not so. For though there be no glory to be won from such a deed, yet shall I satisfy myself, taking vengeance upon her for my kinsmen and my countrymen. But while he thought these things in his heart, lo, there appeared unto him Venus his mother, as fair and as tall as the dwellers in heaven behold her. Then Venus spake thus, What meaneth all this rage, my son? Hast thou no care for me? Hast thou forgotten thy father Anchises, and thy wife, and thy little son? Of a surety the fire and the sword had consumed them long since, but that I cared for them and saved them. It is not Helen, no, nor Paris, that hath laid low this great city of Troy, but the wrath of the gods. See now, for I will take away the mist that covers thine eyes. See how Neptune with his trident is overthrowing the walls and rooting up the city from its foundations, and how Juno stands with spear and shield in the Scaean gate, and calls fresh hosts from the ships, and how Pallas sits on the height with the storm cloud about her and her Gorgon shield, and how Father Jupiter himself stirs up the enemy against Troy. Fly therefore, my son, I will not leave thee till thou shalt reach thy father's house. And as she spake, she vanished in the darkness. Then did Æneas see dreadful forms and gods who were the enemies of Troy, and before his eyes the whole city seemed to sink down into the fire.
even as a mountain oak upon the hills on which the woodmen ply their axes bows its head while all its boughs shake about it, till at last, as blow comes after blow, with a mighty groan it falls crashing down from the height. Even so the city seemed to fall. Then did Æneas pass on his way, the goddess leading him, and the flames gave place to him, and the javelins harmed him not. But when he was come to his house, he bethought him first of the old man his father. But when he would have carried him to the hills, Anchises would not, being loath to live in some strange country, when Troy had perished. Nay, said he, fly ye who are strong, and in the flower of your days. But as for me, if the gods had willed that I should live, they had saved this dwelling for me. Enough it is, yea, and more than enough, that once I have seen this city taken, and lived. Bid me then farewell, as though I were dead. Death will I find for myself. And truly I have long lingered here, a useless stock, and hated of the gods, since Jupiter smote me with the blast of his thunder. Nor could the old man be moved from his purpose, though his son and his son's wife, and even the child Ascanius, besought him with many tears that he should not make yet heavier the doom that was upon them. Then was Æneas minded to go back to the battle and die, for what hope was left? Thoughtest thou, my father, he cried, that I should flee and leave thee behind? What evil word is this that has fallen from thy lips? If the gods will have it that naught of Troy should be left, and thou be minded that thou and thine should perish with the city, be it so. The way is easy. Soon will Pyrrhus be here, Pyrrhus red with Priam's blood, Pyrrhus who slays the son before the face of the father, and the father at the altar. Was it for this, kind mother Venus, that thou broughtest me safe through fire and sword, to see the enemy in my home, and my father and my wife and my son lying slaughtered together? Comrades, give me my arms, and take me back to the battle. At the least, I will die avenged. But as he girded on his arms, and would have departed from the house, his wife Creusa caught his feet upon the threshold, staying him, and held out the little Ascanius, saying, If thou goest to thy death, take wife and child with thee. But if thou hopest aught from arms, guard first the house, where thou hast father and wife and child. And lo, as she spake, there befell a mighty marvel, for before the face of father and mother there was seen to shine a light on the head of the boy Ascanius, and to play upon his waving hair, and glitter on his temples. And when they feared to see this thing, and would have stifled the flame, or quenched it with water, the old man, Anchises, in great joy, raised his eyes to heaven, and cried aloud, O Father Jupiter, if prayer move thee at all, give thine aid, and make this omen sure. And even as he spake, the thunder rolled on his left hand, and a star shot through the skies, leaving a long trail of light behind, and passed over the housetops, till it was hidden in the woods of Ida. Then the old man lifted himself up, and did obeisance to the star, and said, I delay no more. Whithersoever ye lead, I will follow. Gods of my country, save my house and my grandson. This omen is of you. And now, my son, I refuse not to go. Then said Æneas, and as he spake, the fire came nearer, and the light was clearer to see, and the heat more fierce. Climb, dear father, on my shoulders. I will bear thee, nor grow weary with the weight. We will be saved or perish together. The little Ascanius shall go with me, and my wife follow behind, not over near. And ye, servants of my house, hearken to me. Ye mind how that to one who passes out of the city there is a tomb and a temple of Ceres in a lonely place, and an ancient cypress tree hard by. There will we gather by diverse ways. And do thou, my father, take the holy images in thy hands, for as for me, who have but newly come from battle, I may not touch them till I have washed me in the running stream. And as he spake, he put a cloak of lion's skin upon his shoulders, and the old man sat thereon. Ascanius also laid hold of his hand, and Creusa followed behind. So he went in much dread and trembling, for indeed before sword and spear of the enemy he had not feared, but now he feared for them that were with him. But when he was come nigh unto the gates, and the journey was well nigh finished, there befell a grievous mischance, for there was heard a sound as of many feet through the darkness, and the old man cried to him, Fly, my son, fly, they are coming, I see the flashing of shields and swords. But as Æneas hasted to go, Creusa his wife was severed from him. But whether she wandered from the way, or sat down in weariness, no man can say. Only he saw her no more, nor knew her to be lost, till, all his company being met at the temple of Ceres, she only was found wanting. Very grievous did the thing seem to him, nor did he cease to cry out in his wrath against gods and men. Also he bade his comrades have a care of his father and his son, and of the household gods, and girded him again with arms, and so passed into the city. And first he went to the wall, and to the gate by which he had come forth, and then to his house, if haply she had returned thither. But there indeed the men of Greece were come, and the fire had well nigh mastered it. And after that he went to the citadel, and to the palace of King Priam. And lo, in the porch of Juno's temple, Phoenix and Ulysses were keeping guard over the spoil, even the treasure of the temples, tables of the gods, and solid cups of gold and raiment, and a long array of them that had been taken captive, children and women. But none the less did he seek his wife through all the streets of the city, yea, and called her aloud by name. But lo, as he called, the image of her whom he sought seemed to stand before him, only greater than she had been while she was yet alive. And the spirit spake, saying, Why art thou vainly troubled? These things have not befallen us against the pleasure of the gods. The ruler of Olympus willeth not that Creusa should bear thee company in thy journey, for thou hast a long journey to take, and many seas to cross, till thou come to the Hesperian shore, where Lydian Tiber flows softly through a good land and a fertile. There shalt thou have great prosperity, and take to thyself a wife of royal race. Weep not then for Creusa, whom thou lovest, nor think that I shall be carried away to be a bondslave to some Grecian woman. Such fate befits not a daughter of Dardanus, and daughter-in-law of Venus. The mighty mother of the gods keepeth me in this land to serve her. And now farewell, and love the young Ascanius, even thy son and mine. So spake the spirit, and when Æneas wept and would have spoken, vanished out of his sight. Thrice he would have cast his arms about her neck, and thrice the image mocked him, being thin as air and fleeting as a dream. Then, the night being now spent, he sought his comrades, and found with much joy and wonder that a great company of men and women were gathered together, and were willing all of them to follow him whithersoever he went. And now the morning star rose over Mount Ida, and Æneas, seeing that the Greeks held the city, and that there was no longer any hope of succour, went his way to the mountains, taking his father with him. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Adventure with the Harpies by H. L. Havel. It was the first dawn of summer, and the green herb was already beginning to shoot among the blackened ruins of Troy, when the little fleet, bearing that shattered remnant of a mighty nation, put out into the deep. Tears dimmed the eyes of Æneas and his men, as they saw their native shores fade away into the distance behind them. The past was all sorrow, and the future was veiled in mystery and terror. But heaven's eternal eye was watching them, and a divine hand was held over them. The mountains of Crete have sunk beneath the horizon, and nothing appears but sea and sky, now black with clouds and lowering with impending storm. Down comes the wind with sheets of rain, blotting out the view, so that the helmsmen lose their bearings and drive at random before the tempest. 3 days and 3 nights they are thus hurled along at the mercy of the gale, and when the weather begins to clear, Æneas finds himself under the lee of a rocky island, one of the group called Strophades, in the Ionian Sea. One by one his vessels come struggling in, sorely battered by the heavy weather, and at length they all cast anchor in a sheltered inlet, and the weary multitude seeks repose and refreshment in the green meadows which run down to the beach, while the more active beat the bushes in search of game. Soon the welcome sound of lowing and bleating is heard, and a herd of fat oxen and a flock of goats are seen feeding near at hand. The choicest of the herd are speedily hemmed in and slaughtered, providing the materials for a joyful feast. But in the midst of the banquet all the air grows loud with the sound of whirring wings, and 3 monstrous creatures, with the bodies of birds and the faces of women, swoop down from the mountains, uttering discordant cries. The presence of these hideous beings brings pollution to all around them, and the very meat which the Trojans are eating grows tainted in their mouths. For these are the foul Harpies, who once dwelt on the shores of Thrace, and tormented the unhappy Phineus. But being driven away by the sons of Boreas, when the Argonauts passed that way on their voyage, they had taken up their abode on this lonely island. Æneas and his company gave way before these revolting assailants, and resumed their interrupted meal in a spot sheltered by rocks and trees. But again the Harpies came down upon them, and turned their meat into carrion. They drew their swords, and strove to beat off these importunate guests, but their blows fell harmless, as if they had struck upon mail of proof. And the Harpies took wing again, and were seen towering like vultures high in air, all but one, who alighted on a neighbouring rock, and shrieked at the discomfited Trojans with a voice as frightful as her face. "Accursed breed of an ancestor accursed, would ye add violence to robbery, and drive the Harpies from their home? Then hear this oracle which I heard from Apollo, and he from Jupiter. Your voyage is to Italy, and to Italy shall ye come. But ere ever ye shall found a city there, dire hunger shall compel you to devour your tables in vengeance for the wrong which ye have wrought upon me and my sisters." With prayer and sacrifice they sought to avert the evil foretold them, and when these were ended they went on board their ships, and the south wind bore them from that inhospitable shore. Then Ithaca looms in view, the rugged nurse of cruel Ulysses, and many a brow is bent, and many a curse is muttered at the mention of that hated name. At last a cloud-capped peak appears, and sweeping through a rocky and perilous channel, they cast anchor beneath the shadow of Apollo's temple in the bay of Actium. Winter is now approaching, and for some time their travels are at an end. The winter was passed in rest and recreation. At the first dawn of spring they broke up their camp, and skirting the coast of Epirus, put into the harbour of Patroclus on the mainland, opposite the blue mountains of Corfu. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Pursued by the Cyclops, by H. L. Havel. Laden with rich gifts, and pursued by their kind hosts with blessings and tears, the children of destiny launch their ships, and at the fall of evening anchor under the towering headland which juts out into the Adriatic to meet the opposite cliffs of Italy. Here they intend to pass the night and cross the narrow waters next day, but at midnight Palinurus, the captain of Æneas's vessel, wakes suddenly, and seeing that the night is calm and the wind fair, gives the signal to start. With level sails they bound swiftly over the softly heaving, starlit waters, and every heart beats high as they draw nearer and nearer to the land of their adoption. And now the stars grew pale, and dawn flushed rosy red on the Acroceraunian heights, while before them in the west appeared a low line of misty hills. "Italy!" cried Achates, the trusty squire of Æneas, and all the fleet took up the cry till the air rang with the magic name of Italy. Then Anchises filled a golden goblet with wine, and standing high on the after-deck of the vessel, poured a drink offering to the powers of land and sea, praying for a prosperous voyage and a safe landing. The wind blew stronger in answer to his prayer, and speedily they saw before them an opening in the rock-bound coast, leading by a narrow channel into a landlocked basin. On a lofty height, commanding the haven, stood the columned temple of Minerva, and on a meadow near the shore 4 snow-white steeds were grazing. "It is a message of war," said Anchises, for the horse is a warlike beast. Here they may not linger, for all the coast bristles with foes, but before they turn their prows southward, they veil their faces, as is the fashion of the Trojans, and with bowed knee and suppliant hands breathe the dreaded names of Juno and Minerva. The shores of Italy begin to fade, and far away on the southern horizon rises the fiery crest of Etna. To the right they hear an angry moaning sound, which warns them that they are on the threshold of the dreaded Sicilian Strait, the abode of Scylla and Charybdis. Even at this distance, the billows rise to a gigantic height, threatening to swamp their vessels. Palinurus calls to his men to take to their oars. The rest of the fleet follow his example, and borne forward by oars and sails, they are soon out of the reach of danger. With sunset, the wind dropped, and after hours of weary toil, they landed in the darkness beneath the black shadow of Etna, where the giant Enceladus lies chained on his uneasy couch. For after the defeat of the Titans, the enormous brood of earth, who had risen up in revolt against Jove, Enceladus, the most violent of these fierce rebels, was confined in a subterranean dungeon, and the huge mass of Etna was flung upon his bruised limbs to keep him fast. And whenever he stirs in that living grave, the whole mountain quakes and trembles, and fire and smoke and molten rocks are belched up through the throat of the furnace. Fevered was the sleep, and troubled the dreams of the Trojans, while their fleet lay moored in that fearful neighbourhood. The night was black and starless, and the air was full of strange sounds, as if some vast primeval monster were groaning and gasping for breath. The day dawned red and threatening, and Æneas had given the order to embark when, out of the woods which clothed the lower slopes of Etna, a man came slowly limping, whose appearance showed him to be in the last extremity of want and misery. He was covered with mire and clothed in rags, scarce held together with thorns, and his face was almost hidden by a matted growth of hair and beard. In such guise he came on with feeble steps, holding out his hands like one imploring pity and protection. When he recognized the Trojan arms and dress, he halted suddenly and seemed to hesitate. Then, summoning resolution, he came on again with quickened steps and flung himself at the knees of Æneas, who had advanced to meet him. "Save me," he cried, speaking in the Greek language, with sobs and tears. "Only take me from this horrible place, and then use me as ye will. I am a Greek, as ye hear, and I fought with the other Greeks against Troy. If that is a crime past forgiveness, let me suffer for it. Tear me limb from limb, and fling the fragments on the waves. It will be something to be slaughtered by human hands." Touched to the heart by that speaking image of wretchedness and despair, Æneas raised the poor outcast from the ground, comforted him with gentle words, and encouraged him to tell his story. Reassured by this kind reception, he informed them that he was one of the comrades of Ulysses, left behind in their hasty flight from the cave of the Cyclops Polyphemus. For the hardy Ithacan had visited this island in his wanderings, and had put out the single eye of Polyphemus, which flamed like the sun in the centre of his forehead, in revenge for the murder of his comrades, whom the cannibal monster had slain and devoured. For 3 months the unhappy castaway had skulked in the woods, supporting life on berries and roots, and affrighted by the ponderous tread of Polyphemus and his brethren, and their mighty voices, which rumbled like thunder over his head. Then, catching sight of the Trojan vessels, he had crept from his hiding place, determined to trust himself to the mercy of the newcomers, whoever they might be. He had just finished his story when a sound of crashing boughs was heard, as if some great beast were advancing through the jungle, and in a moment the giant shepherd came into view, supporting his footsteps on the trunk of a tall pine. Slowly he felt his way towards the sea, that monster horrible, misshapen, huge, and sightless. And when he reached the margin of the bay, he knelt down and washed the oozing gore from the gaping pit in his brow, while groans, as of some wounded leviathan, made the very waters tremble. In wild panic, the people of Æneas fled to their ships, and the hollow cliffs resounded to the beat of 1,000 oars as they made haste to reach the open sea. Polyphemus heard and waded out into deep water in the direction of the sound, with arms outstretched to seize one of the flying vessels. But, finding himself outpaced, he lifted up his voice and sent forth a colossal shout, which was bellowed back from the caverns of Etna and reached the far-off shores of Italy. Roused by that tremendous signal, his brethren came rushing from the woods and gathered in dread conclave, filling all the beach. Like towering oaks they stood, or tall cypress trees, glaring with orbs of fire at the Trojan fleet and the dashing oars. But the wind blew fair, and soon that tall cohort dwindled to pygmy size in the distance, and the rugged outlines of Etna grew fainter and fainter. Along the eastern and southern shore of Sicily they fly, where the blue waters lap softly round the feet of gently sloping hills, one day to be the site of many a famous city, Syracuse, and Agrigento, and Gela. Having rounded the western cape of the island, they come to anchor in the harbour of Drepanum. Here a great sorrow fell on Æneas. His aged father, Anchises, who had followed him through all his wanderings, and cheerfully endured many perils and privations, passed gently away, worn out with years and sorrows, and his bones were laid in foreign soil, far from the land of his birth. So far the Trojan emigrants have been suffered to proceed slowly and by winding ways, but without any direct hindrance, towards their destined goal. But now a new power appears on the scene, and a hostile influence begins to work against them, which will henceforth dog their footsteps for many years. That power is Juno, who had ever been Troy's bitterest and most implacable enemy. Many causes concurred to keep alive her hatred against that devoted race. The judgment of Paris, who had given the prize of beauty to her rival Venus. The high favour shown to Ganymede, a lovely Trojan boy whom Jupiter had made immortal and exalted to be his cupbearer. And the 10 long years of hope deferred and anxious toil when the Greeks were fighting against Troy. Besides all these bitter memories, a new and pressing occasion had lately arisen to fan the smouldering embers of her resentment into a blaze. On the northern coast of Africa, fronting the shores of Sicily, a colony from Tyre had recently founded the city of Carthage, and the capricious Queen of Heaven had centred all her affections on the Tyrian settlement, forgetting the ancient ties which bound her to the Grecian states. And now she had heard a prophecy foretelling that a great nation was fated to spring from the blood of the Trojan exiles, which should one day level the towers of Carthage with the dust, and found a new empire upon her ruins. Seated on her heavenly car, the goddess was speeding on her way from Carthage, full of ambitious schemes for the rising city, when, turning her eyes earthward, she saw the fleet of Æneas putting out from the shore of Sicily and heading for the Italian coast. At this unwelcome sight, she checked the flight of her airy steeds, and communed thus with her heart. There goes the Prince of Troy, the child of fortune, and thinks to thwart my purpose, and bring all my plans to naught. Powers less august than I can work their will, and vindicate their insulted majesty. Ajax blasphemed against Pallas, and in the midst of his boastings was blasted by Jove's fiery bolt. And I, the high Queen of Heaven, the consort of Heaven's King, must war in vain for years against this broken remnant of a ruined race. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Venus sends Æneas to Queen Dido, by Alfred J. Church. Not many days after, Æneas and his companions set sail. But scarce were they out of sight of the land of Sicily when Juno had espied them. Very wroth was she that they should now be drawing near to the end of their journey, and she smote the ship with the thunderbolts of Jupiter. Then Æneas and his companions, being sore wearied with the storm, made for the nearest shore, even Africa, where they found a haven running far into land, into which the waves come not till their force be spent. Now it came to pass on the next day that Æneas, having first hidden his ships in a bay that was well covered with trees, went forth to spy out the new land whither he was come, and Achates only went with him. And Æneas had in each hand a broad-pointed spear. And as he went, there met him in the middle of the wood his mother, but habited as a Spartan virgin, for she had hung a bow from her shoulders after the fashion of a huntress, and her hair was loose, and her tunic short to the knees, and her garments gathered in a knot upon her breast. Then first the false huntress spake, If perchance ye have seen one of my sisters wandering hereabouts, make known to me the place. She is girded with a quiver, and is clothed with the skin of a spotted lynx. Or, maybe, she hunts a wild boar with horn and hound. To whom Æneas, I have not seen nor heard sister of thine, O Virgin, for what shall I call thee? For of a surety neither is thy look as of a mortal woman, nor yet thy voice. A goddess certainly thou art, sister of Phoebus, or haply one of the nymphs. But whosoever thou art, look favourably upon us and help us. Tell us in what land we be, for the winds have driven us hither, and we know not aught of place or people. And Venus said, Nay, stranger, I am not such as ye think. We virgins of Tyre are wont to carry a quiver and to wear a buskin of purple, for indeed it is a Tyrian city that is hard by, though the land be Libya. And of this city Dido is queen, having come hither from Tyre, flying from the wrongdoing of her brother. And indeed the story of the thing is long, but I will recount the chief matter thereof to thee. The husband of this Dido was one Sychaeus, richest among all the men of Phoenicia, and greatly beloved of his wife. Now the brother of this Sychaeus was Pygmalion, the king of the country, and he exceeded all men in wickedness. And when there arose a quarrel between them, the king, being exceedingly mad after gold, took him unaware, even as he did sacrifice at the altar, and slew him. And the king hid the matter many days from Dido, and cheated her with false hopes. But at the last there came to her in her dreams the likeness of the dead man, bearing his wounds, and showing the wickedness which had been done. Also he bade her make haste and fly from that land, and, that she might do this the more easily, told her of great treasure, gold and silver, that was hidden in the earth. And Dido, being much moved by these things, made ready for flight. Also she sought for companions, and there came together to her all as many as hated the king or feared him. Then did they seize ships that chanced to be ready, and laded them with gold, even the treasure of King Pygmalion, and so fled across the sea. And in all this was a woman the leader. Then came they to this place, where thou seest the walls and citadel of Carthage, and bought so much land as they could cover with a bull's hide. And now do ye answer me this, whence come ye, and whither do ye go? Then answered Æneas, Should I tell the whole story of our wanderings, and thou have leisure to hear, evening would come ere I could make an end. We are men of Troy, who, having journeyed over many seas, have now been driven by storms to this shore of Libya. And as for me, men call me Prince Æneas. The land I seek is Italy, and my race is from Jupiter himself. With 20 ships did I set sail, going in the way whereof the gods sent me, and of these scarce 7 are left. And now, seeing that Europe and Asia endure me not, I wander over the desert places of Africa. But Venus suffered him not to speak more, but said, Whoever thou art, stranger, that art come to this Tyrian city, thou art surely beloved by the gods. And now go, show thyself to the queen, and as for thy ships and thy companions, I tell thee that they are safe in the haven, if I have not learnt augury in vain. See those 20 swans, how joyously they fly, and now there cometh an eagle, swooping down from the sky, putting them to confusion. But now again they move in due order, and some are settling on the earth, and some are preparing to settle. Even so doth it fare with thy ships, for either are they already in the haven, or enter thereinto with sails full set. And as she spake, she turned away, and there shone a rosy light from her neck. Also there came from her hair a sweet savour, as of ambrosia, and her garments grew under her feet. And Æneas perceived that she was his mother, and cried aloud, O my mother, why dost thou mock me so often with false shows, nor sufferest me to join my hand unto thy hand, and to speak with thee face to face? And he went towards the walls of the city, but Venus covered him and his companions with a mist, so that no man might see them, or hinder them, or inquire of their business, and then departed to Paphos, where was her temple, and also many altars of incense. Then the men hastened on their way, and mounting a hill which hung over the city, marvelled to behold it, for indeed it was very great and noble, with mighty gates and streets, and a multitude that walked therein. For some built the walls and the citadel, rolling great stones with their hands, and others marked out places for houses. Also they chose those that should give judgment and bear rule in the city. Some too digged out harbours, and others laid the foundations of a theatre, and cut out great pillars of stone. Like to bees they were, when, the summer being newly come, the young swarms go forth, or when they labour filling the cells with honey, and some receive the burdens of those that return from the fields, and others keep off the drones from the hive. Even so laboured the men of Tyre, and when Æneas beheld them, he cried, Happy ye, who even now have a city to dwell in. And being yet hidden by the mist, he went in at the gate, and mingled with the men, being seen of none. Now in the midst of the city was a wood, very thick with trees, and here the men of Carthage, first come to the land from their voyage, had digged out of the ground that which Juno had said should be a sign to them, even a horse's head. For that, finding this, their city would be mighty in war and full of riches. Here then Dido was building a temple to Juno, very splendid, with threshold of bronze, and many steps thereunto. Of bronze also were the doorposts and the gates. And here there befell a thing which gave much comfort and courage to Æneas. For as he stood and regarded the place, waiting also for the queen, he saw set forth in order upon the walls the battles that had been fought at Troy, the sons of Atreus also, and King Priam, and fierce Achilles. Then said he, not without tears, Is there any land, O Achates, that is not filled with our sorrows? Seest thou Priam? Yet withal there is a reward for virtue here also, and tears and pity for the troubles of men. Fear not, therefore, surely the fame of these things shall profit us. Then he looked, satisfying his soul with the paintings on the walls, for there was the city of Troy. In this part of the field the Greeks fled, and the youth of Troy pursued them, and in that the men of Troy fled, and Achilles followed hard upon them in his chariot. Also he saw the white tents of Rhesus, king of Thrace, whom the fierce Diomed slew in his sleep, when he was newly come to Troy, and drave his horses to the camp before they ate of the grass of the fields of Troy, or drank the waters of Xanthus. There also Troilus was pictured, ill-matched in battle with the great Achilles. His horses bare him along, but he lay on his back in the chariot, yet holding the reins, and his neck and head were dragged upon the earth, and the spear point made a trail in the dust. And in another place the women of Troy went suppliant-wise to the temple of Minerva, bearing a great and beautiful robe, sad, and beating their breasts, and with hair unbound. But the goddess regarded them not. Also Achilles dragged the body of Hector 3 times round the walls of Troy, and was selling it for gold. And Æneas groaned when he saw the man whom he loved, and the old man Priam, reaching out helpless hands. Also he knew himself, fighting in the midst of the Grecian chiefs. Black Memnon also he knew, and the hosts of the east. And Penthesilea, leading the army of the Amazons with shields shaped as the moon. Fierce she was to see, with one breast bared for battle, and a golden girdle beneath it, a damsel daring to fight with men. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Queen Dido welcomes Æneas, by Alfred J. Church. But while Æneas marvelled to see these things, lo, there came, with a great throng of youths behind her, Dido, most beautiful of women, fair as Diana when, on the banks of Eurotas, or on the hills of Cynthus, she leads the dance with 1,000 nymphs of the mountains about her. On her shoulder she bears a quiver, and overtops them all, and her mother, even Latona, silently rejoices to behold her. So fair and seemly to see was Dido, as she bare herself right nobly in the midst, being busy in the work of her kingdom. Then she sat herself down on a lofty throne in the gate of the temple, with many armed men about her, and she did justice between man and man. Also she divided the work of the city, sharing it equally, or parting it by lot. Then, of a sudden, Æneas heard a great clamour, and saw a company of men come quickly to the place, among whom were Antheus and Sergestus and Cloanthus, and others of the men of Troy that had been parted from him in the storm. Right glad was he to behold them, yet was not without fear, and though he would fain have come forth and caught them by the hand, yet did he tarry, waiting to hear how the men had fared, where they had left their ships, and wherefore they were come. Then Ilioneus, leave being now given that he should speak, thus began, O Queen, whom Jupiter permits to build a new city in these lands, we men of Troy, whom the winds have carried over many seas, pray thee that thou save our ships from fire, and spare a people that serveth the gods. For indeed we are not come to waste the dwellings of this land, or to carry off spoils to our ships. For of a truth, they who have suffered so much think not of such deeds. There is a land which the Greeks call Hesperia, but the people themselves Italy, after the name of their chief. an ancient land, mighty in arms and fertile of corn. Hither we were journeying, when a storm arising scattered our ships, and only these few that thou seest escaped to the land. And can there be nation so savage that it receiveth not shipwrecked men on its shore, but beareth arms against them, and forbiddeth them to land? Nay, but if ye care not for men, yet regard the gods, who forget neither them that do righteously, nor them that transgress. We had a king, Æneas, than whom there lived not a man more dutiful to gods and men, and greater in war. If indeed he be yet alive, then we fear not at all, for of a truth it will not repent thee to have helped us. And if not, other friends have we, as Acestes of Sicily. Grant us therefore to shelter our ships from the wind, also to fit them with fresh timber from the woods, and to make ready oars for rowing, so that, finding again our king and our companions, we may gain the land of Italy. But if he be dead, and Ascanius, his son, lost also, then there is a dwelling ready for us in the land of Sicily, with Acestes, who is our friend. Then Dido, her eyes bent on the ground, thus spake. Fear not, men of Troy. If we have seemed to deal harshly with you, pardon us, seeing that, being newly settled in this land, we must keep watch and ward over our coasts. But as for the men of Troy and their deeds in arms, who knows them not? Think not that we in Carthage are so dull of heart, or dwell so remote from man, that we are ignorant of these things. Whether, therefore, ye will journey to Italy, or rather return to Sicily and King Acestes, know that I will give you all help and protect you. Or, if ye will, settle in this land of ours. Yours is this city which I am building. I will make no difference between man of Troy and man of Tyre. Would that your king also were here. Surely I will send those that seek him in all parts of Libya, lest haply he should be gone astray in any forest or strange city of the land. And when Æneas and Achates heard these things, they were glad, and would have come forth from the cloud. And Achates said, What thinkest thou? Lo, thy comrades are safe, saving him whom we saw with our own eyes drowned in the waves, and all other things are according as thy mother said. And even as he spake, the cloud parted from about them, and Æneas stood forth, very bright to behold, with face and breast as of a god, for his mother had given to him hair beautiful to see, and cast about him the purple light of youth, even as a workman sets ivory in some fair ornament, or compasseth about silver or marble of Paris with gold. Then spake he to the queen, Lo, I am he whom ye seek, even Æneas of Troy, scarcely saved from the waters of the sea. And as for thee, O queen, seeing that thou only hast been found to pity the unspeakable sorrows of Troy, and biddest us, though we be but poor exiles, and lacking all things, to share thy city and thy home, may the gods do so to thee as thou deservest. And of a truth, so long as the rivers run to the seas, and the shadows fall on the hollows of the hills, so long will thy name and thy glory survive, whatever be the land to which the gods shall bring me. Then gave he his right hand to Ilioneus, and his left hand to Sergestus, and greeted them with great joy. And Dido, hearing these things, was silent for a while, but at the last she spake. What ill fortune brings thee into perils so great? What power drave thee to these savage shores? Well do I mind me how in days gone by there came to Sidon one Teucer, who, having been banished from his country, sought help from Belus, that he might find a kingdom for himself. And it chanced that in those days Belus my father had newly conquered the land of Cyprus. From that day did I know the tale of Troy, and thy name also, and the chiefs of Greece. Also I remember that Teucer spake honourably of the men of Troy, saying that he was himself sprung of the old Teucrian stock. Come ye therefore to my palace. I too have wandered far, even as you, and so have come to this land, and having suffered much, have learnt to succour them that suffer. So saying, she led Æneas into her palace. Also she sent to his companions in the ships great store of provisions, even 20 oxen, and 100 bristly swine, and 100 ewe-sheep with their lambs. But in the palace a great feast was set forth, couches covered with broidered purple, and silver vessels without end, and cups of gold, whereon were embossed the mighty deeds of the men of old time. And in the meantime Æneas sent Achates in haste to the ships, that he might fetch Ascanius to the feast. Also he bade that the boy should bring with him gifts of such things as they had saved from the ruins of Troy, a mantle stiff with broidery of gold, and a veil bordered with yellow acanthus, which the fair Helen had taken with her, flying from her home, but Leda, her mother, had given them to Helen. A sceptre likewise, which Ilione, firstborn of the daughters of Priam, had carried, and a necklace of pearls, and a double crown of jewels and gold. But Venus was troubled in heart, fearing evil to her son, should the men of Tyre be treacherous after their wont, and Juno remember her wrath. Wherefore, taking counsel with herself, she called to the winged boy, even Love, that was her son, and spake, My son, who art all my power and strength, who laughest at the thunders of Jupiter, thou knowest how Juno, being exceedingly wroth against thy brother Æneas, causeth him to wander out of the way over all lands. This day Dido hath him in her palace, and speaketh him fair, but I fear me much how these things may end. Wherefore, hear thou that which I purpose. Thy brother hath even now sent for the boy Ascanius, that he may come to the palace, bringing with him gifts of such things as they saved from the ruins of Troy. Him will I cause to fall into a deep sleep, and hide in Cythera, or Idalium. And do thou for one night take upon thee his likeness. And when Queen Dido at the feast shall hold thee in her lap, and kiss and embrace thee, do thou breathe by stealth thy fire into her heart. Then did Love as his mother bade him, and put off his wings, and took upon him the shape of Ascanius. But on the boy Venus caused there to fall a deep sleep, and carried him to the woods of Idalium, and lapped him in sweet-smelling flowers. And in his stead Love carried the gifts to the queen. And when he was come, they sat down to the feast, the queen being in the midst under a canopy. Æneas also and the men of Troy lay on coverlets of purple, to whom serving men brought water, and bread in baskets, and napkins. And within 50 handmaids were ready to replenish the stores of victuals, and to fan the fire, and 100 others, with pages as many, loaded the tables with dishes and drinking cups. Many men of Tyre also were bidden to the feast. Much they marvelled at the gifts of Æneas, and much at the false Ascanius. Dido also could not satisfy herself with looking on him, nor knew what trouble he was preparing for her in the time to come. And he, having first embraced the father who was not his father, and clung about his neck, addressed himself to Queen Dido, and she ever followed him with her eyes, and sometimes would hold him on her lap. And still he worked upon her that she should forget the dead Sychaeus, and conceive a new love in her heart. But when they first paused from the feast, lo, men set great bowls upon the table, and filled them to the brim with wine. Then did the queen call for a great vessel of gold with many jewels upon it, from which Belus and all the kings from Belus had drunk, and called for wine, and having filled it, she cried, O Jupiter, whom they call the god of hosts and guests, cause that this be a day of joy for the men of Troy, and for them of Tyre, and that our children remember it forever. Also Bacchus, giver of joy, be present, and kindly Juno. And when she had touched the wine with her lips, she handed the great cup to Prince Pythias, who drank thereout a mighty draught, and the other princes after him. Then the minstrel Iopus, whom Atlas himself had taught, sang to the harp of the moon, how she goes on her way, and of the sun, how his light is darkened. He sang also of men, and of the beasts of the field whence they come, and of the stars, Arcturus, and the greater bear and the less, and the Hyades, and of the winter sun, why he hastens to dip himself in the ocean, and of the winter nights, why they tarry so long. The queen also talked much of the story of Troy, of Priam, and of Hector, asking many things, as of the arms of Memnon, and of the horses of Diomed, and of Achilles, how great he was. And at last she said to Æneas, "Tell us now thy story, how Troy was taken, and thy wanderings over land and sea." And Æneas made answer, "Nay, O queen, but thou biddest me renew a sorrow unspeakable. Yet, if thou art minded to hear these things, hearken." And he told her all that had befallen him, even to the day when his father Anchises died. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Love and Death of Queen Dido by Alfred J. Church. Much was Queen Dido moved by the story, and much did she marvel at him that told it, and scarce could sleep for thinking of him. And the next day she spake to Anna her sister, "O my sister, I have been troubled this night with ill dreams, and my heart is disquieted within me. What a man is this stranger that hath come to our shores? How noble of mien! How bold in war! Sure I am that he is of the sons of the gods. What fortunes have been his! Of what wars he told us! Surely, were I not steadfastly purposed that I would not yoke me again in marriage, this were the man to whom I might yield. Only he, for I will tell thee the truth, my sister, only he, since the day when Sychaeus died by his brother's hand, hath moved my heart. But may the earth swallow me up, or the Almighty Father strike me with lightning, ere I stoop to such baseness. The husband of my youth hath carried with him my love, and he shall keep it in the grave." So she spake with many tears, and her sister made answer, "Why wilt thou waste thy youth in sorrow, without child or husband? Thinkest thou that there is care or remembrance of such things in the grave? No suitors indeed have pleased thee here or in Tyre, but wilt thou also contend with a love that is after thine own heart? Think too of the nations, among whom thou dwellest, how fierce they are, and of thy brother at Tyre, what he threatens against thee. Surely it was by the will of the gods, and of Juno chiefly, that the ships of Troy came hither. And this city which thou buildest, to what greatness will it grow, if only thou wilt make for thyself such alliance? How great will be the glory of Carthage, if the strength of Troy be joined unto her! Only do thou pray to the gods and offer sacrifices, and for the present, seeing that the time of sailing is now past, make excuse that these strangers tarry with thee a while." Thus did Anna comfort her sister and encourage her. And first the two offered sacrifice to the gods, chiefly to Juno, who careth for the bond of marriage. Also, examining the entrails of slain beasts, they sought to learn the things that should happen thereafter. And ever Dido would company with Æneas, leading him about the walls of the city which she builded. And often she would begin to speak and stay in the midst of her words. And when even was come, she would hear again and again at the banquet the tale of Troy, and while others slept, would watch, and while he was far away, would seem to see him and to hear him. Ascanius too she would embrace for love of his father, if so she might cheat her own heart. But the work of the city was stayed meanwhile, nor did the towers rise in their places, nor the youth practise themselves in arms. Then Juno, seeing how it fared with the queen, spake to Venus, "Are ye satisfied with your victory, thou and thy son, that ye have vanquished the two of you one woman? Well I knew that thou fearedst, lest this Carthage should harm thy favourite. But why should there be war between us? Thou hast what thou seekedst. Let us make alliance. Let Dido obey a Phrygian husband, and bring the men of Tyre as her dowry." But Venus knew that she spake with ill intent, to the end that the men of Troy should not reign in the land of Italy. Nevertheless, she dissembled with her tongue, and spake, "Who would not rather have peace with thee than war? Only I doubt whether this thing shall be to the pleasure of Jupiter. This thou must learn, seeing that thou art his wife, and where thou leadest, I will follow." So the two, taking counsel together, ordered things in this wise. The next day a great hunting was prepared, for as soon as ever the sun was risen upon the earth, the youth of the city assembled with nets and hunting spears and dogs that ran by scent. And the princes of Carthage waited for the queen at the palace door, where her horse stood champing the bit, with trappings of purple and gold. And after a while she came forth, with many following her. And she had upon her a Sidonian mantle, with a border wrought with divers colours. Of gold was her quiver, and of gold the knot of her hair, and of gold the clasp to her mantle. Æneas likewise came forth, beautiful as is Apollo when he leaveth Lydia and the stream of Xanthus, coming to Delos, and hath about his hair a wreath of bay leaves and a circlet of gold. So fair was Æneas to see. And when the hunters came to the hills, they found great store of goats and stags, which they chased. And of all the company, Ascanius was the foremost, thinking scorn of such hunting, and wishing that a wild boar or a lion out of the hills should come forth to be his prey. And now befell a great storm, with much thunder and hail, from which the hunters sought shelter. But Æneas and the queen, being left of all their company, came together to the same cave, and there they plighted their troth one to another. Nor did the queen after that make secret of her love, but called Æneas her husband. Straightway went Rumour, and told these things through the cities of Libya. Now Rumour, men say, is the youngest daughter of Earth, a marvellous creature, moving very swiftly, with feet and wings, and having many feathers upon her, and under every feather an eye, and a tongue, and a mouth, and an ear. In the night she flieth between heaven and earth, and sleepeth not. And in the day she sitteth on some housetop, or lofty tower, or spreadeth fear over mighty cities. And she loveth that which is false, even as she loveth that which is true. So now she went telling through Libya how Æneas of Troy was come, and Dido was wedded to him, and how they lived careless and at ease, and thinking not of the work to which they were called. And first of all she went to Prince Iarbas, who himself had sought Dido in marriage. And Iarbas was very wroth when he heard it, and coming to the temple of Jupiter, spread his grief before the god, how that he had given a place on his coasts to this Dido, and would have taken her to wife, but that she had married a stranger from Phrygia, another Paris, whose dress and adornments were of a woman rather than of a man. And Jupiter saw that this was so, and he said to Mercury, who was his messenger, "Go, speak to Æneas these words. Thus saith the king of gods and men, Is this what thy mother promised of thee, twice saving thee from the spear of the Greeks? Art thou he that shall rule Italy and its mighty men of war, and spread thy dominion to the ends of the world? If thou thyself forgettest these things, dost thou grudge to thy son the citadels of Rome? What doest thou here? Why lookest thou not to Italy? Depart, and tarry not. Then Mercury fitted the winged sandals to his feet, and took the wand with which he driveth the spirits of the dead, and came right soon to Mount Atlas, which standeth bearing the heaven on his head, and having always clouds about his top, and snow upon his shoulders, and a beard that is stiff with ice. There Mercury stood a while, then as a bird, which seeks its prey in the sea, shot headlong down, and came to Æneas where he stood, with a yellow jasper in his sword hilt, and a cloak of purple, shot with gold, about his shoulders, and spake, Buildest thou Carthage, forgetting thine own work? The Almighty Father saith to thee, What meanest thou? Why tarriest thou here? If thou carest not for thyself, yet think of thy son, and that the fates have given to him Italy and Rome. And Æneas saw him no more, and he stood stricken with fear and doubt. Fain would he obey the voice, and go as the gods commanded. But how should he tell this purpose to the queen? But at the last it seemed good to him to call certain of the chiefs, as Mnestheus, and Sergestus, and Antheus, and bid them make ready the ships in silence, and gather together the people, but dissemble the cause. And he himself would watch a fitting time to speak and unfold the matter to the queen. Yet was not Dido deceived, for love is keen of sight. Rumour also told her that they made ready the ships for sailing. Then flying through the city, even as one on whom has come the frenzy of Bacchus flies by night over Mount Cithaeron, she came upon Æneas and spake, Thoughtest thou to hide thy crime, and to depart in silence from this land? Carest thou not for her whom thou leavest to die? And hast thou no fear of winter storms that vex the sea? By all that I have done for thee and given thee, if there be yet any place for repentance, repent thee of this purpose. For thy sake I suffer the wrath of the princes of Libya, and of my own people. And if thou leavest me, for what should I live? Till my brother overthrow my city, or Iarbas carry me away captive? If but I had a little Æneas to play in my halls, I should not seem so altogether desolate. But Æneas, fearing the words of Jupiter, stood with eyes that relented not. At the last he spake, I deny not, O Queen, the benefits that thou hast done unto me, nor ever, while I live, shall I forget Dido. I sought not to fly by stealth, yet did I never promise that I would abide in this place. Could I have chosen according to my will, I had built again the city of Troy where it stood. But the gods command that I should seek Italy. Thou hast thy Carthage. Why dost thou grudge Italy to us? Nor may I tarry. Night after night have I seen my father Anchises warning me in dreams. Also even now the messenger of Jupiter came to me. With these ears I heard him, and bade me depart. Then in great wrath, with eyes askance, did Dido break forth upon him. Surely no goddess was thy mother, nor art thou come of the race of Dardanus. The rocks of Caucasus brought thee forth, and an Hyrcanian tigress fed thee. For why should I dissemble? Was he moved at all my tears? Did he pity my love? Nay, the very gods are against me. This man I took to myself when he was shipwrecked and ready to perish. I brought back his ships, his companions, from destruction. And now, forsooth, comes the messenger of Jupiter with dreadful commands from the gods. As for thee, I keep thee not. Go, seek thy Italy across the seas. Only, if there is any vengeance in heaven, thou wilt pay the penalty for this wrong, being wrecked on some rock in their midst. Then wilt thou call on Dido in vain. Ay, and wherever thou shalt go, I will haunt thee, and rejoice in the dwellings below to hear thy doom. Then she turned, and hastened to go into the house, but her spirit left her, so that her maidens bare her to her chamber, and laid her on her bed. Then Æneas, though indeed he was much troubled in heart, and would fain have comforted the queen, was obedient to the heavenly word, and departed to his ships. And the men of Troy busied themselves in making them ready for the voyage, even as the ants spoil a great heap of corn and store it in their dwellings against winter, moving in a black line across the field, and some carry the great grains, and some chide those that linger. Even so did the Trojans swarm along the ways, and labour at the work. But when Dido saw it, she called to Anna her sister, and said, "Seest thou how they hasten the work along the shore? Even now the sails are ready for the winds, and the sailors have wreathed the ships with garlands, as if for departure. Go thou, the deceiver always trusted thee, and thou knowest how best to move him. Go and entreat him. I harmed not him nor his people. Let him then grant me this only. Let him wait for a fairer time for his journey. I ask not that he give up his purpose, only that he grant me a short breathing space, till I may learn how to bear this sorrow." And Anna hearkened to her sister, and took the message to Æneas, yet profited nothing, for the gods shut his ears that he should not hear. Even as an oak stands firm when the north wind would root it up from the earth, its leaves are scattered all round, yet doth it remain firm, for its roots go down to the regions below, even as far as its branches reach to heaven. So stood Æneas firm, and though he wept many tears, changed not his purpose. Then did Dido grow weary of her life, for when she did sacrifice, the pure water would grow black, and the wine be changed into blood. Also from the shrine of her husband, which was in the midst of her palace, was heard a voice calling her, and the owl cried aloud from the housetop. And in her dreams the cruel Æneas seemed to drive her before him, or she seemed to be going a long way with none to bear her company, and be seeking her own people in a land that was desert. Therefore, hiding the thing that was in her heart, she spake to her sister, saying, "I have found a way, my sister, that shall bring him back to me, or set me free from him. Near the shore of the great sea, where the Ethiopians dwell, is a priestess who guards the temple of the daughters of Hesperus, being wont to feed the dragons that kept the apples of gold. She is able by her charms to loose the heart from care or to bind it, and to stay rivers also, and to turn the courses of the stars, and to call up the spirits of the dead. Do thou therefore, for this is what the priestess commands, build a pile in the open court, and put thereon the sword which he left hanging in our chamber, and the garments he wore, and the couch on which he lay, even all that was his, so that they may perish together." And when these things were done, for Anna knew not of her purpose, and also an image of Æneas was laid upon the pile, the priestess, with her hair unbound, called upon all the gods that dwell below, sprinkling thereon water that was drawn, she said, from the lake of Avernus, and scattering evil herbs that had been cut at the full moon with a sickle of bronze. Dido also, with 1 foot bare and her garments loosened, threw meal upon the fire, and called upon the gods, if haply there be any, that look upon those that love and suffer wrong. And now it was morning, and Queen Dido from her watchtower saw the ships upon the sea. Then she smote upon her breast and tore her hair, and cried, "Shall this stranger mock us thus? Hasten to follow him. Bring down the ships from the docks. Make ready sword and fire. And this was the man who bare upon his shoulders his aged father. Why did I not tear him to pieces, and slay his companions with the sword, and serve up the young Ascanius at his meal? And if I had perished, what then? For I die today. O sun, that regardest all the earth, and Juno, that carest for marriage bonds, and Hecate, queen of the dead, and ye furies that take vengeance on evildoers, hear me. If it be ordered that he reach this land, yet grant that he suffer many things from his enemies, and be driven from his city, and beg for help from strangers, and see his people cruelly slain with the sword. And when he shall have made peace on ill conditions, that he enjoy not long his kingdom, but die before his day, and lie unburied on the plain. And ye men of Tyre, hate his children and his people for ever. Let there be no love or peace between you. And may some avenger arise from my grave, who shall persecute the race of Dardanus with fire and sword. So shall there be war forever between him and me. Then she spake to old Barce, who had been nurse to her husband Sychaeus. Bid my sister bathe herself in water, and bring with her beasts for sacrifice. And do thou also put a garland about thy head, for I am minded to finish this sacrifice which I have begun, and to burn the image of the man of Troy. And when the old woman made haste to do her bidding, Queen Dido ran to the court where the pile was made for the burning, and mounted on the pile, and drew the sword of Æneas from the scabbard. Then did she throw herself upon the bed, and cry, Now do I yield up my life. I have finished my course. I have built a mighty city. I have avenged my husband on him that slew him. Happy had I been, yea, too happy, had the ships of Troy never come to this land. Then she kissed the bed, and cried, Shall I die unavenged? Nevertheless, let me die. The man of Troy shall see this fire from the sea whereon he journeys, and carry with him an augury of death. And when her maidens looked, lo, she had fallen upon the sword, and the blood was upon her hands. And a great cry went up through the palace, exceeding loud and bitter, even as if the enemy had taken Carthage or ancient Tyre, and the fire were mounting over the dwellings of men and of gods. And Anna her sister heard it, and rushing through the midst called her by name, O my sister, was this thy purpose? Were the pile and the sword and the fire for this? Why wouldst thou not suffer that I should die with thee? For surely, my sister, thou hast slain thyself and me, and thy people, and thy city. But give me water, ye maidens, that I may wash her wounds, and if there be any breath left in her, we may yet stay it. Then she climbed onto the pile, and caught her sister in her arms, and sought to staunch the blood with her garments. 3 times did Dido strive to raise her eyes. 3 times did her spirit leave her. 3 times she would have raised herself upon her elbow. 3 times she fell back upon the bed, looking with wandering eyes for the light, and groaning that she yet beheld it. Then Juno, looking down from heaven, saw that her pain was long, and pitied her, and sent down Iris her messenger, that she might loose the soul that struggled to be free. For, seeing that she died not by nature nor by the hand of man, but before her time, and of her own madness, Queen Proserpina had not shred the ringlet from her head which she shreds from them that die. Wherefore Iris, flying down with dewy wings from heaven, with 1,000 colours about her from the light of the sun, stood above her head and said, I give thee to death, even as I am bidden, and loose thee from thy body. Then she shred the lock, and Queen Dido gave up the ghost. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Race of the 4 Galleys by H. L. Havel. On the night when Dido was keeping her last sorrowful vigil, Æneas lay sleeping on the deck of his galley, having made all things ready for a start next day. But in his dreams he saw the youthful form of Mercury standing by him, perfect in grace and beauty, and heard these warning words, Canst thou sleep, Æneas, on the very brink of peril? Away, fly from this coast, before thy path is beset with sword and brand. A woman's heart is a fickle and slippery thing. Æneas started from his couch in a fright, and cried to his men, "Up, comrades! Take your oars and let us be gone! A second time I have heard the voice of a god, and again the word is, 'Fly!'" And drawing his sword, he cut the rope which moored his vessel to the shore. Swiftly the benches were manned, the calm waters eddied and roared under their sturdy strokes, and the whole fleet, urged by one impulse, swept out to sea. The wind blew fair, and the towers of Carthage were already sinking beneath the horizon, when a great column of smoke shot up from the direction of Carthage, checkered by tongues of fire. It was the funeral pyre on which Dido's body was burning. But the Trojans knew not this, and thinking that perhaps it was a signal to summon the Tyrian fleet for pursuit, they redoubled their efforts until the smoke column dwindled to a speck and vanished, and nothing remained in view but sea and sky. Meanwhile the wind had shifted to the north. The sky became overcast, and the waves grew black and threatening. Palinurus, the captain of the royal vessel, after anxiously scrutinizing the signs of the weather, came to Æneas and said, "My lord, if Jupiter himself were my warrant, I could not hope to reach Italy in this wind. Everything forebodes a storm, and my counsel is that we run for shelter to the friendly harbour of Ajax on the north coast of Sicily, where we are sure of a brotherly welcome. It is close at hand, unless my seamanship is at fault." Æneas was well disposed on all accounts to take the advice of his pilot, for Ajax was a Trojan settlement which they had already visited on their voyage from Epirus, and here too his father Anchises had found his last resting place. Accordingly, the order was given, and running before the wind, they soon reached the shelter of the high cliffs which guarded the harbour of Ajax. As they approached the shore, they saw a stalwart warrior standing ready to receive them, grimly attired in a bearskin and bristling with weapons. "It is my old friend Acestes," said Æneas with a smile, "whose heart is as kind as his aspect is threatening." True to this description of his character, Acestes hails his wandering countrymen with a hearty greeting and entertains them with princely hospitality. Next day was the anniversary of the death of Anchises, which was celebrated by Æneas and his men with splendid pomp, and offerings of blood and wine and milk at the tomb. When all rites had been duly paid, Æneas made proclamation of a great series of games to be held on the 9th day following, and invited all the subjects of Acestes to take part with the Trojans in the friendly contest. On the day appointed, a vast multitude assembled, and took their station on the cliffs to witness the first event, in which 4 of the Trojan galleys were to race to a rocky island some distance from the shore, and back again to the mainland. The crews of the vessels, the Pristus, the Chimera, the Centaur, and the Scylla, were mustered in their places, and the captains, brave in their purple uniforms, stood conspicuous on the afterdecks, glancing critically at their brawny crews, who sat stripped to the waist, grasping their oars and waiting for the signal. There was a breathless pause, then a loud blast from a trumpet rang out for the start, and the 4 galleys darted out with level prows for the open sea, while a tremendous roar went up from the host of spectators who thronged the cliffs. "She leads! The Chimera has the lead!" is the cry, and in fact the Chimera, under her captain Gyas, is forging ahead. She is a galley of the largest size and built for speed. Next comes the Scylla, with her crew rowing powerfully and splendidly together, but she is broad in the beam and a slow traveller. The 3rd place is keenly contested between the Pristus and the Centaur, whose figureheads may be seen alternately passing and repassing each other, and then again racing neck and neck. Footnote: Pristus means shark. End of footnote. The rocky island draws nearer and nearer, and they can see the green bough of Ilex, placed there by order of Æneas, waving in the wind. The Chimera is still leading, and Gyas, her captain, calls to his helmsman. "Keep closer," he orders. "You're steering too wide. Let the oars graze the rocks on the port side." But the cautious old seaman shakes his head and steers in a wide curve, fearing the shoal water near the island. Close behind looms the tall prow of the Scylla, and they can hear the water hissing and foaming round her cutwater. "They are gaining!" shouts Gaius, and even as he speaks, the huge galley, steered by a bold and skilful hand, takes the inside place, sweeps round the island, and gaining deep water, rushes triumphantly forward, bound for the shore. This was too much for the excitable Gaius. With tears of rage and grief, he sprang upon the helmsman, and snatching the tiller from his hand, with one vigorous thrust he flung the too cautious veteran into the sea. Presently a grey head emerged from the water, and the old man was seen swimming slowly towards the rocks, which he reached not without difficulty, and sat down with dripping garments and rueful countenance, gasping and spitting out the brine. "Now give way, my men," cried Gaius, putting the helm hard down, as so to bring the galley round to the very edge of the rocks. Meanwhile, Menestheus in the Pristus and Sergestus in the Centaur were still rowing a keen race, and as they neared the turning point, the Centaur was leading by half a length. Seeing the wild steering of the Chimera, which was yawing and losing way under the unskilful hand of Gaius, Menestheus strode up and down the gangway, calling loudly to his crew, "Now show your mettle, my braves, ye who have fought at Hector's side and defied 1,000 perils on land and sea. Save your captain from the dishonour of coming in last." His men respond gallantly to the call. The huge hull of the Pristus trembles under their mighty strokes, and the white wake boils and foams behind them. And as they strain and tug at their ponderous oars, with parched throats and heaving chests, suddenly a loud crash announces that fortune has come to their aid, for the Centaur, taking the curve too short, has stuck fast on a projecting ridge, and hangs, with shattered prow and broken oars, on the rocks. While the crew are busy with long poles, trying to get her off, the rival Pristus sweeps triumphantly past her, clears the dangerous shallows, and enters deep water again, homeward bound. And first she passes the Chimera, who has lost her helmsman, and cannot keep a straight course. Then hard after the Scylla she flies, and seems gaining on her with every stroke. Nearer and nearer creeps the Pristus. Louder and louder grow the shouts of the waiting multitude on the shore, whose feelings have been wound up to the wildest excitement by the sudden changes of fortune and the startling incidents of this memorable race. Already the prow of the Pristus is overlapping the stern of the Scylla, when a sudden fury seems to enter into the crew of the leading vessel, and as if thrust forward from below by a giant's hand, she makes a great bound in advance of her pursuer, and gains the harbour. The race was over, and the victorious captains, crowned with laurel, were flaunting their honours proudly before their admiring comrades. Cloanthus, the captain of the Scylla, received as first prize a rich mantle with a double waving border of Tyrian purple, on which was embroidered the story of the rape of Ganymede, a living picture showing the lovely boy seized in the midst of his woodland sports, and borne skyward in the talons of a gigantic eagle, while below him were seen his dogs, leaping and baying in wild excitement, and a group of aged attendants, with hands uplifted and lips parted in speechless dismay. 100 eyes were curiously scanning this rare device, when a loud laugh from the crowd on the shore announced the return of the unlucky Centaur. Like a wounded snake, crushed by the wheel of a passing wagon, she came crawling slowly through the harbour mouth, and landed her crestfallen crew, among whom was Menelaus, the Chimera's helmsman, still damp from his involuntary bath. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Foot Race, by H. L. Havel. Æneas now led the way to a level grassy plain surrounded by hills, and displayed the prizes for the next event, which was the foot race. Every competitor was to receive 2 arrows, the choice workmanship of Cretan armourers, and a battle-axe chased with silver, and besides these, 3 special prizes were offered: a war horse, splendidly caparisoned, for the first, a quiver of Thracian arrows with a rich baldric of goldwork fastened by a jewelled buckle for the second, and for the third, a helmet won in battle from the Greeks. Quite a crowd of runners assembled at the starting place, and conspicuous among them was seen Euryalus, a boy of great beauty, and Nisus, his friend, who loved him as a father. The long line was brought level, the signal was given, and away they went, Nisus taking the lead, followed at a long interval by Salius, a youth of Greek descent. Euryalus again at some distance held the third place, and after him came Helymus, a Sicilian, hotly pursued by Diores, a Trojan of the royal race of Priam. Nisus, still keeping the lead, was already within sight of the goal when he unwarily trod on a muddy place, wet with the blood of oxen which had been offered in the late sacrifice. He stumbled, reeled, recovered himself, and then fell headlong in the mire. But even at that moment he did not forget his friend Euryalus, but staggering to his feet, flung himself in the way of Salius as he came up, and both rolled together on the ground. The field was thus left open for Euryalus, who flew past the winning post an easy victor amidst a thunder of applause, for his youth and beauty had won all hearts. Helymus came in second and Diores third. Æneas was engaged in bestowing the prizes on the 3 winners, as the custom was, at the conclusion of the race, when Salius came up and began to stun the ears of the judges with his complaints. "The first prize is mine," he protested, laying his hand on the bridle of the horse, in spite of the tearful remonstrances of Euryalus and the loud clamour of Diores, who saw himself threatened with the loss of his prize. The dispute was stopped by the authority of Æneas, and the ruffled Salius was soothed by the gift of a magnificent lion skin with gilded claws. Hereupon Nisus came limping up, daubed from head to foot with mud. "If you pity the fallen," said he to Æneas, "what am I to have as a consolation prize?" Æneas smiled graciously at the rueful figure of Nisus, and presented him with a shield, richly chased by a Grecian artist, and thus both winners and losers were sent away happy and satisfied. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Boxing Match by H. L. Havel. A young bull with gilded horns and a fine sword and helmet were next displayed as prizes for the boxing match. This was a terrible and murderous struggle, fraught with peril to life and limb, for the boxers fought with their hands encased in gloves of hard leather, often weighted with iron and lead, called the cestus. One champion alone appeared ready to bear his part in this heroic sport. He was a Trojan named Dares, and the son of the famous boxer Amycus, who had been killed by Pollux during the voyage of the Argonauts. The fame of Dares was well known among his comrades, and no one seemed inclined to dispute his supremacy in the ring. Accordingly, Dares, who had been showing off his muscle before the crowd, and dealing tremendous buffets to an imaginary antagonist, strutted up to Æneas and, laying his hand on the bull, claimed him as his lawful prize. But he was not to be allowed to triumph so easily. Among the spectators there stood a man already advanced in years, but of gigantic stature and massive build. Acestes, who was standing near him, now addressed him in terms of reproach. "Entellus, wilt thou suffer this braggart to carry off the prize without a blow? Hast thou forgotten thy divine master Eryx? or fearest thou the face of this blustering bully?" "I fear no man," answered Entellus, "but I am old, and my joints are stiff, while that fellow is young and lusty. The greedy knave, he cares for nothing but the prize. What do you think of these?" he cried, stepping into the ring and flinging down a ponderous pair of cestus of tough bull's hide, stiffened with lead and iron. Darius recoiled at the sight of these frightful weapons and refused to face an opponent armed in such fashion. "What would you have thought if you had seen the gauntlets with which Hercules fought?" asked Entellus, turning to Æneas, who had picked up the formidable gloves and was examining them with amazement. "These which you see were worn by your brother Eryx when he stood up against Hercules. But I will take no advantage. Lend me another pair, and we will fight with equal weapons." The change was made. Entellus stripped and took up his station in the middle of the arena, confronting Darius, who, powerful as he was, looked a mere stripling as he faced the athletic veteran. Then the boxers raised themselves to their full height, with heads drawn back, and the battle began. Darius was far superior in speed and agility, while Entellus, who could have crushed him in his arms, was slow on his feet and short of wind. There was a rapid interchange of blows, and the air rang with the clatter of the hard gauntlets as Darius manoeuvred nimbly round his huge antagonist, who stood rooted like an oak in his place, parrying the blows. Suddenly, Entellus saw an opening and put in a heavy stroke with all the force of his ponderous right arm. Darius stepped lightly aside, and Entellus, carried forward by the impetus of his own blow, lost his balance and came down with a sounding thud on the turf. A shout of mingled triumph and dismay greeted the fall of the Sicilian champion, and his friends rushed forward to help him to his feet. But neither dulled nor dismayed by his fall, that mighty man returns keener to the battle and kindles strength with rage. All the vigour of his youth comes back to him, and he chases Darius headlong round and round the ring, now with his right hand raining blows, now with his giant left. No rest, no pause. Like hailstones rattling on the roof, so shower the strokes of those iron hands on the head of the hapless Darius. At last Æneas interposed and stopped the unequal combat. Darius was borne, shattered and fainting, from the ring, and Entellus, crowned with the victor's wreath, took possession of the bull. "Now mark," he said, "Æneas, and learn, ye Trojans, what force was in this arm in the days of my prime, and what death Darius has escaped." Saying this, he planted himself firmly in front of the bull, and slowly drawing back his gauntleted fist, poised it like a club, and dashed it with all his force between the horns of the beast. The skull was splintered as if by a sledgehammer, and prostrate, lifeless, quivering, on earth lay the bull. "That was the blow which I designed for Darius," said the giant. "But the bull is a worthier sacrifice to the shed of my master Eryx. I have fought my last round, and now I will hang up my gauntlets in his shrine."
End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Contest of the Archers by H. L. Havel. "Now, gallant archers, try your skill," said Æneas, pointing to a tall mast which had been set up in the middle of the plain, with a dove fluttering above it, fastened by the leg with a slender cord. Lots were drawn to determine the order of shooting, and the archers, among whom were Menelaus, winner of the third prize in the boat race, Eurytion, brother of the famous Pandarus, and the aged Acestes, took up their stations. The first arrow struck the mast. Then Menelaus, who had drawn the second place, took steady aim, but missing the bird, chanced to sever the cord which bound her to the mast. Up flew the dove, and remained hovering in the air above their heads. Eurytion now raised his bow high above his head, and calling on his brother's name, sent an arrow straight into the air, and brought down the bird, just as she was preparing for a distant flight. "Ye have left me no mark to aim at," said Acestes. "But see, there is vigour left still in these old arms of mine." And he drew his arrow to the head, and sent an arrow whizzing towards the cloud. Then followed a strange portent, which kept all the prophets busy for many a day. For as they watched the flying shaft, it burst into flames, and shooting across the sky with a trail of light, burnt away, and vanished from view like a meteor in the nights of winter. "Hail, fiery messenger of heaven's will!" cried Acestes joyfully. "And hail to thee, father and friend!" repeated Æneas, grasping his hand. "Thine was the best shot of all, and I will bestow on thee a gift of honour, since by thy hand was wrought this wonder, and Jove himself has blessed thine archery." And he gave him a silver goblet embossed with choice designs, which was a treasured heirloom in his family. The great multitude now stood hushed in expectation, for the most brilliant event of the day was reserved to the last. As soon as the arena was cleared, Æneas gave a sign to Epitides, the faithful guardian and companion of the young Iülus, and presently a murmur arose on the outskirts of the crowd, swelling to a great shout, as a troop of youthful horsemen rode into the arena in 3 divisions. In each division were 12 boys, all armed with javelins, all crowned with olive wreaths, and all wearing chains of gold. At the head of each band rode its boyish captain. First was seen the son of Polites, named after his grandsire Priam, mounted on a brave chestnut with white markings on forehead and forehoof. Then followed the second line, led by Attis, whose name descended to a noble Roman house. Little Attis, loved in his boyhood by the young Iülus. And last and fairest of all came Iülus himself, riding a gallant steed of Arab race, which he had received as a gift from the fair hand of Dido. Loud was the applause among the Trojans as they watched that pretty pageant of childish chivalry, and traced their father's likeness on the blushing faces of the happy boys. Having ridden slowly round the arena, they drew up in a body, facing the spot where Æneas and the Trojan nobles were seated round their host. Then Epitides gave the signal with a loud crack of his whip, and parting again into 3 separate troops, they couched their weapons and made a mimic charge. But, avoiding the shock at the moment of meeting, rank passed through rank, wheeled again, and returned to the encounter. And so they threaded all the mazes of a warlike dance, in which attack and retreat, rally, and hand-to-hand assault were pictured in living colours on the level green. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Sibyl Speaks to Æneas, by Alfred J. Church. Æneas finally came to the land of Italy, nigh unto Cumae, which was the dwelling place of the Sibyl. The men turned the forepart of the ships to the sea, and made them fast with anchors. Then they leapt forth upon the shore, and kindled a fire, and some cut wood in the forest, or fetched water from the stream. But Æneas went up to the great cave of the Sibyl, where, by the inspiration of Apollo, she foretelleth things to come. Now the temple was a marvellous place to look upon. On the doors thereof was set forth, graven in stone, the death of Androgeos, and the men of Attica, choosing by lot 7 of their children, who should be given as a ransom yearly. And rising from the sea upon the other side, the land of Crete. Likewise the labyrinth was there, and its winding ways. But Icarus they saw not, for when his father would have wrought the manner of his death in gold, his hands failed him. Twice he strove, and twice they failed. And when Æneas would have looked further, the priestess said, "Linger not with these things, but slay forthwith 7 bullocks from the herd, and 7 sheep duly chosen out of the flock." And when they came to the cave, now there are 100 doors, and a voice cometh forth from each. The Sibyl cried, "It is time! Lo, the god, the god!" And even as she spake, her look was changed, and the colour of her face. Also her hair was loosened, and her breast panted, and she waxed greater than is the stature of a man. Then she cried, "Delayest thou to pray, Æneas of Troy? Delayest thou? For the doors open not but to prayer." Nor said she more. Then Æneas prayed, saying, "O Phoebus, who didst always pity the sorrows of Troy, and didst guide the arrow of Paris, that it slew the great Achilles, I have followed thy bidding, journeying over many lands, and now I lay hold on this shore of Italy, which ever seemed to fly before me. Grant thou that our ill fortune follow us no more, and all ye gods and goddesses who loved not Troy, be merciful to us. And now, O prophetess, give, if it may be, such answer as I would hear, so will I and my people honour thee forever. And write it not, I pray thee, upon leaves, lest the winds carry them away, but speak with thy voice." And for a while the prophetess strove against the spirit, but at the last it mastered her, and the doors flew open, and she spake, saying, "The perils of the sea thou hast escaped, but there await thee yet worse perils upon the land. The men of Troy shall come to the kingdom of Lavinium, fear not for that. Yet will they fain not have come. I see battles, and the Tiber foaming with blood, and a new Xanthus and Simois, and another Achilles, himself also goddess-born. Juno also shall be ever against thee, and thou shalt be a suppliant to many cities, and the cause of all these woes shall be again a woman. Only yield not thou, but go ever more boldly when occasion shall serve. Little thinkest thou that thy first succour shall be from a city of the Greeks." And when she had ended these words, Æneas made answer, "O lady, no toil or peril shall take me unawares, for I have thought over all things in my heart. But one thing I ask of thee. Here is the door of the dwellings of the dead. Fain would I pass thereby, that I may visit my father. I carried him on my shoulders out of the fires of Troy, and with me he endured many things by land and sea, more than befitted his old age. Likewise he bade me ask this boon of thee. Do thou therefore pity both father and son, for thou hast the power, if only thou wilt. Did not Orpheus bring back his wife from the dead, having his harp only? Also Pollux goeth many times this same path, redeeming his brother from death. And why should I tell of Theseus and Hercules? And I also am of the lineage of Jupiter." Then the Sibyl spake, saying, "Son of Anchises, it is easy to go down to hell. The door is open day and night, but to return and struggle to the upper air, that is the labour. Few only have done it, and these of the lineage of the gods and dear to Jupiter. Yet, if thou wilt attempt it, hearken unto me. There lieth, hid in the forest, a bough of gold, which is sacred to the Queen of Hell. Nor may any man go on this journey till he have plucked it, for the Queen will have it as a gift for herself. And when the bough is plucked, there ever groweth another. And if it be the pleasure of the gods that thou go, it will yield to thy hand. But know that one of thy companions lieth dead upon the shore. First must thou bury him, and after offer due sacrifice, even black sheep. So shalt thou approach the dwellings of the dead." Then Æneas departed from the cave, and Achates went with him, and much they wondered who it might be that was dead. And when they came to the shore, lo, Menelaus lay there, than whom no man was more skilful to call men to battle with the voice of the trumpet. Hector's companion he had been in old time, and then followed Æneas. And now, blowing his trumpet on the shore, he had challenged the gods of the sea to compare with him, wherefore a Triton caught him and plunged him into the sea, so that he died. Then did Æneas and his companions prepare for the burial, cutting ilex and oak and mountain ash from the wood. But when Æneas beheld the forest, how vast it was, he said, "Now may the gods grant that in this great forest the bough of gold discover itself." And as he spake, lo, 2 doves flew before his face and settled on the grass, and he knew them to be the birds of his mother, and cried, saying, "Guide me now to the bough of gold, and thou, my mother, help me as before." Then the birds flew so that he could still see them with his eyes, and he followed after them. But when they came to the mouth of Avernus, they sat both of them on the tree, and lo, the bough of gold glittered among the branches and rustled in the wind. Right gladly did Æneas break it off and carry it to the dwelling of the Sibyl. In the meantime, the men of Troy made a great burial for Menelaus on the shore, building a pile of wood and washing and anointing the body. Also they laid the body on a bier, and on it the garments which he had worn being yet alive. Then others, with faces turned away, held a torch to the wood, whereon also were burnt incense and offerings of oil. And when the burning was ended, they quenched the ashes with wine. And Æneas gathered the bones into an urn of bronze, and purified the people, sprinkling them with water, with a bough of an olive tree. Then Æneas made a great mound, and put thereon the trumpet of the man and his bow. And the mountain is called Menelaus after him to this day. But when the burial was ended, he did as the Sibyl had commanded. A great cavern there is, from which cometh so evil a stench that no bird may fly across. There they brought 4 black oxen, and the priestess poured wine upon their heads, and cut hairs from between their horns. And when they had burned these, they slew the oxen, holding dishes for the blood. And Æneas offered a black lamb to the Furies, and a barren heifer to the Queen of Hell, smiting them with his sword. Then they burned the entrails with fire, pouring oil upon them. Then did the ground give a hollow sound beneath them, and the dogs howled, for the goddess was at hand. And the priestess cried, "Go, ye who may not take part in this matter. And thou, Æneas, draw thy sword from its sheath, and follow. Now hast thou need of all thy strength and courage." Then she plunged into the cave, and Æneas went with her. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Dwellings of the Dead by Alfred J. Church. So they went together through the land of shadows, like unto men who walk through a wood in a doubtful light, when the moon indeed hath risen, but there are clouds over the sky. And first they came to where, in front of the gates of hell, dwell sorrow and remorse, and pale disease and fear, and hunger that tempteth men to sin, and want, and death, and toil, and slumber, that is death's kinsman, and deadly war. Also they saw the chambers of the Furies, and discord, whose hair is of snakes that drip with blood. And in this region there is an ancient elm, in the boughs whereof dwell all manner of dreams, and shapes of evil monsters, as many as have been, such as were the centaurs, half man, half horse, and Briareus with 100 hands, and others also. These Æneas, when he saw them, sought to slay, rushing upon them with the sword. But his guide warned him that they were shadows only. After this they came to the river of Hell, whereon plies the boatman, Charon. A long white beard hath he, and unkempt, and his eyes are fixed in a fiery stare, and a scarf is knotted upon his shoulder, as is a pilot's wont. An old man he seemeth to be, but hale and ruddy. Now there was ever rushing to the bank a great crowd, wives and mothers, and valiant men of war, boys and girls dead before they were given in marriage, and young men laid on the funeral pyre before their parents' eyes. Thick they were as the leaves that fall to the earth at the first frost of autumn, or as the swallows when they gather themselves together, making ready to fly across the sea to the lands of the sun. And of these Charon would take some into his boat, but others he would forbid and drive from the shore. This, when Æneas saw, he marvelled, and said, O lady, what meaneth this concourse at the river? What seek these souls? Why be some driven from the bank, and some ferried across? And the Sibyl made answer, This river that thou seest is the Styx, by which the gods in heaven swear, and fear to break their oath. Those whom thou seest to be driven from the bank are such as have lacked burial, but those who are ferried across have been buried duly, for none pass this stream till their bodies have been laid in the grave, otherwise they wander for 100 years, and so at last may cross over. Much did Æneas pity their ill fortune, and the more when he beheld Orontes and his Lycians, whom the sea had swallowed up alive before his eyes. Here likewise there met him his pilot Palinurus, to whom, when he knew him, for indeed he scarce could see him in the darkness, he said, What god took thee from us, and drowned thee in the sea? Surely in this one matter Apollo hath deceived me, saying that thou shouldst escape the sea, and come to the land of Italy. Then answered Palinurus, Not so, great Æneas, for indeed to the land of Italy I came. 3 nights the south wind carried me over the sea, and on the 4th day I saw the land of Italy from the top of a wave, and when I swam to the shore, and was now clinging to the rocks, my garments being heavy with water, the savage people came upon me, and took me for a prey, and slew me. And now the winds and the waves bear me about as they will. Wherefore I pray thee, by thy father and Aeolus, the hope of thy house, that thou deliver me from these woes. Go, therefore, I beseech thee, to the haven of Velia, and cast earth upon me for burial. Or give me now thy hand, and take me with thee across the river. Then said the priestess, O Palinurus, what madness is this? Wilt thou without due burial cross the river, and look upon the awful faces of the Furies? Think not that the fates can be changed by prayers. Yet hear this, and be comforted. They that slew thee, being sore troubled by many plagues, shall make due expiation to thee, and build a tomb, and make offerings thereon year by year, and the place where they slew thee shall be called after thy name. Then he took comfort and departed. But when they came near to the river, the boatman beheld them, and cried, Stay thou, whoever thou art, that comest armed to this river, and tell me what thou seekest. This is the land of shadows, of sleep, and of night. The living may not be ferried in this boat. An evil day it was when I carried Hercules and Theseus and Pirithous, though they were children of the gods. For Hercules chained the watchdog of hell, and dragged him trembling from his master's seat. And Theseus and his friend sought to carry away the queen, even from the chamber of her husband. Then the Sibyl made answer, Be not troubled, we come not hither with evil thoughts. Let the watchdog of hell make the pale ghosts afraid. Let your queen abide in her husband's palace, we will not harm them. Æneas of Troy cometh down to hell, that he may speak with his father. And if thou takest no account of such piety, Yet thou wilt know this token. And she showed him the bow of gold. And when he saw it, he laid aside his anger, rejoicing to behold, now after many years, the marvellous gift. Then he brought near his boat to the bank, and drave out the souls that were therein, and took on board Æneas and the priestess. Much did it groan with the weight, and the water poured apace through the seams thereof. Yet did they come safe across. Then they saw Cerberus, the watchdog, in his cave, and to him the Sibyl gave a cake of honey and poppy seed, causing sleep. And this he swallowed, opening wide his 3 ravenous mouths, and straightway stretched himself out asleep across the cave. After this they heard a great wailing of infants, even the voices of such as are taken away before they have had lot or part in life. And near to these were such as have died by false accusation, yet lack they not justice, for Minos trieth their cause. And yet beyond, they that, being guiltless, have laid hands upon themselves. Fain would they now endure hardships, being yet alive, but may not, for the river keeps them in, with his unlovely stream, as in a prison. Not far from these are the mourning fields, where dwell the souls of those that have died of love, as Procris, whom Cephalus slew in error, and Laodamia, who died of grief for her husband. And among these was Dido, fresh from the wound wherewith she slew herself. And when Æneas saw her darkly through the shadows, even as one who sees, or thinketh that he sees, the new moon lately risen, he wept and said, O Dido, it was truth then that they told me, saying that thou hadst slain thyself with the sword. Tell me, was I the cause of thy death? Loth was I, O Queen, I swear by all that is most holy in heaven or hell, to leave thy land. But the gods, at whose bidding I come hither this day, constrained me. Nor did I think that thou wouldst take such sorrow from my departure. But stay, depart not, for never again may I speak to thee but this once only. So he spake, and would fain have appeased her wrath. But she cast her eyes to the ground, and her heart was hard against him, even as a rock. And she departed into a grove that was hard by, wherein was her first husband, Sychaeus, who loved her even as he was loved. After this they came to the land where the heroes dwell, and there they saw Tydeus, who died before Thebes, and Adrastus, and also many men of Troy, as the 3 sons of Antenor, and Idaeus, who was the armour-bearer of King Priam, and bare the arms and drave the chariot yet. All these gathered about him, and would fain know wherefore he had come. But when the hosts of Agamemnon saw his shining arms through the darkness, they fled, as in old days they had fled to the ships. And some would have cried aloud, but could not, so thin are the voices of the dead. Among these he saw Deiphobus, son of Priam. Cruelly mangled was he, for his hands had been cut off, and his ears and his nostrils likewise. Scarce did Æneas know him, and he himself in shame would have hidden his wounds. But the son of Anchises spake to him, saying, Who hath dealt so foully with thee, great Deiphobus? Men told me that on the last night of Troy thou didst fall dead on a heap of Greeks whom thou hadst slain. Wherefore I built thee a tomb by the sea, and thrice called aloud thy name, but thee I found not, that I might lay thee therein. Then Deiphobus made answer, Thou hast left nothing undone, but hast paid me all due honour. But my ill fate and the accursed wickedness of the Spartan woman have destroyed me. How we spent that last night in idle rejoicings, thou knowest. And she, while the women of Troy danced before the gods, stood holding a torch on the citadel, as though she were their leader. Yet, in truth, she called therewith the Greeks from Tenedos. But I lay overcome with weariness in my chamber. Then did she, a noble wife, forsooth, Take all the arms out of the house, and my trusty sword also from under my head, and after brought thereunto Menelaus, so hoping to do away her sin against him, and Ulysses also, always ready with evil counsels. What need of more? May the gods do so, and more also to them. But tell me, why hast thou come hither? And it was now past noonday, and the two had spent in talk all the allotted time. Therefore the Sibyl spake, Night cometh, Æneas, and we waste the day in tears. Lo, here are two roads. This on the right hand leadeth to the palace of Pluto, and to the Elysian plains, and that on the left to Tartarus, the abode of the wicked. And Deiphobus answered, Be not wroth, great priestess, I depart to my own place. Do thou, my friend, go on and prosper. But as Æneas looked round, he saw a great building, and a threefold wall about it, and round the wall a river of fire. Great gates there were, and a tower of brass, and the Fury, Tisiphone, sat as warder. Also he heard the sounds of those that smote upon an anvil, and the clanking of chains. And he stood and said, What mean these things that I see and hear? Then the Sibyl made answer, The foot of the righteous may not pass that threshold. But when the Queen of Hell gave me this office, she herself led me through the place and told me all. There sitteth Rhadamanthus, the Cretan, and judgeth the dead, and them that he condemned Tisiphone taketh, and the gate which thou seest openeth to receive them. And within is a great pit, and the depth thereof is as the height of heaven. Herein lie the Titans, the sons of earth, whom Jupiter smote with the thunder. And herein the sons of Æneas, who strove to thrust the gods from heaven, and Salmoneus, who would have mocked the thunder of Jupiter, riding in his chariot through the cities of Elis, and shaking a torch, and giving himself out to be a god. But the lightning smote him in his pride. Also I saw Tityus, spread over 9 acres of ground, and the vulture feeding on his heart. And over some hangs a great stone ready to fall, and some sit at the banquet, but when they would eat, the Fury at their side forbids, and rises, and shakes her torch, and thunders in their ears. These are they who, while they were yet alive, hated their brothers, or struck father or mother, or deceived one that trusted to them, or kept their riches for themselves, nor cared for those of their own household, a great multitude are they, or stirred up civil strife. And of these some roll a great stone, and cease not. And some are bound to wheels, and some sit forever crying, Learn to do righteousness, and to fear the gods. And when the priestess had finished these words, they hastened on their way. And after a while she said, Lo, here is the palace which the Cyclopes built for Pluto and the Queen of Hell. Here we must offer the gift of the bow of gold. And this being accomplished, they came to the dwellings of the righteous. Here are green spaces with woods about them, and the light of their heaven is fuller and brighter than that which men behold. Another sun they have, and other stars. Some of them contend together in wrestling and running, and some dance in measure, singing the while a pleasant song. And Orpheus, clad in a long robe, makes music, touching his harp, now with his fingers, and now with an ivory bow. Here did Æneas marvel to see the mighty men of old, such as were Ilus and Dardanus, builder of Troy. Their spears stood fixed in the earth, and their horses fed about the plain, for they love spear and chariot and horses, even as they loved them upon earth. And others sat and feasted, sitting on the grass in a sweet-smelling grove of bay, whence flows the river which men upon the earth call the Po. Here were they who had died for their country, and holy priests, and poets who had uttered nothing base, and such as had found out witty inventions, or had done great good to men. All these had snow-white garlands on their heads. Then spake the Sibyl to Musaeus, who stood in the midst, surpassing them all in stature. "Tell me, happy souls, where shall we find Anchises?" And Musaeus answered, "We have no certain dwelling place, but climb this hill, and ye can see the whole plain below, and doubtless him whom ye seek." Then they beheld Anchises where he sat in a green valley, regarding the spirits of those who should be born in aftertime of his race. And when he beheld Æneas coming, he stretched out his hands and cried, "Comest thou, my son? Hast thou won thy way hither to me? Even so I thought that it would be, and lo, my hope hath not failed me." And Æneas made answer, "Yea, I have come a long way to see thee, even as thy spirit bade me, and now let me embrace thee with my arms." But when he would have embraced him, it was as if he clasped the air. Then Æneas looked and beheld a river and a great company of souls thereby, thick as the bees on a calm summer day in a garden of lilies. And when he would know the meaning of the concourse, Anchises said, "These are souls which have yet to live again in a mortal body, and they are constrained to drink of the water of forgetfulness." And Æneas said, "Nay, my father, can any desire to take again upon them the body of death?" Then Anchises made reply, "Listen, my son, and I will tell thee all. There is one soul in heaven and earth, and the stars, and the shining orb of the moon, and the great sun himself, from which soul also cometh the life of man, and of beast, and of the birds of the air, and of the fishes of the sea. And this soul is of a divine nature, but the mortal body maketh it slow and dull. Hence come fear and desire, and grief and joy, so that, being as it were shut in a prison, the spirit beholdeth not any more the light that is without. And when the mortal life is ended, yet are not men quit of all the evils of the body, seeing that these must needs be put away in many marvellous ways. For some are hung up to the winds, and with some their wickedness is washed out by water, or burnt out with fire. But a ghostly pain we all endure. Then we that are found worthy are sent into Elysium, and the plains of the blessed. And when, after many days, the soul is wholly pure, it is called to the river of forgetfulness, that it may drink thereof, and so return to the world that is above." Then he led Æneas and the Sibyl to a hill whence they could see the whole company, and regard their faces as they came. And he said, "Come, and I will show thee them that shall come after thee. That youth who leans upon a pointless spear is Silvius, thy youngest child, whom Lavinia shall bear to thee in thy old age. He shall reign in Alba, and shall be the father of kings. And many other kings are there, who shall build cities great and famous. Lo, there is Romulus, whom Ilia shall bear to Mars. He shall build Rome, whose empire shall reach to the ends of the earth, and its glory to the heaven. Seest thou him with the olive crown about his head and the white beard? That is he who shall first give laws to Rome. And next to him is Tullus, the warrior. And there are the Tarquins, and Brutus, who shall set the people free, aye, and shall slay his own sons when they would be false to their country. See also the Decii, and Torquatus with the cruel axe, and Camillus winning back the standards of Rome. There standeth one who would subdue Corinth, and there another who shall avenge the blood of Troy upon the race of Achilles. There too thou mayest see the Scipios, thunderbolts of war, whom the land of Africa shall fear. And there Regulus, busy in the furrows. And there the Fabii, chiefly him, greatest of the name, who shall save thy country by wise delay. Such, my son, shall be thy children's children. Others with softer touch shall carve the face of man in marble, or mould the bronze. Some more skilfully shall pleat, or map the skies, or tell the rising of the stars. 'Tis time, man of Rome, to subdue the world. This is thy work, to set the rule of peace over the vanquished, to spare the humble, and to subdue the proud. Then he spake again. Regard him who is the first of all the company of conquerors. He is Marcellus. He shall save the state in the day of trouble, and put to flight Carthaginian and Gaul. Then said Æneas, for he chanced to see by his side a youth clad in shining armour, and very fair to look upon, but sad, and with downcast eyes. Tell me, father, who is this? How noble is he? What a company is about him! But there is a shadow of darkness round his head. And Anchises made answer, O my son, seek not to know the greatest sorrow that shall befall thy children after thee. This youth the fates shall only show for a brief space to man. Rome would seem too mighty to the gods should he but live. What mourning shall there be for him? What a funeral shalt thou see, O river of Tiber, as thou flowest by the new-made tomb. No youth of the race of Troy shall promise so much as he. Alas, for his righteousness, and truth, and valour unsurpassed. O luckless boy, if thou canst haply break thy evil doom, thou shalt be a Marcellus. Give handfuls of lilies. I will scatter the bright flowers and pay the idle honours to my grandson's shade. Thus did Anchises show his son things to be, and kindled his soul with desire of glory. Also he showed him what wars he must wage, and how he should endure, or, if it might be, avoid the evils to come. There are two gates of sleep, of horn the one, by which true dreams go forth, of ivory the other, by which the false. Then did Anchises send forth his son and the Sibyl by the ivory gate, and Æneas returned to the ships, and making sail, came to the cape which was afterwards called Caieta. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Oracle foretells the coming of Æneas, by H. L. Havel. While Æneas is on his way from Cumae to the mouth of Tiber, we will take a brief glance at the state of things in Latium, and see what sort of reception is awaiting him there. The king of Latium at this time was Latinus, who drew his descent from Saturn, an ancient pastoral deity of Italy. His daughter and only child, Lavinia, was betrothed to Turnus, and the match was strongly favoured by Amata, queen and wife of Latinus, whose heart had been won by the princely form and high ancestry of the youthful suitor. But just before the arrival of the Trojans, strange portents had occurred, which seemed to forbid the union of Lavinia and Turnus. In the central courtyard of the royal palace there was an ancient laurel tree, found growing on the spot by Latinus when he began to build the city, which was named, from this circumstance, Laurentum. One morning the whole courtyard was besieged by a buzzing swarm of bees, which settled on the laurel and hung in a dense cluster from its topmost bough. "A stranger is coming," declared the seers, "from the same quarter whence flew the bees, and he shall hold sway in this royal citadel." Another time, when Lavinia was taking part in the sacrifice which was offered at her betrothal, the flame caught her long hair, and in a moment she was wrapped from head to foot in a mysterious fire which smoked and blazed and roared, but did her no harm. "O king," proclaimed the seer again, "thy daughter is destined to high renown, but she shall bring on this people a wide-wasting war." Alarmed by these portents, Latinus went to consult the oracle of Faunus, his father, in the sacred grotto near the burning spring of Albania, which is the Delphi of Latium. Wrapped in the skins of sheep, which had been offered in sacrifice, for so the custom was, He lay all night at the mouth of the cavern. In the dead vast and middle of the night, he heard a voice which said, "Seek not in Latium a bridegroom for thy daughter. From a distant land there cometh one who shall mingle his blood with thine, and out of that union a race shall arise, before which all peoples of the earth shall bow the knee." This answer of the oracle was soon noised abroad, and caused throughout Latium a fever of expectation at the moment when the ships of Æneas were first sighted off the coast. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Æneas and his companions eat their tables, by H. L. Havel. The distant crests of the Apennines are tipped with crimson light. Every wind is hushed to rest, and land and sea lie sleeping in the hallowed stillness of the dawn. But hark! The silence is broken by the measured beat of 1,000 oars, and into the mouth of Tiber sweeps the Trojan fleet. As if they had been waiting for that signal, a multitude of birds at the same moment burst into song, and all the woods by the riverside ring with melody. Æneas is the first to leap ashore, and soon all his fleet lies moored on the yellow sand. Under the spreading boughs of an ancient oak sat Æneas with the young Iülus and those next to him in rank. Before them was spread a rustic feast of fruits plucked from the neighbouring trees, and flat cakes, hastily prepared with meal and eggs and cheese, served them for dishes. When all their fruit was consumed, they finished their meal by devouring the flat squares of cake. "Behold, we are eating our tables!" cried Iülus, laughing, and before he could add another word, Æneas laid a warning finger on his lips. "No more, my child," he said. "Thy words have a deeper meaning than thou deemest. Long ago I heard an oracle from my father, foretelling that in the place where hunger compelled us to devour our tables, we should find a settled home and an abiding city. Here then our wanderings are at an end." And thus the prophecy of Celaeno, uttered in malice, was brought to a happy fulfilment, and turned into a matter of light jesting by an innocent child. On the day following, Æneas chose out 100 men from all his company, and sent them as envoys to the court of Latinus. Crowned with olive wreaths, to show that they came in peace, they set forth on their mission, and soon reached the open plain which lies before the gates of Laurentum, where the youth of Latium were assembled for the practice of archery, horsemanship, and other warlike exercises. Here they halted and sent forward a messenger to announce their coming to the king. Permission being granted, they entered the gates under an escort, and were conducted to the royal palace, which stood on a hill commanding the city, and surrounded by a hollowed grove. Here they were first ushered into an antechamber filled with warlike trophies, chariots, and the beaked prows of ships, battle axes, helmets, shields, and spears, while round the walls were ranged statues of the ancient kings and warriors of Latium. From here, with all due ceremony, they were brought into the presence of the king. Benign was the face of the venerable Latinus, and gracious were his words as he gave welcome to his guests. "Children of Dardanus," he said, "I know both your name and your fame, and ye come not hither as strangers. Whether ye come to this land of set purpose or driven by adverse winds, I regard you as friends, and in some wise as kinsmen. Was not Dardanus your ancestor, whose seat is now in heaven, a son of Italy?" Ilioneus, the leader of the assembly, replied, "Illustrious son of Saturn, It was no accident of wind or weather which brought us to thy shores. Thou knowest, as who doth not, dwell he never so remote from the paths of men, thou knowest the tempest which gathered at Mycenae and swept over the plains of Asia. Saved from that deluge and the havoc of our homes, we have passed the wide waste of waters, following the voice of Apollo, which called us to the Tuscan Tiber and the cradle of our race. We ask but a little gift, a small plot of earth for our country's gods to dwell in, and the common boon of water and air. And despise us not, nor think that we come as beggars and outcasts. Many are the nations who would have given us an honourable portion in their land, and received us as friends and allies, but fate suffered it not. Receive us then, and take these gifts from the hands of Æneas, a hand never stained by treachery or cowardice. This is the golden goblet from which his sire, Anchises, was wont to pour the drink offering. Here is the royal robe and the sceptre and tiara of Priam. And these vestments were wrought by the hands of noble Trojan dames. For a while Latinus sat silent, pondering on the strange event, which seemed to fulfil the oracle of ancient Faunus. This, thought he, is the foreign bridegroom of which the oracle spoke. Presently he raised his head and answered with a look of glad assurance, Trojan, thou hast thy wish, and may the gods speed our designs. I have a daughter who, by many sure tokens, is destined to wed a stranger from a distant country, and unless my mind deceives me, your king Æneas is called by fate to be her husband. Bid him seek my presence with all speed, and doubt not of his welcome. Such was the reply of Latinus, and his actions were as kind as his words. Finding that Latinus was not to be shaken in his resolve, Amata gave the reins to her frenzy, and going forth into the city, sped from house to house, and poured her tale of wrong into the ears of all whom she met. Thus what had begun as a petty brawl soon grew into a regular battle, in which the whole Trojan force found itself confronted by a strong muster from the field of Latium. Æneas received an embassy sent by Latinus to ask a truce for the burial of the slain. The envoys were courteously received, and after granting their request, Æneas addressed them in terms of grave and dignified remonstrance. "Why," he asked, "has your king broken faith with me thus, and brought on Trojans and Latins this lamentable war? If Turnus complains that I am robbing him of his promised bride, let him make good his right in single combat, and not sacrifice the lives of thousands in a private quarrel. Tell him that I am ready to meet him when and where he will." End of section 45. Section 46 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Fight Between Æneas and Turnus by H.L. Havel. Turnus had declared himself ready to decide the struggle in single combat with Æneas. The time had now come for him to redeem his pledge. The Latins were beaten and discouraged, and all eyes were fixed upon him as the author and cause of the war. The fiery spirit of the young Rutulian rose under this trial. He sought an interview with Latinus and bade him send a herald to demand a truce and arrange the preliminaries of his duel with Æneas. Latinus strove in vain to deter him from his purpose. In vain Amata besought him with tears and prayers not to drive matters to so desperate an issue. Turnus fixed his eyes on the lovely form and blushing features of Lavinia, who was standing a silent witness of the scene, and, carried away by passion, he answered in excited tones, "Urge me no further, dear lady. The die is cast. I have given my word, and cannot draw back now." Then he called an officer and sent him with a flag of truce to the Trojan camp, appointing the next day for the encounter, which was to settle his claim to the hand of Lavinia and the sceptre of Latium. The fatal day is come, and with the first gleam of light, Turnus leaps from his couch and prepares himself for battle. Every tone and gesture of the turbulent Rutulian betray wild exultation of spirits. "Come," he cries, seizing a ponderous lance, which quivered like a reed in his powerful grasp. "Come, good spear, that hast never failed me yet. Today thou shalt drink deep of a coward's blood, and the curled darling of Venus shall stain his scented locks in the dust of Latium." On the other side, Æneas armed himself with calm confidence, secure in the sense of his lofty mission. The lists were measured, and altars of turf erected for the customary sacrifice. On either side of the field, the Trojans and Latins were drawn up in battle array, and the walls of Laurentum were thronged with women and old men, the passive spectators of the approaching combat. A loud shout from the ranks of the Latins announces that the king is at hand, and soon Latinus appears in the centre of the arena, seated in a 4-horse car and wearing his royal crown. Turnus follows close behind, sheathed in complete armour and drawn by 2 snow-white steeds. Æneas stands ready to receive them. The victims are brought, the salted meal is sprinkled, and the sacred forelock cut off from the forehead of the victims. Then Æneas lifts up his hands and makes a solemn appeal to Jupiter and Juno and Mars, and all the powers of earth and sky and sea. "Witness, all ye eternal gods, and hear my vow. If Turnus gains the mastery today, the Trojans shall go back to Evander's city, and never bear arms against this realm again. But if, as I hope and believe, heaven favours my sword, I claim not the sovereignty of Latium, nor seek aught for myself and my people but the right to dwell here in peace as a friend and ally of the old inhabitants." The oath was solemnly repeated by Latinus and ratified by sacrifice and prayer. But the combat was not to proceed without interruption. On a lofty hill, known in after days as the Alban Mount, sat Juno, watching the scene with jealous eyes. She observed with pity the pale and downcast face of Turnus, whose courage began to fail him as the fatal moment drew near. And resolved to make one more effort on his behalf, she went in search of Juturna, a sister of Turnus, who had been raised to divine honours by the special favour of Jove, and made a presiding deity over the fountains and rivers of Latium. "Up, Juturna," said the goddess, when she had found her sitting pensively by a dear fountainhead. "Go help thy brother in his dire need. I can do no more." Starting up at the summons, Juturna made haste to obey, and a moment after she was standing invisible among the Rutulians who fought under Turnus. By their looks and words she soon perceived that they were ripe for mischief, and putting on the likeness of Camers, a brave warrior and friend of Turnus, she gave voice to the general sentiment thus: "Are ye not ashamed, Rutulians, that one man should give his life for you all? Shall we, who outnumber the enemy by 2 to 1, sit idly by and see our leader slain, and a chain forged for our own necks?" The words were caught up and passed from rank to rank. Threatening murmurs arose among the Rutulians, and even the Latins began to regret that they had left their fate to be decided by the sword of Turnus. In the midst of this excitement, a flight of wild swans was seen passing overhead, pursued by an eagle, who swooped suddenly on one of the finest of the birds and began to bear him off in his talons. Hereupon the whole troop rallied to the rescue of their comrade, and so belaboured and buffeted the robber with their powerful wings that he was compelled to drop his prey and seek safety in flight. "Hear me," cried Tolumnius, a famous augur, "while I read you the omen. The eagle is Æneas, and the swans who beat him off are ourselves, the free sons of Italy. who will forthwith drive this marauder across the sea again?" Suiting the action to the word, he ran forward and flung his spear. It flew hissing across the open space which separated the two armies and struck a tall Arcadian, one of 9 brothers, in the side. He fell mortally wounded, and his brethren, with a cry of rage and grief, seized their weapons and rushed to avenge him. A general advance now began on both sides. Thick and fast flew the javelins, and Latinus left the field in haste to escape from that iron shower. Æneas made desperate efforts to check the furious passions which were raging around him. Bareheaded and unarmed, he flung himself into the thick of the combatants, crying, "Are ye mad, good people? Drop your weapons and leave me to seal the treaty with the blood of Turnus. His life is now forfeited to me." While thus he pleaded and protested, there came an arrow shot by an unknown hand and struck him in the hip. Grievously hurt, Æneas was compelled to seek shelter behind a friendly shield and retired to the rear, leaving the field open to Turnus. Great was the joy of the fierce Rutulian when he saw his enemy disabled and the bravest of the Trojan leaders withdrawn from the conflict, in anxious attendance on their injured chief. Mounting his car, he lashed his coursers to a gallop and scoured the plain, ravaging the ranks of the Trojans and trampling them down by scores. Meanwhile, Æneas had retreated to the camp and was standing, surrounded by his friends, with the arrow still planted deep in his flesh. The most skillful leech in the Trojan army was a certain Iapis, whom Apollo had loved in his youth, and offered to endow with his own gifts as archer, harper, and seer. But he, that he might prolong the life of his father, who was sick unto death, chose rather to learn the virtues of healing herbs and all the physician's lore. He now arrived in answer to a hasty summons, and employed all his skill to draw the barbed arrow from the wound. But all his efforts were in vain. The arrow clung fast and refused to stir. Louder and louder grew the roar of battle. Nearer and nearer came the dense columns of the enemy, and their javelins began to fall thick in the very centre of the camp. Venus saw her son's dire strait and came to his aid, bearing in her hand a bunch of dittany, a plant of wondrous healing powers, with downy leaves and purple flower, often cropped by the wild goats when they are wounded by the hunter's shaft. Unseen of any, Venus drew near and dropped the magic herb into the vessel containing the water with which Iapis was bathing the wound. The leech, all unknowing, continued his ministrations, and instantly, at the first touch of that powerful remedy, all pain departed, the flow of blood was staunched, and the arrow dropped harmless to the ground. "This is no work of my skill," said Iapis in a voice full of awe. "The hand of a god has been here." Completely healed, with all his pristine vigour restored, Æneas resumed his armour, and kissing Iülus, who was standing near, he seized his spear and charged into the thickest of the fight, followed close by the other Trojan chiefs. Juturna saw him coming, and trembling for her brother's life, she approached the car of Turnus, and flinging Mesticus, his charioteer, in the dust, herself put on his likeness and seized the reins. Driven now by no mortal hand, the car flew hither and thither with miraculous speed, wheeling and darting in giddy circles like a swallow pursuing her tiny prey. Æneas panted in pursuit, scorning every other foe, with eye and foot and hand all directed against Turnus, and Turnus alone. Now he seemed to be gaining, and pressed forward, calling on his enemy to stand, and the next moment his prey was snatched from his grasp, like a hare doubling to avoid the fangs of a hound. Messapus, seeing him absorbed in the chase, and thinking to catch him unawares, flung a javelin and struck off the plumes from his helmet. Then at last Æneas gave reins to his anger, and, abandoning the pursuit of Turnus, fell upon the foes who were nearest, and strewed the field with indiscriminate carnage. Thus fate, for the moment, kept the two rivals apart, and they fought in different parts of the field, like devastating fires which fall upon a forest from opposite quarters, wasting the timber, till with a roar they meet. At length Æneas paused from the work of destruction, and glancing backward at the city, saw the walls feebly manned, and the path to the gates lying open. Such an opportunity was not to be neglected. Hastily summoning those next to himself in command, he pointed to the walls and said, "There is the point at which we must strike, and that speedily. If the Latins will not confess themselves beaten, this day I will raze their city to the ground. Gather your men and prepare to carry the place by storm." Wild was the dismay among the inhabitants of Laurentum when they saw the Trojans and Tuscans advancing in full force with scaling ladders, battering rams, and torches to the assault. Some rushed to the battlements, determined to resist to the last. Others cried that the gates must be opened to the enemy, and a third party broke into the palace and dragged the unhappy Latinus into the streets, vowing that they would hand him over to the vengeance of Æneas. All was panic, confusion, and uproar, as in a nest of wild bees, smoked to death by a shepherd who seeks to rifle their store. In the midst of this disorder, an event occurred which gave the last blow to those who still favoured the cause of Turnus. When the queen saw the approaching attack on the city, she at once concluded that Turnus had fallen, and, full of remorse for the part which she had played, she went and hanged herself from a high beam in her chamber. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Death of Turnus by H.L. Havel. Turnus, whose car was still driven by the disguised Juturna, had been carried in pursuit of some straggling Trojans to the farthest verge of the plain. Suddenly his ears were caught by a wild, tumultuous cry from the distant city, and laying his hand on the reins, he brought the chariot to a stand. "Why haltest thou?" asked the pretended Metiscus. "Leave thy comrades to defend the walls, and continue the work of slaughter here, where there is none to oppose thee." Turnus answered, "Sister, I knew thee from the first, and recognized thy hand in all the wild havoc of this day. But vain are all thy labours. Heaven is against me, and I must bow to the will of fate. I have seen all the noblest of my comrades slain before my eyes. Shall I suffer this royal city to be given up to fire and slaughter for my sake? Shall I play coward and make my name a byword for Drances and his crew? No, if heaven is against me, be ye at least with me, ye noble spirits of the dead. Prepare to receive me, a stainless soul, worthy to be numbered among the mightiest of my line." Scarcely had he spoken when a Rutulian horseman, wounded in the face by an arrow, came galloping towards him, shouting, "Turnus, what doest thou here? Thou art our last hope and refuge. The city is beset. Amata has died by her own hand. But few of thy friends remain to keep up a desperate defence. Come quickly, for dire is the need." As if to give point to his words, at this very moment the flames were seen leaping from a huge wooden tower built on a projection of the walls. For a while Turnus stood as if stupefied, overcome by the conflicting passions which surged within him. Then, collecting himself with a strong effort, he said, "'Tis enough. My fate calls me, and I obey. Let me strike one good blow first, and then let death take his due." Thereupon he sprang from the chariot, and running at full speed, broke his way through the fighting lines like a great boulder sapped in its foundations by the winter rains and toppled from a mountain's crest. "Make way!" he cried. "Drop your weapons, ye Rutulians and Latins. This is my quarrel, not yours, and I am come to pay the price." Both sides fell back and left an open space for the final encounter between the two great champions. "At last," murmured Æneas, as he came towering on and took his stand. Like Tenerife or Atlas unremoved, face to face with his giant foe. First they flung their spears, and, these not taking effect, they drew their swords and engaged hand to hand. Loud clashed the steel, and a stream of lightning seemed to play about their heads, so fast and furious were the strokes. Like two bulls fighting for the sovereignty of the herd, while the kine stand lowing near, so strove the Italian and the Trojan for the mastery, foot to foot and shield to shield. At length Turnus lifted high his sword, and coming down with the whole weight of his body, discharged a tremendous blow at the crest of Æneas. The weapon belonged to Metiscus, his charioteer, and he had snatched it up in mistake for his own good blade, which had been tempered by the hand of Vulcan himself. And now the faithless sword proved its mortal temper, and was shivered to the hilt like glass. With a bitter curse, the Rutulian turned his back and fled, and Æneas followed close, though still somewhat disabled by his recent wound. Hither and thither they sped, pursuer and pursued, as a keen hound chases the flying deer, brought to bay by a high rocky mountainside. The stag wheels and doubles, and the hound's jaws close with a snap, as his quarry eludes him again. Turnus shouted to his comrades, imploring them to bring his sword, but Æneas warned them off with threatening gestures, and so the race went on, which was run for no common stake, but for the very lifeblood of Turnus. When Æneas flung his spear at the beginning of the duel, the weapon had sunk deep into the stump of an olive tree. The tree itself, which was sacred to Faunus, had been felled by the Trojans and rolled out of the way on the morning before the battle. Catching sight of the spear as he ran past in pursuit of Turnus, Æneas paused and strove to tear it out. In wild terror, Turnus watched his efforts and cried, "Faunus, God of my fathers, hold the weapon fast and preserve thy worshipper." Faunus heard his prayer and kept the iron point close pinned in the knotted roots of his sacred tree. And while Æneas was still tugging and straining at the shaft, Juturna, again disguised as Metiscus, ran up to Turnus and gave him back his sword. Thereupon Venus, angered by the presumption of the nymph, drew near in her turn, wrenched out the lance and handed it to her son. Their weapons thus restored, the champions stood face to face once more, prepared to renew the battle. But the end was now at hand. Jove sat watching the rival warriors, and weary that the inevitable issue should be so long delayed, he thus addressed his haughty consort. "Juno, how long must I suffer thee to thwart my high purpose? Thou knowest that it is in vain. Surely thy hate should now be satisfied, after so many years in which thy malice has ranged unchecked and strewn the path of Æneas with death and disaster. The word must now be spoken. Cease. I forbid thee to go further." Juno answered humbly, "Be it so. I also am weary of the fray, and will resist no more. One thing only I ask, which fate forbids thee not to grant. When the two peoples have united into one, let the language and the dress and the customs of Italy survive, and let the whole nation be called the Latins. Troy has perished, let her name perish also." Jove smiled indulgently as he replied, "True daughter of Saturn, still unappeasable in thine ire, it shall be as thou sayest. Latins they shall be called, and they shall be thy people, mighty in word and deed, and laud and honour thy name forever." The old quarrel thus happily concluded, Jove prepared to end the conflict between Æneas and Turnus. Close by his throne, two hideous warders lie couched day and night, sisters of the Furies. and armed with the same attributes of terror, with serpent tresses and windy wings. One of these the monarch of heaven sent to warn Juturna that she must leave her brother's side. Like a poisoned arrow shot from a Parthian's bow, the daughter of night sped down to earth, and as she came in sight of the Trojan and Latin armies, she took the shape of that ill-omened bird who sits among tombs and ruined towers, and sends her moaning cry through the darkness. In such shape the fiend dashed herself against the face of Turnus, and buffeted his shield with her wings. Turnus was paralysed with horror, his hair bristled, and the passage of his voice was choked. But when Juturna heard the beating of those fatal pinions, she tore her hair and beat her breast, knowing that her brother's hour was come. "Turnus, I can do no more," she cried. "Would that I might die with thee! But alas, Jove has made me immortal and doomed me to eternal sorrow." Then, veiling her face in her azure mantle, the nymph left the battlefield and sat rocking herself in anguish by the riverside. Æneas came on, brandishing his massy spear and crying, "Now at last thou art delivered into my hands, unless thou canst fly up to heaven or dig thee a burrow in the earth." "Thy words have no terrors for me," replied Turnus, "but much I fear that heaven is against me." And without more words, he looked round him and saw a huge ancient stone, set up long ago as a boundary mark. Stooping, he caught up the ponderous mass, which scarce 12 men could lift, as men are in our times. With one hand he heaved it above his head and poised and flung it, running at full speed. It was his last effort, and he felt, as he made it, that his powers were failing. The stone fell short, and Turnus stood gazing, struck with a strange impotence, like one in a trance. The whole scene swam before his eyes, woods, hills, and city walls, and the faces of his friends, like visions in a fevered dream. While thus he faltered, Æneas poised his lance, took steady aim, and flung. Like some vast missile hurled by a siege engine, the giant spear rushed to its mark, pierced through the lower edge of the sevenfold shield, and, rending the border of the corslet with a grating sound, transfixed the middle of his thigh. A deep groan went up from the ranks of the Rutulians when they saw their young hero lying helpless and bleeding on the sand. With hands outstretched and eyes imploring mercy, Turnus uttered this humble prayer: "Thou hast conquered, Lavinia is thine. Now pity my father's grey hairs and give him back his son, or, if thou must have my life, at least restore my body to him for burial." Æneas paused, lowering his sword and rolling his eyes, in doubt whether to strike or spare, and pity began to prevail more and more in his heart when his gaze fastened on the fatal belt, which Turnus had won from the youthful Pallas and was wearing on his shoulder. Then grief and anger blazed up in his soul, and he cried in a terrible voice, "Wretch, dost thou ask for mercy with that emblem of sorrow on thy breast? Pallas claims thee as his victim and cries aloud for thy guilty blood." The avenging steel was lifted and flashed and fell, and that mighty frame lay shuddering in death, while his soul, indignant, fled moaning to the shades. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Stories from Roman History, from Livy. The Story of Romulus and of Numa, by Alfred J. Church. Æneas of Troy, coming to the land of Italy, took to wife Lavinia, daughter of King Latinus, and built him a city, which he called Lavinium, after the name of his wife. And after 30 years his son Ascanius went forth from Lavinium with much people, and built him a new city, which he called Alba. In this city reigned kings of the house and lineage of Æneas for 12 generations. Of these kings the 11th in descent was one Procas, who having 2 sons, Numitor and Amulius, left his kingdom, according to the custom, to Numitor the elder. But Amulius drave out his brother, and reigned in his stead. Nor was he content with this wickedness, but slew all the male children of his brother. And the daughter of his brother, that was named Rhea Silvia, he chose to be a priestess of Vesta, making as though he would do the maiden honour. But his thought was that the name of his brother should perish, for they that serve Vesta are vowed to perpetual virginity. But it came to pass that Rhea bare twin sons, whose father, it was said, was the god Mars. Very wroth was Amulius when he heard this thing. Rhea he made fast in prison, and the children he gave to certain of his servants, that they should cast them into the river. Now it chanced that at this season Tiber had overflowed his banks, neither could the servants come near to the stream of the river. Nevertheless, they did not doubt that the children would perish, for all that the overflowing of the water was neither deep nor of a swift current. Thinking then that they had duly performed the commandment of the king, they set down the babes in the flood, and departed. But after a while the flood abated, and left the basket wherein the children had been laid on dry ground. And a she-wolf, coming down from the hill to drink at the river, for the country in those days was desert and abounding in wild beasts, heard the cry of the children and ran to them. Nor did she devour them, but gave them suck. Nay, so gentle was she, that Faustulus, the king's shepherd, chancing to go by, saw that she licked them with her tongue. This Faustulus took the children and gave them to his wife to rear, and these, when they were of age to go by themselves, were not willing to abide with the flocks and herds, but were hunters, wandering through the forests that were in those parts. And afterward, being now come to full strength, they were not content to slay wild beasts only, but would assail troops of robbers, as these were returning laden with their booty, and would divide the spoils among the shepherds. Now there was held in those days, on the hill that is now called the Palatine, a yearly festival to the god Pan. This festival King Evander first ordained, having come from Arcadia, in which land, being a land of shepherds, Pan, that is the god of shepherds, is greatly honoured. And when the young men and their company, for they had gathered a great company of shepherds about them, and led them in all matters both of business and of sport, were busy with the festival, there came upon them certain robbers that had made an ambush in the place, being very wroth by reason of the booty which they had lost. These laid hands on Remus, but Romulus they could not take, so fiercely did he fight with them. Remus, therefore, they delivered up to King Amulius, accusing him of many things, and chiefly of this, that he and his companions had invaded the land of Numitor, dealing with them in the fashion of an enemy, and carrying off much spoil. To Numitor, therefore, did the king deliver Remus, that he might put him to death. Now Faustulus had believed from the beginning that the children were of the royal house, for he knew that the babes had been cast into the river by the king's command, and the time also of his finding them agreed thereto. Nevertheless, he had not judged it expedient to open the matter before due time, but waited till occasion or necessity should arise. But now, there being such necessity, he opened the matter to Romulus. Numitor also, when he had the young man Remus in his custody, knowing that he and his brother were twins, and that the time agreed, and seeing that they were of a high spirit, bethought him of his grandsons, and indeed, having asked many questions of Remus, was come nigh to knowing of what race he was. and now also Romulus was ready to help his brother. To come openly with his whole company he dared not, for he was not a match for the power of King Amulius. But he bade sundry shepherds make their way to the palace, each as best he could, appointing to them a time at which they should meet. And now came Remus also, with a troop of youths gathered together from the household of Numitor. Then did Romulus and Remus slay King Amulius. In the meanwhile Numitor gathered the youth of Alba to the citadel, crying out that they must make the place safe, for that the enemy was upon them. But when he perceived that the young men had done the deed, forthwith he called an assembly of the citizens, and set forth to them the wickedness which his brother had wrought against him, and how his grandsons had been born and bred and made known to him, and then, in order, how the tyrant had been slain, himself having counselled the deed. When he had so spoken, the young men came with their company into the midst of the assembly, and saluted him as king. To which thing the whole multitude agreeing with one consent, Numitor was established upon the throne. After this, Romulus and his brother conceived this purpose, that, leaving their grandfather to be king at Alba, they should build for themselves a new city in the place where, having been at the first left to die, they had been brought up by Faustulus the shepherd. And to this purpose many agreed, both of the men of Alba and of the Latins, and also of the shepherds that had followed them from the first, holding it for certain all of them that Alba and Lavinium would be of small account in comparison of this new city which they should build together. But while the brothers were busy with these things, there sprang up afresh the same evil thing which had before wrought such trouble in their house, even the lust of power. For though the beginnings of the strife between them were peaceful, yet did it end in great wickedness. The matter fell out in this wise. Seeing that the brothers were twins, and that neither could claim to have the preference to the other in respect of his age, it was agreed between them that the gods that were the guardians of that country should make known by means of augury which of the two they chose to give his name to the new city. Then Romulus stood on the Palatine Hill, and when there had been marked out for him a certain region of the sky, watched therein for a sign, and Remus watched in like manner, standing on the Aventine. And to Remus first came a sign, 6 vultures. But so soon as the sign had been proclaimed, there came another to Romulus, even 12 vultures. Then they that favoured Remus clamoured that the gods had chosen him for king, because he had first seen the birds, and they that favoured Romulus answered that he was to be preferred, because he had seen more in number. This dispute waxed so hot that they fell to fighting, and in the fight it chanced that Remus was slain. But some say that when Romulus had marked out the borders of the town which he would build, and had caused them to build a wall round it, Remus leapt over the wall, scorning it because it was mean and low, and that Romulus slew him, crying out, "Thus shall every man perish that shall dare to leap over my walls." Only others will have it that though he perished for this cause, Romulus slew him not, but a certain Celer. This much is certain, that Romulus gained the whole kingdom for himself, and called the city after his own name. After this, the people bethought themselves how they should get for themselves wives, for there were no women in the place. Wherefore Romulus sent ambassadors to the nations round about, praying that they should give their daughters to his people for wives. "Cities," he said, "have humble beginnings, even as all other things. Nevertheless, they that have the gods and their own valour to help become great. Now that the gods are with us, as ye know, be assured also that valour shall not be wanting." But the nations round about would not hearken to him, thinking scorn of his gathering of robbers and slaves and runaways, so that they said, "Why do ye not open a sanctuary for women also, that so ye may find fit wives for your people. Also they feared for themselves and their children what this new city might grow to. Now when the ambassadors brought back this answer, the Romans were greatly wroth, and would take by force that which their neighbours would not give of their free will. And to the end that they might do this more easily, King Romulus appointed certain days whereon he and his people would hold a festival with games to Neptune. And to this festival he called all them that dwelt in the cities round about. But when many were gathered together, for they were fain to see what this new city might be, and were now wholly bent on the spectacle of the games, the young men of the Romans ran in upon them, and carried off all such as were unwedded among the women. To these King Romulus spake kindly, saying, The fault is not with us, but with your fathers, who dealt proudly with us, and would not give you to us in marriage. But now ye shall be held in all honour as our wives, and shall have your portion of all that we possess. Put away therefore your anger, for ye shall find us so much the better husbands than other men, as we must be to you, not for husbands only, but parents also, and native country. After this, King Tatius and the Sabines came up against Rome with a great army, and first of all they gained the citadel by treachery in this manner. One Tarpeus was governor of the citadel, whose daughter, Tarpeia by name, going forth from the walls to fetch water for a sacrifice, took money from the king that she should receive certain of the soldiers within the citadel. But when they had been so received, the men cast their shields upon her, slaying her with the weight of them. This they did, either that they might be thought to have taken the place by force, or that they judged it to be well that no faith should be kept with traitors. Some also tell this tale, that the Sabines wore great bracelets of gold on their left arms, and on their left hands fair rings with precious stones therein, and that when the maiden covenanted with them that she should have for a reward that which they carried in their left hands, they cast their shields upon her. And others say that she asked for their shields, having the purpose to betray them, and for this cause was slain. Thus the Sabines had possession of the citadel, and the next day King Romulus set the battle in array on the plain that lay between the hill of the Capitol and the hill of the Palatine. And first the Romans were very eager to recover the citadel, a certain Hostilius being their leader. But when this man, fighting in the forefront of the battle, was slain, the Romans turned their backs and fled before the Sabines, even unto the gate of the Palatine. Then King Romulus, for he himself had been carried away by the crowd of them that fled, held up his sword and his spear to the heavens, and cried aloud, O Jupiter, here in the Palatine didst thou first, by the tokens which thou sentest me, lay the foundations of my city, and lo, the Sabines have taken the citadel by wicked craft, and have crossed the valley, and are come up even hither. But if thou sufferest them so far, do thou at the least defend this place against them, and stay this shameful flight of my people. So will I build a temple for thee in this place, even a temple of Jupiter the Stayer, that may be a memorial to after generations of how thou didst this day save this city. And when he had so spoken, even as though he knew that the prayer had been heard, he cried, Ye men of Rome, Jupiter bids you stand fast in this place and renew the battle. And when the men of Rome heard these words, it was as if a voice from heaven had spoken to them, and they stood fast. And the king himself went forward and stood among the foremost. Now the leader of the Sabines was one Curtius. This man, as he drave the Romans before him, cried out to his comrades, See, we have conquered these men, false hosts and feeble foes that they are. Surely now they know that it is one thing to carry off maidens, and another to fight with men. But whilst he boasted himself thus, King Romulus and a company of the youth rushed upon him. Now Curtius was fighting on horseback, and being thus assailed, he fled, plunging into a certain pool which lay between the Palatine Hill and the capital. Thus did he barely escape with his life, and the lake was called thereafter Curtius's Pool. And now the Sabines began to give way to the Romans, when suddenly the women, for whose sake they fought, having their hair loosened and their garments rent, ran in between them that fought, crying out, "Shed ye not each other's blood, ye that are fathers-in-law and sons-in-law to each other? But if ye break this bond that is between you, slay us that are the cause of this trouble, and surely it were better for us to die than to live, if we be bereaved of our fathers and of our husbands." With these words they stirred the hearts both of the chiefs and of the people, so that there was suddenly made a great silence. And afterward the leaders came forth to make a covenant. And these indeed so ordered matters that there was not peace only, but one state where there had been two. For the Sabines came to Rome and dwelt there, and King Romulus and King Tatius reigned together. Only after a while certain men of Lanuvium slew King Tatius as he was sacrificing to the gods at Lavinium, and thereafter Romulus only was king as before. When he had reigned 37 years, there befell the thing that shall now be told. On a certain day he called the people together on the field of Mars, and held a review of his army. But while he did this, there arose suddenly a great storm, with loud thunderings and very thick clouds, so that the king was hidden away from the eyes of all the people, nor indeed was he ever again seen upon the earth. And now it was needful that another king should be chosen. No man in those days was more renowned for his righteousness and piety than a certain Numa Pompilius, that dwelt at Cures in the land of the Sabines. Now it seemed at first to the Senate that the Sabines would be too powerful in the state if the king should be chosen from among them. Nevertheless, because they could not agree upon any other man, at last, with one consent, they decreed that the kingdom should be offered to him, and Numa was willing to receive it if only the gods consented, and the consent of the gods was asked in this fashion. Being led by the augur into the citadel, he sat down on a stone, with his face looking toward the south, and on his left hand sat the augur, having his head covered, and in his hand an augur's staff, which is a wand bent at the end, and having no knot. Then looking toward the city and the country round about, he offered prayers to the gods, and marked out the regions of the sky, from the sun rising to the sun setting. The parts toward the south he called the right, and the parts toward the north he called the left. And he set a boundary before, as far as his eye could reach. After this he took his staff in his left hand, and laid his right on the head of Numa, praying in these words, "Father Jupiter, if it be thy will that this Numa Pompilius, whose head I hold, should be king of Rome, show us, I pray thee, clear tokens of this thy will, within the space which I have marked out." He then named the tokens which he desired, and when they had been shown, Numa was declared to be king. Many other things did King Numa set in order for his people. First, he divided the year into 12 months, each month being according to the course of the moon, and in every 24th year another month, that the year might so agree with the course of the sun. Also he appointed certain lawful days for business, and other days on which nothing might be done. He made priests also, of whom the chief was the priest of Jupiter, to whom he gave splendid apparel and a chair of ivory. 2 other priests he made, one of Mars and the other of Quirinus, that is to say, of Romulus the god. And he chose virgins for the service of Vesta, who should keep alive the sacred fire, and 12 priests of Mars, whom he called the Salii, to be keepers of the sacred shield. This shield, men said, fell down from heaven, and that it might be kept the more safely, King Numa commanded that they should make 11 other shields like unto it. This shield and its fellows the Salii were to carry through the city, having on flowered tunics and breastplates of brass, and dancing and singing hymns, and many other things as to the worship of the gods, and the interpreting of signs, and the dealing with marvels and portents, King Numa set in order. And that the people might regard these laws and customs with the more reverence, he gave out that he had not devised them of his own wit, but that he had learnt them from a certain goddess, whose name was Egeria, whom he was wont to meet in a grove that was hard by the city. King Numa died, having reigned 43 years, and the people chose in his room one Tullus Hostilius. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Story of Alba by Alfred J. Church. King Tullus Hostilius, being newly come to the throne, looked about for an occasion of war, for the Romans had now for a long time been at peace. Now it chanced that in those days the men of Rome and the men of Alba had a quarrel, the one against the other, the country folk being wont to cross the border and to plunder their neighbours, and that ambassadors were sent from either city to seek restitution of such things as had been carried off. King Tullus said to his ambassador, "Delay not to do your business so soon as ye shall be come to Alba," knowing that the men of Alba would certainly refuse to deliver up the things, and thinking that he could thus, with a good conscience, proclaim war against them. As for the ambassadors of Alba, when they were come to Rome, they made no haste about their business, but ate and drank, the king entertaining them with much courtesy and kindness. While therefore they feasted with him, there came back the ambassadors of Rome, telling the king how they had made demand for the things carried off, and when the men of Alba had refused to deliver them, had declared war within the space of 30 days. Which when the king heard, he called to him the ambassadors of Alba, and said to them, "Wherefore are ye come to Rome? Set forth now your mission." Then the men, not knowing what had befallen, began to make excuse, saying, "We would not willingly say aught that should displease the king, but we are constrained by them that have sent us thither. We are come to ask for the things that your country folk have carried off, and if ye will not deliver them up, we are bidden to declare war against you." To this Tullus made answer, "Now do I call to the gods to witness that ye men of Alba first refused to repair the thing that has been done amiss, and I pray them that they will bring all the blood of this war upon your heads." And with this message the men of Alba went home. After this the two cities made great preparations for war, and because the men of Troy had built Lavinium, from which some going forth had set up the city of Alba, and from the royal house of Alba had come the founder of Rome, it was as though the children would fight against their fathers. Yet it came not to this, the matter being finished without a battle. The men of Alba first marched into the land of the Romans, having with them a very great army, and pitched their camp 5 miles from the city, digging about it a deep ditch. But while they lay in this camp, their king, Cluilius, died, and a certain Metus was made dictator in his room. Which when King Tullus heard, he became very bold, saying that the gods had smitten Cluilius for his wrongdoing, and would smite also the whole people of Alba. Whereupon he marched into the land of the Albans, leaving the enemy's camp to one side. And when these also had come forth against him, and the two armies were now drawn up in battle array, the one against the other, there came a messenger to King Tullus, saying that Metus of Alba desired to have speech with him, having that to say to him which concerned the Romans not less than the men of Alba. Nor did King Tullus refuse to hear him, though indeed battle had pleased him better than speech. So when the king and certain nobles with him had gone forth into the open space that was between the two armies, and Metis also with his companions had come to the same place, this last spake, saying, I have heard King Cluilius that is dead affirm that your wrongdoing, ye men of Rome, in that ye would not deliver up the things that had been carried off, was the cause of this war. Nor do I doubt but that thou, King Tullus, hast the same quarrel against us. Yet if we would speak that which is true, rather than that which has a fair show, we should, I doubt not, confess that we, though we be both kinsmen and neighbours, are driven into this war by the lust of power. Now I say not whether this be just or no. Let others look to this, for I am not king of Alba, but captain of the host only. Yet there is a matter which I would fain call to thy mind, king. Thou knowest the Etruscans, how mighty they are both by land and sea, for indeed they are nearer by far to thee at Rome than to us at Alba. Bethink thee, therefore, how, when thou shalt give the signal of battle between thy army and our army, the same Etruscans will look on, rejoicing to see us fight together, and how, when the battle is ended, they will fall upon us, having us at disadvantage. For of a truth, whether ye or we prevail, we shall have but little strength remaining to us. If therefore we be not content with the freedom that we have, but must needs set on the chance of a die, whether we shall be masters or servants, let us devise some way by which the one may win dominion over the other without great loss and shedding of blood. Now King Tullus was a great warrior, and would willingly have fought, being confident that he and his people would prevail. Nevertheless, the thing that Metis of Alba had said pleased him, and when they came to consider the matter, there seemed by good fortune to be a way ready to their hands. There were in the army of Alba 3 brothers that had been born at one birth, whose name was Curiatius. And in the army of the Romans there were other 3, and these born likewise at one birth, whose name was Horatius. Nor was there much difference in respect either of age or of strength between the brothers of Alba and the brothers of Rome. Then King Tullus and Metis of Alba called for the brothers and inquired of them whether they were willing to fight, each 3, for their own country, agreement being first made that that people should bear rule forever, whose champions should prevail in the battle. And as the young men were willing, a place was appointed for the battle, and a time also. But first there was made a treaty in this fashion, for the fashion of making treaties is the same always, though their conditions be different. The herald said, Wilt thou, King Tullus, that I make a treaty with the minister of the people of Alba? And when the king answered, Yea, the herald said, I will that thou give me the sacred herbs. Then the king made reply, Take them, and see that they be clean. So the herald took them, clean, from the hill of the citadel. Having done this, he said to the king, Dost thou appoint me to do the pleasure of the people of Rome, me and my implements and my attendants with me? And the king answered, So that it be without damage to the people of Rome. Then the herald appointed one Spurius to be minister, that he should take the oath, and touched his hair with the sacred herbs. And when Spurius had taken the oath, and the conditions of the treaty had been read aloud, he spake, saying, Hear thou, Jupiter, and thou also, minister of the people of Alba, and ye men of Alba. As these conditions have been duly read aloud this day, from the beginning even to the end, from these tables, and after the interpretation by which they may be the most easily understood, even so shall the Roman people abide by them. And if this people, acting by common consent, shall falsely depart from them, then do thou, O Jupiter, smite the Roman people, even as I shall smite this swine today, and smite them by so much the more strongly as thou art stronger than I." And when he had said this, he smote the swine with a knife of stone. The men of Alba also took the oath, and confirmed it after their own fashion. These things having been thus ordered, the champions made them ready for battle. And first their fellows exhorted them severally in many words, saying that the gods of their country, their countrymen also, and kinsfolk, whether they tarried at home or stood in the field, regarded their arms that day. And afterward they went forth into the space that lay between the two armies. And these sat and watched them before their camps, being quit indeed of the peril of battle, but full of care how the matter should end, seeing that so great things, even sovereignty and freedom, should be decided by the valour and good luck of so few men. Then, the signal of battle being given, the three met the three, with such courage and fierceness as though there were a whole army on either side. And as their swords rang against each other and flashed, all men trembled to see, and could scarcely speak or breathe for fear of what should happen. And for a while, in so narrow a space did the men fight, naught could be seen but how they swayed to and fro, and how the blood ran down upon the ground. But afterward it was plain to see that of the 3 Romans 2 were fallen dead upon the ground, and that of the 3 champions of Alba each man was wounded. At this sight the Alban host shouted for joy, but the men of Rome had no more any hope, but only fear, to think what should befall their one champion, that had now 3 enemies against him. Now by good luck it had so fallen out that this one had received no wound, so that, though he was no match for the 3 together, he did not doubt but that he should prevail over them severally one by one. Wherefore, that he might so meet them, dividing them the one from the other, he made a feint to fly, thinking that they would follow him each as quickly as his wound might suffer him. And so it fell out, for when he had fled now no small space from the ground where they had fought at the first, he saw looking behind him that the 3 were following him at a great distance one from the other, and that one was very near to himself. Then he turned himself and ran fiercely upon the man, and behold, even while the men of Alba cried aloud to the 2 that they should help their brother, he had slain him, and was now running toward the second. And when the men of Rome saw what had befallen, they set up a great shout, as men are wont when they have good luck beyond their hopes. And their champion made such haste to do his part, that before ever the 3rd of the Alban 3 could come up, though indeed he was close at hand, he had slain the 2nd also. And now, seeing that there remained one only on either side, there was in some sort an equality. Yet were the 2 not equal either in hope or in strength. For the champion of Rome had suffered no wound, and having overcome his foes now once and again, was full of courage. But the champion of Alba, being now spent with his wound, and wearied also with running, was, as it were, vanquished already. Nor indeed was there a battle between the 2, for the Roman cried, "One and another of my foes I have offered to the spirits of my brothers, but this 3rd will I offer to the cause for which we have fought this day, even that Rome may have the dominion over Alba." And when the champion of Alba could now scarce bear up his shield, he stood over and ran his sword downward into his throat. Afterward, as the man lay dead upon the ground, he spoiled him of his arms. Then did the men of Rome receive their champion with much rejoicing, having all the more gladness because they had been in so great fear. Afterward, each host set themselves to bury their dead, whose tombs remain to this day, each in the spot where he fell, For the 2 Romans are buried in one sepulchre nearer to Alba, and the 3 champions of Alba as you go toward Rome, but with somewhat of space between them, even as they fought. And now the men of Rome went back to the city, and Horatius went before them, carrying the spoils of the 3 whom he had slain. But at the Capine gate there met him his sister, who was betrothed to one of the champions of Alba. And when the maiden saw upon his shoulders the cloak of her betrothed, and indeed she had wrought it with her own hands, she tore her hair and cried to the dead man by name with a lamentable voice. But Horatius was wroth to hear the words of mourning on the day when he had won so great a victory, and the people rejoiced. And he drew his sword and slew the maiden, crying, "Depart hence to thy lover, with the love that thou cherishest out of season, thou that forgettest thy brethren that are dead, and thy brother that is yet alive, and thine own people also. So perish whosoever shall make lamentations for an enemy of Rome." And when the fathers and the commons saw what was done, they thought it a wicked deed, but remembered what great service the man had newly rendered to Rome. Nevertheless, they laid hands on him and took him to the king, that he should judge him. But the king, being loath to judge such a matter, or to give sentence against the man, said, "I appoint 2 men, as the law commands, who shall judge Horatius for murder." Now the law was this: if a man do murder, 2 men shall judge him. If he appeal against the 2, let the appeal be tried. If their sentence be confirmed, ye shall cover his head and scourge him within the walls or without the walls, and hang him by a rope upon the gallows. Then there were appointed 2 men according to the law, who affirmed that they could not let the man go free, whether his guilt was small or great, saying that he had manifestly done the deed. Therefore said one of them, "Publius Horatius, we adjudge thee to be guilty of murder. Go, lictor, bind his hands." But when the lictor came and was now ready to cast the rope about him, Horatius cried, "I appeal to the people." For the king himself, being mercifully disposed to him, bade him do so. Then was there a trial before the people, in which that which most wrought upon the hearts of men was that the father of Horatius constantly affirmed that his daughter had been rightly slain. "Nay," said he, "verily, if the young man had not slain her, I had used against him my right as a father, and had condemned him to die." Then again he besought them that they should not leave him desolate and bereaved of his children, he who but the day before had had so fair a stock. Afterward, throwing his arms about the young man, he stretched out his hands to the spoils of the Curiatae, crying, "Will ye endure, men of Rome, to see him bound under the gallows, and beaten with stripes, whom ye beheld but yesterday adorned with these spoils, and rejoicing in his victory? Not so. Surely the men of Alba themselves had not borne to see such a sight. Go, lictor, bind his hands, though but yesterday they won so great a dominion for the people of Rome. Go, cover the head of him that made this people free. Hang him upon the accursed tree. Scourge him, whether within the walls, so that thou do it among the spoils of them that he slew, or without the walls, so that it be near to the sepulchres of the champions of Alba. Whither can ye take this youth, that the memorials of his valour shall not save him from so foul a punishment?" And when the people saw the tears of the old man, and bethought them also what great courage the youth had shown in danger, they could not endure to condemn him, but regarding his valour rather than the goodness of his cause, let him go free. Only because the deed had been so manifest, a command was laid upon the father that he should make a trespass offering for his son at the public charge. Then the father, having made certain sacrifices of expiation, which are performed to this day in the house of Horatius, set up a beam across the way, and covered his son's head, and laid him beneath it. As for the maiden, they built her tomb of hewn stone in the place where she was slain. Now the men of Alba were wroth to think that the fortunes of the whole people had been thus trusted to the hands of 3 soldiers, and Metis, being of an unstable mind, was led away to evil in his desire to do them a pleasure. And as before he had sought for peace when others were desirous of war, so now he desired war when others were minded to be at peace. But because he knew that the men of Alba were not able of their own strength to do that which they desired, he stirred up certain others of the nations round about, that they should make war openly against Rome. As for himself and his people, he proposed that they should seem indeed to be friends and allies, but should be ready for treachery when occasion served. Thereupon the men of Fidene, being colonists from Rome, and the men of Veii, promised that they would make war, and Metis on his part promised that he would come over to them with his army in the battle. First the men of Fidene rebelled, and King Tullus marched against them, bidding Metis come also with his army, and having crossed the river Anio, pitched his camp where Anio flows into the Tiber. And by this time the men of Veii also had come up with their army, and these were on the right wing next to the river, and the men of Fidene on the left, next to the mountains. The ordering of King Tullus was that he and his men should do battle with the men of Veii, and Metis and the Albans with the men of Fidene. Now Metis, as he was not minded to do right, so had no courage to do wrong boldly, and because he dared not to go over to the enemy, led his men away slowly toward the mountains. Being come thither, he set out his men in battle array, being minded to join them whom he should perceive to prevail. At first the Romans marvelled that Metis and his men should so depart from them, and after a while they sent a messenger to the king, saying, "The men of Alba have left us." Then the king knew in his heart that there was treachery, and he vowed that he would build temples to paleness and panic if he should win the victory that day. Nevertheless he showed no sign of fear, but cried to the horsemen with a loud voice that the enemy might hear, saying, "Go thou back to the battle, and bid thy comrades be of good courage. Metis does my bidding, that he may take the men of Fidene in the rear." Also he bade the cavalry raise their spears in the air, so that the Romans might, for the most part, be hindered from seeing that the men of Alba had deserted them. And they that saw, believing what the king had said, fought with the more courage. Then there fell a great fear upon the enemy, for these also had heard the saying, which, being in the Latin tongue, was understood of the men of Fidene. They therefore, fearing lest Metis and the army of Alba should come down from the mountains and shut them off from their town, began to give ground. And when the king had broken their array, he turned the more fiercely on the men of Veii. These also fled before him, but were hindered from escape by the river. And some, throwing away their arms, ran blindly into the water, and some, while they lingered on the bank and knew not whether they should fight or fly, so perished. Never before had the Romans so fierce a fight with their enemies. After this the king spoke in this fashion: "Men of Rome, if ever before ye had occasion to give thanks for victory won, first to the immortal gods, and secondly to your own valour, such occasion ye found in the battle of yesterday. For ye fought not only with the enemy, but with that from which there is peril greater by far, even treachery in allies. I would not have you ignorant of the truth, It was not by any ordering of mine that the men of Alba went toward the mountains. I gave no such command. Yet did I feign that I had given it to this end, that ye might not know that we were deserted, and so might fight with the better courage, and that our enemies, thinking that they should be assailed from behind, might be stricken with fear, and so fly before us. Yet I say not that all the men of Alba are guilty of this matter. They followed their captain, even as ye, men of Rome, would have followed me, whithersoever I might have led you. Metis only is guilty. He contrived this departure, even as he brought about this war, and brake the covenant that was between Alba and Rome. And what he hath done, others may dare hereafter, if I do not so deal with him that he shall be an example for all that come after. Then the captains of hundreds, having arms in their hands, laid hold upon Metis. After this the king spake again. May the gods bless to the people of Rome, and to me, and to you also, men of Alba, that which I propose to do. For my purpose is to carry away the people of Alba to Rome. The commons of Alba will I make citizens of Rome, and the nobles will I number among our senators. So shall there be one city and one commonwealth. When the men of Alba heard these words, all had not the same mind about the matter, but all kept silence, fearing to speak, because, being without arms, they were compassed on every side with armed men. Then said the king, Metis, if indeed thou couldst learn faith and the keeping of treaties, I had suffered thee to live, that thou mightest have such teaching from me. But now, seeing that thy disease is past healing, thou shalt teach other men to hold in reverence the holy things which thou hast despised. For even as thou wast divided in heart between Rome and Fidene, so shall thy body be divided. Then at the king's bidding they brought 2 chariots with 4 horses harnessed to each of them. And binding the body of Metis to the chariots, they drave the horses divers ways, so that the man was torn asunder. But because Alba was thus brought to destruction, Rome increased greatly, for the number of the citizens was increased twofold. The Gillian hill was added to the city, in which hill, that others might the more readily dwell there, the king himself commanded that they should build him a palace. Also the chief houses of Alba, as the house of Julius and of Servilius, were chosen into the Senate, and that there might be a place of meeting for the Senate being thus multiplied, the king built a temple and called it Hostilia, after his own name. Also 10 squadrons of horsemen were chosen out of the men of Alba. Now the end of King Tullus was this. There came a pestilence upon the land, and when for this cause the people were wearied of war, nevertheless the king, both because he delighted in war, and because he believed that the young men should have better health if they went abroad than if they tarried at home, gave them no rest. But after a while he also fell into a tedious sickness, which so brake him both in body and mind, that whereas in time past he thought it unworthy of a king to busy himself with matters of religion, now he gave himself up wholly to superstition, and filled the minds of his people also with the like thoughts, so that they regarded nothing but this, how they should make atonement to the gods, and so be rid of their present distress. As for the king himself, men say that, reading the sacred book of King Numa, he found therein certain sacrifices, very secret and solemn, that should be done to Jupiter by such as would bring him down from heaven, and that he shut himself up to do these sacrifices. But because he set not about them rightly, or did them not in due form, there appeared to him no similitude of the immortal gods, for such he had hoped to see. But Jupiter, having great wrath at such unlawful dealings, struck him with lightning and consumed both him and his house. End of section 49. End of the Junior Classics Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936.